right. Well, good morning to everyone and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting today. As usual, we're going to start our matter with the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd all stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, if you could start with the TV coverage announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. County Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website as well as the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Please do.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
It's me.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, now if we can move on to the agenda status report.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have 3 items listed on our standard agenda. First item is the TAT Ventures that was continued to today's date. Second item is the item of the Miramar Housing and Mixed-Use Development Project. And then we have the Los Conchas Homeowners Appeal of the Foothill Cannabis Cultivation. Just in regards to the status of these items, we did receive a memo late yesterday in regards to the first item, which is the TAT cannabis operation, and that would be to basically remove the project from the agenda at this time. And then when it's ready to come back, then staff will renotice it and place it on a future agenda. So that would be the first item, would just be the action would be just remove it off of the agenda.
Okay, and in that light, I know we're going to play some musical chairs because I recuse myself from that matter. So Commissioner Bradley will be then the chair for that matter, and then I'll come back onto it. But I wanted to make mention in regards to the situation here with Miramar. I mean, we have a lot of speakers, and we have those that are going to be speaking online. And I want to be conscious of, and I think the whole commission wants to be conscious, and staff as well, of the third item. So before we go on a lunch break, we should at least take an assessment of where we are on that second item so we can be conscious of the time and consideration of the importance of that third item. And so we'll give an update is what I'm getting at before we take a lunch break as to our timeline for the rest of the day. Okay. And then we have the projection report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at our projection report, our next scheduled hearing will be October 30th. And on that date, we have the Sable Offshore change of owner item that's coming before the Planning Commission, and that will be here in Santa Barbara. As of right now, that's the only item on the agenda for October 30th. And then the Friday following October 30th, we have set a special hearing to conclude the Planning Commission's review of the Miramar project. And then the following week, and that will be here in Santa Barbara as well. And then the following week is November 6th. We do have a number of items on that date. We have a water tank in Carpinteria, the continued Harwood appeal of the YMCA alterations, and then we had continued the cannabis ordinance amendments to November 6th from our last hearing, and that's again here in Santa Barbara. The location in Santa Barbara is due to the location of these projects, and so we've cited them in Santa Barbara due to the nature of the projects and location. November 13th, we continued the outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendments as well. And then moving further down into the year, that concludes our hearings in November. And then we will come back on December 4th. And that will be 3 items on December 4th. We have the appeal of Laguna Blanca that we'd continued from a former hearing. We have a government code consistency on that date, and then we also have an ordinance amendment package, Senate Bill 9, some telecom and other minor ordinances. That will be here in Santa Barbara. And then we will be in Santa Maria on December 11th. Two items on Santa Maria hearing. On December 11th is the continued Sentinel Peak Truck project, and then a report on the Strauss Wind Energy project. And then that, as of right now, would conclude our hearings for the year on December 11th. And then we won't convene again until January 8th of next year. And we have one item on that one, which is a equestrian facility in Ballard Canyon, and that's in Santa Maria. So that would conclude our year.
All right. Commissioners, any comments regarding? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I do about two of the dates. One on Sable, October 30. When we handled something similar between Plains and Exxon, we wound up going back at my request to some of the original conditions of approval. And I think it would be good to make sure that those are available that date. Because when we did it that last time, it took us some time to go dig them up and kind of interrupted the hearing. And strangely, as I looked for recycled binders today to put things in, I found my marked up copies of those conditions of approval. So sitting there in a sleeve. So I can show you that at the noon hour or something. It'd be something to do. And then on the, I think it was November 6th is the Harwood YMCA. I'd like to find out from somebody what progress they're making on the adaptive management plan, because I wouldn't want to come to that hearing and find out, oh, we're not there. So I'd like to know who to talk to about that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I'd recommend talking to Mr. Seawards and the assigned planner. I know there's been a draft program that they've been reviewing, and so they could coordinate with you outside the hearing to brief you on the status of that plan.
And Mr. Sewards, I will forget about this in 30 seconds, so you'll remember because you're younger and
I
smarter.
will do that. I will
Good.
do that.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the next item, which is public comment, and this is about any item that is not on today's agenda. And I didn't see any speaker slips in regards to public comment, but Mr. Villalobos, is anybody online regarding public comment as to any matter that is not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, let me just give those online an opportunity. If you'd like to speak on items not on today's agenda, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. And not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. And so then we will move on to the Planning Commissioner's informational reports.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I can interrupt.
Yes.
I'm working with Mr. Villalobos. We're trying to provide an overflow room in the board chambers on the 4th floor for those that would like to have a place to sit, because we're exceeding our occupancy in this room. And so we may need to take a break in order for them to get the telecast and the room to work up there. But just wanted to make that announcement that we're working on that. So, Mr. Chair, I'll leave that to you if you want to take a quick break so we can
Well,
get that
yeah.
adjusted.
Well, why don't we take a quick break? I mean, that's, I can see the crowd here, and let's just do what's appropriate. So let's just take, 5 minutes, really quick here?
Mr. Chair, our CSB TV staff are working on that. They indicated that they would give me a call when it was ready. But the room is booked, so people can start flowing up there if they like.
Okay. So let's do that, and let's check back in 5 minutes, and then hopefully that we'll hear that the television or the connection or whatever we're talking about here is in line, and then we can do that, move from there. Okay, so you make the announcement of where people can go, Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we're going to be making the Board of Supervisors chambers available for those that would like to have a seat, and that'll be in the administrative building, down the walkway and up the elevators on the 4th floor. And as you get off the elevators, go to your right. That'll be the board chambers.
And just to be clear, if they're in that room and they're called to do and they're on the speaker slip, they'll be able to speak from there too, correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's what we're coordinating right now is,
Okay, I just wanted to assure to the general public that whoever goes up there, you're not going to miss your opportunity to say your piece. Thank you. Let's take a quick break. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're all starting. If everybody could take their seats. Okay, I'm going to do the teacher thing. Hold up 2 fingers. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, welcome back to our planning commission meeting. Okay, this is what's going to happen. Let me say this, and hopefully I'll be clear and concise here. Those in the overflow room, I just learned that you will not be able to speak from there. You'll be able to hear and do what we do. Don't worry. Don't panic. We already got a plan. So what I'm going to do is I have the speaker slips in hand for those who are here. So I'll read out the 5 names, and then you'll form a line when you come down here off behind the podium, and then you can form the line there. And then once those 5 people finish, then we're going to go to those who are online and take 3 of them. But before we go to those people that are online, I'll read 5 more names. Okay, that will assure everybody to get down here safely if you're upstairs, and for those who are downstairs to at least start forming the line. And that's the way we'll do it. All righty? So let's continue on. And
So, Mr. Chair, I think we do need to invite people. If you don't have a seat, we invite you to go upstairs to the 4th floor. We're exceeding our occupancy down here. So if you don't have a seat, please go to the 4th floor in the administration building. There's staff in the hallway that can guide you to where to go. Just walk towards the security doors and then make a quick left, and there's elevators to the 4th floor.
yes, and you'll have time to get there because we got one item before we even get to the Miramar one. And so everybody knows Jeff Wilson is our safety officer, so we have to. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, until we get people moving, we probably will need to hold the hearing because I don't see a lot of movement. So we would like to invite people to go to the 4th floor if you don't have a seat. If you're standing in the back, go to the 4th floor.
Thank you. So there was no public comment because we already went through that. So we're on the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Yeah, Commissioner Bradley.
I just had a very quick report that I attended Coastal Housing Coalition session on September 26 regarding, it was a very clever title, Accessory Dwelling Units, Success or Stress. Or maybe it was Stress or Success. But it was a good report about, it emphasized a lot of work in the city of Santa Barbara. There were 2 architects, Michael Becker from SPCAG and I forgot the name of the principal planner at the city of Santa Barbara about the statistics of, what was his name? Do you know?
Dan Gullett? Dan Gullett?
No, it wasn't Dan. It was another planner. And it was just a statistics of how many ADUs have been built in mostly the south coast of Santa Barbara County because SBCAG was there. It was helpful because they did a lot of data analysis. And the numbers were not that encouraging, essentially. And what they said was that a lot of them were being built as essentially as extra floor area for the home. There wasn't as many that were dwelling units for citizens in the community. They might have been for mother-in-laws. We used to call them mother-in-law units, in fact, in the day, and or returning kids. But it wasn't necessarily filling the housing gap that we were hoping for. And part of that, when it came to the question about stress, was the 2 architects on the panel said, yeah, how long did it take to get through the process between planning, which was fairly efficient because we know all the housing laws are favoring these, and getting through the building division was another matter altogether. And so they said, probably 10 to 11 months to get it all the way through start to permitted. And then, but a couple of the contractors in the room say, hey, it still cost me $750 a square foot to build this. So the cost of building them is also prohibitive, especially if you're looking at a single family home somewhere and you're thinking you can fund a ADU, you're still looking at 250 to 300K, so it's still a press. Anyway, long report, sorry about that, but it's totally on topic with our housing efforts.
Just to add, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, we are working on pre-approved ADU plans right now, and we hope to have something up in the next few months. And those are plans that basically the construction documents are approved, everything's approved, so you should be able to, so if somebody takes advantage of those, they could get through the process much more quickly.
And the city just launched something like that too, didn't they?
The city has them, the county of Ventura has them, the county of San Luis has them. City of Carpinteria has them. Lots of agencies have them, and I think
Los Angeles has them. They're
Yeah.
very successful down there.
yeah, and San Diego, and so we're getting on board with that.
Great.
Commissioner Cooney, your light's on.
I'm holding for the next slide.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, last Friday, I attended the California County Planning Commissioners Association workshop in San Luis Obispo, which was highly recommended by our management. But it was interesting. It's mainly a very small organization, and it was most heavily attended by representatives from small counties in Northern California. But there was one SLO county, one Alameda County, a couple that were more representative. But it was interesting learning a lot about mining and forest fire prevention programs, and but a lot of it was applicable. And it was good venue for networking. So, thank you.
All right. And I have nothing to report, but I should say this, though, in regards to Miramar acquisition, the second item on the agenda, I should have said this before. If you're going to have a speaker slip, get it in before the item comes up. Okay, that's when I have the cutoff. If you're going to want to speak online, you got to be online before the item comes on. Then we have a cutoff, okay? That's how we're going to do it. So I think it's fair notice right now, and because we still got a couple of other things, but that's what's going to happen. Let's move on to the minutes. Commissioner Cooney?
These are the minutes of our hearing of September 25, and that was the hearing in which we considered the Laguna Blanca appeal. I've looked through them at the time they were presented to us and again this morning, and I think they're fine, so I would move approval.
Second?
Okay. Commissioners, any comments before? Okay. Call it to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstain? I abstain because I wasn't present. Any nays? No nays. Thank you. So we go on to the director's report and Board of Supervisors hearing summary.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I have a short report this morning. We had no actions taken with regarding to the department on the board's October 1st meeting, but yesterday on the 8th, we presented an item on mobile home parks. It was a question that had come up because there had been a number of members of the public that had come to the board to speak about their concerns about conversions of senior mobile homes to all-age mobile home parks. So we brought an informational item back with options for the board, and they chose to direct the department to come back with a temporary moratorium on conversions and then pursue two overlays, or I would say one overlay to protect senior parks, and then a secondary overlay or similar instrument to protect mobile home parks from redevelopment. So we have 21 parks in the county right now. 10 of them are all age, 11 of them are senior. The majority are already zoned for mobile home park, which gives them some protection because in order to change the use, you'd have to go through a zone change, et cetera. But there are, I think, about 5 that are under a different zoning. And so we're either going to develop an overlay to protect those from redevelopment or just rezone them to mobile home park. And the board directed us to continue to delay work on the coastal zone short-term rental program. That was scheduled to be worked on next calendar year, but the first part of the year, so within this fiscal year. They're going to kick that to the following fiscal year, and we will take the mobile home park ordinance program up as soon as we complete the cannabis item in long-range planning.
25, 26 for the STR stuff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner? No, Commissioner Park, I knew it.
The coastal zone short-term rental program, is that the one we've been working on for half a decade?
It seems to be we did propose one at one point before
I
I
know.
was director, and the Coastal Commission rejected it, and it seems to be the one item in our work program that is movable, should I say, when the board finds something else they feel is more important.
Well, and it takes two to tango. The coastal commission's going to have to
Right.
someday get more reasonable on that.
Right. And currently, I mean, there are short-term rentals because they're allowed, and the county is collecting TOT on those short-term rentals. And then the only other thing I wanted to share, well, I wanted to thank Commissioner Reed for going to the Commissioners Conference. We appreciate that. That's great. And then just upcoming board items, we have a lot of items that you're seeing coming through your commission, and those are going to be going on to the board. And so on the 15th of October, we have 4 items at the board. The first one is the HLAC recommendation for the All Saints Church to make the structure a landmark. We have an appeal from the Montecito Planning Commission called the Tate Edition. That's on the 15th. We have the Noyes Woodall appeal in Mission Canyon on the 15th, and then the Sierra Botanicals appeal on the 15th. And then moving on to the 5th of November, we have the Ag Enterprise Ordinance going to the board. We anticipate that it's possible they may need to have a second hearing on that, and if they do, we will be taking it back in December for a second hearing, if it's necessary. We have the Music Academy appeal on the 5th of November. And then moving into December, we don't currently have anything on December 3rd at this time. We do anticipate some appeals coming out of the Planning Commission items and potentially Montecito Planning Commission items. So we will look to try and schedule those in the December timeframe. But on the 10th of December, we have an HLAC nomination of 2929 East Valley Road, and that's an appeal of HLAC's action. We have the SB 35 Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment Package that I believe was heard by the board, or the Planning Commission at the last hearing. And then we have the Blanco appeal. I had originally talked about trying to bring back a briefing to the Board of Supervisors on local preference in December, but our schedules are so packed right now. I'm looking to try and bring that back in January, which is to give the board an idea of what it is we're looking for in terms of a program and have them give us direction on where they want us to go with that. And that's all I have right now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. Ms. Plowman, I thought you said at one point that it looked like the board only had 3 more meetings from that point going forward. How many are we up to now?
So we have, let me look at hold on a second, I have it up. So right now, they only have 1 hearing in November right now. So we've got the 15th, the 5th of November, and then December 3rd and 10th. That's
So
all we have.
4. So
That's
if there was an item from what the Planning Commission does in the next couple of meetings, it would either have to be scheduled on one of those existing dates.
Correct.
They're not going to add a date.
If things were jammed up, they could potentially add a date in December or November, if something could be moved to them in that time. They have talked about it. They recognize that their agendas are very limited, and a lot of departments are trying to get things through at the end of the year. So there is some discussion about that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reed.
Just a clarification. You mentioned the Blanco appeal. Is that scheduled for December?
10th, December 10th.
Okay, and that's that easement on the road. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to our standard agenda. And our first item, Mr. Villalobos, before you even announce it, I'll just step outside for a second.
Actually have to do that? Okay. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read this into the record for us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of Thomas Kopetnik, property owner, to consider case number 23 CUP 6 for 3.83 acres of outdoor cannabis cultivation. And staff completed a state CEQA guidelines section 15168C4 checklist for commercial cannabis land use entitlement and licensing applications, and determined that all of the environmental impacts of the project were within the scope of the project covered by the PEIR for the Cannabis Land Use and Ordinance Amendment and Licensing Program. No additional cumulative impacts were identified, and no environmental documents required under section 15162.
Thank you. And I think this is the time for ex parte disclosures. Does any of the commission want to make those? I actually had a conversation with Ed Siemens last week about a Caltrans memo that is now on the record, so that's my only disclosure. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, well, after the last meeting, I did do a site visit at the TAT site, and I did do a site visit with Ed Seaman, the appellant, across the road.
Okay. Thank you. So I don't have my notes. With that, we go to our staff presentation about the continuance.
Good morning, Commissioners. The applicant for TAT Ventures is requesting that the project be removed from today's agenda so they have more time to respond to the letter submitted on Monday that brought up disputes between the two surveys.
Thank you. And one question I had was, so removed from the agenda, so we're not continuing it to a date certain, and we're just going to wait for them to come back and find the time they can do it. Okay. All right. So do we open the public comment for this? I believe. Do we have any speakers? Actually, I am holding one in my hand. I apologize. We have a Mr. John Denver who requested to speak on this item. I understand, yeah. It was, we switched the agenda numbers. So, okay, this is for that. All right, so,
Madam Chair, I believe also the applicant is online if there's any questions as well.
Okay.
Before we go to public comment.
does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I don't think we need to call him up. So I think that's back to the commission, correct?
And just to confirm, we have no hands up online.
Thank you. I'm moving very quickly here. So what would the commission like to do? Commissioner Park?
This is in my district. I would like to follow the request and remove the item from the agenda. It does require a motion, and then I will make that motion. The reason I'm doing that is this is not just a rehashing of the project. We can tell from the staff report, I'm not going to go into all this, it's not agendized to do that, that there's been substantial changes in the project that follow planning commissioners' comments, namely mine, among others. And they're making progress. This is merely to resolve something that's come up at the last minute relating to access and other things. It's crucial. So I think it's totally appropriate for them to take the path that they're doing. I'm normally not too happy when we get continuance after continuance, and we've got the applicant pushing the same project, but that is not the case. So that's my motion to take this from the agenda, and it'll be re-agendized at some future point.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I'd be happy to second. My site visit was following our prior meeting, and applicant indicated he was going to accommodate all of our requests, even a bit more. And this item that's responsible for his request to continue is a new item over a survey that emerged. So I'd be happy to second that motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney, did you have, okay. So we have a motion and a second. Do we want to do a roll call on it?
Sure, why not? Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
And Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. So we need to take a break, and I need to recuse myself. I won't be here for the next item. Is that okay if I do that now, or do? Okay. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, here we go. Okay, let's welcome. What, no, nobody can hear me. 1, 2, 3. Nobody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're back into our meeting today. If everybody could take their seats. Well, if you could read the item number 2 of our agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Miramar Acquisition Company LLC, property owner, to consider case numbers 24 RVP 50 and 51, 24 AMD 8, 24 CDP 77, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resource Code Section 21159.25, as outlined in the notice of exemption.
Okay, and let's first ask for any ex parte communications.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I'd like to announce initially, before we get into any discussion, that I actually have a conflict of interest for this case because I've been compensated and I've done some land use work for the All Saints by the Sea and interested in a party in the matter. So I'm going to leave the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, okay. All righty. So now we'll do our ex parte communications disclosures. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's been an enjoyable experience to talk to my neighbors in in the South Montecito area. I've got quite a few contacts to mention, but I'm only going to mention the ones where there was actually some substantive discussion. I'll start with the Miramar. I met with two members of the starting, here we go, Mr. Bryce Ross and Miss Katie Mangan. I met with them in my office on the 2nd of September. Nope, that's October, 2nd of October. With regard to the All Saints by the Sea Church, I met with two representatives of the church, Mr. Philip Drack and Mr. Chip Nichols. Both of those were present at a meeting at the church on the 4th of October. And then phone calls to me in my office from Sandy Stahl, Lynn Sprecher, Corey Heyman, Cliff Gearson, Wayne Siemens, and Ron Police. And there were other messages, but did not result in substantive discussion.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I visited the Miramar, spoke with Bryce Ross and Katie Mangan on September 30th. At that time also did a bit of a walk around All Saints by the Sea. I had a more formal meeting yesterday with the representatives of All Saints by the Sea and got a much more comprehensive view of their building, their surrounding grounds, and a discussion of the situation in their view.
Commissioner Park?
With regard to the applicant, I had a meeting with Ms. Mangan and Mr. Ross on Friday a week and a half ago at the site. And since then, I've spoken to Mr. Chitillo for the church, and I've spoken to Ron Police, I think that was a couple of days ago. I'd also like to take this opportunity, because I don't know a better time, to speak to a little bit of my own experience with Montecito and this property, because I know there's been a concern I've seen expressed both in the media and expressed directly to me about the ability of this commission to have the knowledge of Montecito and of this project and of this property that MPC would be presumed to have. To set you somewhat at ease, I have lengthy experience with Montecito and this property. Many of you already know that. I was literally born at Cottage Hospital. My family moved in 1958 to Montecito, where I went to Cold Springs School, into Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara High School. I went on to UCSB, where I had First District Supervisor Frank Frost as my history professor. We moved to High Road in 1965. I had the paper route for all of Montecito north of Coast Village Road for several years and got to know every property and every dog and every property owner. And I can tell you who paid gave tips. I spent a lot of time with Luta Maria Riggs. You ought to know her name. So there you go. I moved after law school to Carpinteria, in the neighborhood I lived in was right on the fringes of Montecito. I conditioned my world record Hall of Fame endurance horse, Remington, on the Montecito trails for years, and he was a common sight there. I spent the night of December 31st, 1977, at the Miramar Hotel with a beautiful woman in a wedding gown, who was my wife, of course, of 3 or 4 hours at the time. In particular, my father represented the Miramar Hotel in its numerous iterations, numerous owners. He first represented, I think it was, which of the Gosners? They were both Bill Gosner, father and son. I think William P. was the father, and he was hired, my father was, to throw out the son, which he did. And then when the son inherited the hotel, he said, who knows it better than the man who threw him out? So he hired my father, who represented him for decades. I personally represented the Miramar Hotel for at least 15 years, walked every square foot of the property, which I knew very well anyway, because like every other kid growing up in Montecito, I had to learn to swim to the raft at some point, rite of passage. I personally tried several cases for the Miramar Hotel over prescriptive rights to the beach and trespass and whatnot. I still have nightmares dreaming about the definition of mean high tide line, all those things. I prepared a 50-page memorandum of law on the 1930s case between the Miramar Hotel and the city of Santa Barbara over literal drift of sand. And I can describe all that. I even hired a professor from SBCC to go out and do depth soundings to map where the sand is and when it comes and goes. I've represented several Montecito property owners. A great deal of litigation there, a lot of land use practice before the MPC, before any of the current MPC members were on it. I worked as head of the land trust, its president, in the 1980s on multiple projects in Montecito, including Ennisbrook. I won't bore you with anything further on that, but I will talk a little bit about my background with the shopping center industry, which I think relates to this. I was the attorney for the Ernest W. Hahn Company for well over a decade in this area. We dealt with the first regional shopping center built by Ernie Hahn, which is La Cumbre Plaza, which is an outdoor center. And of course, centers became indoor centers until a young guy named Rick Caruso started a development called The Grove, and we all thought, oh, you can't do outdoor centers. Well, he kind of proved everybody wrong. But I remember all that when I was a young man, and so was he. And I tried a case with Ernie Hahn in attendance. It was right upstairs. I don't know why we were doing it here, but we did. I've got a lot of experience in things that I think bear on this, and I hope that assures some people that you'll get a good hearing. Oh, of course, one other thing on housing. Needless to say, a lot of folks think that I was somewhat central to our housing element and development of those things, and I've taught courses, at least 3 that I can remember, to the APA, to our Bar Association, and some other group on California's evolving housing laws, which deal with all of the things that staff has reported on today. So there you go.
Okay, and then as for my ex-parte communications, I believe it was on a Monday, September 30th, that I met with, my notes here. Mr. Bryce Ross and Katie Manzin from Caruso at the Miramar. And that same day met with Director Smith and layperson. I'm forgetting her name, and I'm sorry. I apologize to you right now. You were at the All Saints by the Sea Church. And then again on October 7th, I had a telephone conference with Bryce Ross and Katie Manjan. And those were my ex-parte communications. With that, let's move into this matter, and it will be to staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Willow Brown, and I will be presenting the Miramar Housing and Mixed Use Development Project. The project site is located at 1759 South Jamison Lane and 96 Eucalyptus Lane in the Montecito Community Plan area, First Supervisorial District. The project is located in the existing northeastern and northwestern parking lots outlined in white. This is a site photo of the northwestern parking lot where the market rate apartments and resort shops will be located. This is a photo of the northeastern parking lot where the affordable employee apartments will be located. The Miramar property has been developed with a cottage hotel use since the late 1800s. It was closed in 2000. The existing development on site was originally approved in 2015 and consisted of structural development, including a main building with a spa, dining, lobby, meeting rooms, and retail uses, a beach bar and beach club, 170 guest rooms, 2 pools, and 4 affordable employee housing units. Approved operations included on-site events. There were also easements recorded for public access over the beach frontage and 3 pedestrian easements over the Miramar property. The hotel reopens in 2019. Since 2015, several substantial conformity determinations were approved for changes to the approved project, including a reduction to 154 guest rooms and additional retail spaces. The only changes proposed are to the existing parking lots on site. Here is an overall site plan for the property. As stated previously, there will be no changes to the existing structural development, and the project site is limited to the existing northeastern and northwestern parking lots. The project is for 56,485 square feet of development in the visitor-serving commercial zone, consisting of 26 affordable employee apartments, 8 market-rate apartments, and commercial space, including up to 12 resort shops and a resort cafe. This is a site plan of the northwest lot. Development in the northwest lot will consist of 2 new mixed-use buildings with commercial spaces on the first floor and market-rate apartments on the second floor. The resort shops will be consistent with the approved resort shops on site and will include uses such as resort-oriented clothing shops, jewelry stores, and wellness and beauty shops. There will also be a subterranean parking lot with 79 parking spaces. Development in the northeast lot will consist of 1 new residential building comprised of 26 affordable employee apartments. There will also be a reconfigured parking area with 350 spaces consisting of 173 surface spaces, 126 car stacker spaces, and an elevated parking deck with 52 spaces. The project also includes parking and lighting improvements in the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. These are elevations of the proposed market-rate apartments and resort shops. The top elevation shows the view from South Jamison Lane, and the bottom elevation shows the view from Eucalyptus Lane. The buildings will have maximum heights of 33 feet 5 inches and 30 feet 2 inches. These are elevations of the proposed affordable employee apartments. The top elevation shows the view from South Jamison Lane, and the bottom elevation shows the view from the Miramar parking lot. The building will have a maximum height of 40 feet 9 inches. The project is being processed pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330. The Housing Accountability Act applies to housing development projects, including mixed-use projects with at least 2/3 of the square footage designated for residential use. This act states that projects that are consistent with objective policies and standards can only be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density if there will be a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety that cannot be mitigated. Senate Bill 330 revised the Housing Accountability Act to vest projects and the standards at the time a complete Senate Bill 330 application is submitted. A complete Senate Bill 330 pre-application was submitted on April 3rd, 2024. Review of the project is limited to objective county policies and standards. Senate Bill 330 also limits the county to no more than 5 hearings on a project. The project is also being processed under state density bonus law. The project does not propose to utilize a density bonus or incentives or concessions. However, the applicant is requesting 5 waivers. A developer can request a waiver from a development standard when the standard would preclude the construction of the development at the allowed density. Waivers are requested to increase the allowed floor area ratio for the CV zone, allow 3 stories and a height of 40 feet 9 inches in lieu of the 38-foot height limit for the affordable employee apartments, allow a reduction in the required amount of open space, and allow reduced setbacks. Article 2 requires 618 parking spaces for the existing development on site. The previous project, approved in 2015, included a modification to allow for 436 parking spaces instead of the 618 required by ordinance. The proposed project requires 83 additional spaces based on Article 2 and state density bonus law. The project proposes to modify the required number of parking spaces to allow for a reduction to 44 additional spaces from the 83 required spaces. A parking analysis was submitted which provides a basis for the parking modification request. A shared parking model was developed to determine the peak parking demands for the existing development and proposed project during periods when the hotel, restaurant, and beach club would be busiest. The peak parking demand is estimated to be 462 spaces. After implementation of the proposed project, there will be 480 parking spaces on site. The proposed project is consistent with the Housing Accountability Act provisions and, as discussed earlier, is only subject to objective standards and policies and can only be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density if it will result in a public health or safety impact that cannot be mitigated. The project meets the definition of a housing development project because it is a mixed-use project with at least 2/3 of the square footage designated for residential use. The project is consistent with all objective policies in the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan, including the Montecito Community Plan. The project is also consistent with the local coastal plan. The project is consistent with policies regarding adequate services, biological resources, circulation, coastal access, cultural resources, noise, and visual resources. The project is also consistent with objective standards in Article 2. Light commercial uses are permitted in the CV zone. Residential uses that are secondary to a commercial use are permitted with a minor conditional use permit. As discussed previously, a developer can request a waiver from a development standard when the standard would preclude the construction of the development at the allowed density. With approval of the requested waivers and the modification for parking, the project will be consistent with all objective standards, including floor area ratio, height, open space, setbacks, and parking. The proposed project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 21159.25, the exemption for residential or mixed-use housing projects. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning as well as density requirements. The site is within the unincorporated area, is less than 5 acres as it is limited to the 2 parking lots on site, and is surrounded by urban uses. There is no sensitive habitat on site, and there will be no significant effects to transportation, noise, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, or water quality. Several technical studies were submitted which support the exemption. A traffic study done by Associated Transportation Engineers was submitted for the project. The traffic study evaluated the project's impacts on LOS, or level of service, and VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. This image shows the roads and intersections in the vicinity of the project after implementation of San Ysidro Road and US 101 interchange improvements. The study determined that the proposed traffic volumes do not exceed the acceptable capacity for any roadway and will not significantly impact any intersection in the vicinity. Additionally, the proposed residential uses and commercial uses are both under the Santa Barbara County screening threshold for VMT impacts. A noise study done by Acoustical Engineering Services, Inc. was submitted for the project. This image shows the noise receptor locations for noise-sensitive uses that were analyzed in the report. The report concluded that operational noise levels will have a maximum level of 54.7 decibels at the nearest sensitive receptor, which is under the maximum of 65 decibels for exterior noise exposure compatible with noise-sensitive uses. The maximum interior noise level for the apartments is 35.9 decibels, which is below the maximum of 45 decibels for interior noise levels. The maximum exterior noise level for the outdoor living areas is 61.9 decibels. Noise from construction will be minimized by the project conditions, including limiting the construction hours, implementing temporary sound barriers between the construction areas and surrounding sensitive uses, and using noise control devices on noise-generating equipment such as mufflers or motor enclosures. A Phase 1 Historical Resources Technical Report was submitted by the Architectural Resources Group analyzing potential impacts to historic resources on site and in the surrounding area. The report concluded that there will be no impacts to historic resources as a result of the project. The Miramar is not eligible for listing as a Santa Barbara County Historic Landmark or Place of Historic Merit. The only historic resource in the vicinity of the site is All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church. As shown in the photo, historically significant views of the church are from Eucalyptus Lane. These views will not be impacted by the project as the development will be located north of the church. There will be no physical demolition, destruction, relocation, or alteration of the resource or its immediate surroundings. In summary, the proposed project is being processed under the Housing Accountability Act as a mixed-use housing development project and is only subject to objective standards and policies. The project can only be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density if there's a health or safety impact that cannot be mitigated. The project is the first affordable housing project proposed in Montecito, with 76% of the units being affordable. With the requested waivers, the project is consistent with Article 2 and the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Coastal Land Use Plan. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 21159.25, and approve of the project subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B to the staff report. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask them now because I want public comment to occur first. I think, though, that at some point today, the end, it'll be important for planning commissioners to ask as many questions as they can, because I think that the answers to those questions will help define our jurisdiction and our discretion here, which will be useful for the upcoming MPC meeting as well as our future hearings. So I think it's important. It's just important we do the public comment first. There is one thing I want to ask first that's sort of fundamental. Okay, could you go back to your prior slide? Right there, bullet point number 2. Obviously, SB 330 is protecting the right of the applicants and public to have these housing units, not this particular project, but in general. And it wants to limit the discretion of authorities like ours to reduce those housing units. But I want to talk about other aspects of a project that aren't density. So we know we can't disapprove it due to density unless we have a specific adverse health or safety impact. I get that. We can't condition it to a lower density. For example, taking this, is it 34 units and taking it down to 12 or something like that, unless we have a health or safety impact that's specific, okay? But what about the other aspects of the project? Location of parking, location of green space areas, all the other things that we normally look at. Do we, for those which don't involve density, do we have to make a finding that there's a specific adverse health or safety impact that's founded in the objective standards?
Commissioner Park and Commissioners, I think the way I would answer that is the project as a whole, as proposed, is covered by the Housing Accountability Act. You do have discretion because of the permits, but you can't affect the density of how it's proposed. So if you wanted to play with other things and it somehow affected what they are putting forward to you, that could potentially be a problem. But I would say that there is some discretion there in that small box.
Well, I'd give you an example.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean I'm urging you to do it. I'm just giving you an example. When we see on the northeast corner of the property where the affordable housing will go, Building C, that's on the, I'd call it the front of the parking lot, you know, when it's near 101. If one was to say, no, this really needs to be in the rear of the parking lot, okay, you'll have the same number of parking spaces, the same number of units. It wouldn't affect density. Is that the kind of discretion we have to at least talk about that?
I think it's a very interesting question. I think it would depend on the analysis of the project. So we'd be moving it closer to the railroad. Would that cause unforeseen issues in terms of the location of the units there? I don't have the answer to that right now,
Yeah.
but I certainly think you guys can pose those
Okay,
questions.
I just think it's an important question.
Yeah.
And related to that, I haven't pored over the findings that are suggested here, but I'm familiar with those same findings for amendments, modifications of CUP. So I'm sure there's a finding in there. It's probably finding 2 of the second part. And it basically says that the amendment of the CUP does not disturb the findings in the original CUP that this is a project that is not detrimental to the welfare, et cetera, of the neighborhood and to the compatibility of the neighborhood. That's our infamous 2.1.5. So I'm sure that's in there, right? And so we still have to make that finding regardless of SB 330. It's probably our bounds for determining what compatibility means are set somewhat by SB 330, but we still need to make that finding, do we not?
Yeah, Commissioner Park, these are really good and tough questions. Yes, you do. And I think we tried to craft the findings very specifically to help you understand that, yes, you have to make that finding, but that is a subjective finding. So within the box of this project being a Housing Accountability Act project, it has that protection of only objective standards review, plus it can only be disapproved for a health or safety impact. So it is a subjective finding that you have to make in that, again, that small box of discretion that you have.
You know, one reason I'm thinking of these questions is I've been thinking about them since I taught courses on it, and I've been thinking about it since when we looked at the original Housing Act and Builder's Remedy and saw that one could at least affect Builder's Remedy projects with objective standards, and that's why we have an objective standards ordinance that you and Mr. Wilson worked on so hard. I made you do that. I'm sorry about that. But these give us a little bit of wiggle room, and I hope that people in the public are aware of that, and the MPC will be aware of that, and I'll ask more questions about it November 1. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to draw on my recent experience, like getting to the hearing today. There was an accident on 101, just down to the west from the Miramar, and it took about 30 minutes longer than the normal time for that trip. And I thought to myself that the Miramar project is so impacted by the relationship with the state highway that that should be analyzed in some way before the commission were to decide that the project can be approved. So I want to be sure that I'm not addressing something that staff has already considered, either in the traffic study or other than the traffic study?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, the traffic report analyzed impacts from the build-out of the Miramar and determined that there wasn't significant impacts once the development was finished. And then there are conditions for traffic during construction of the Miramar. They will have a traffic control plan, which they are prepared to discuss, and it addresses having a traffic control monitors and the conditions, and there are other conditions built into the project for construction impacts. And then from the build out, there aren't significant impacts from the residential or commercial proposals based on our screening thresholds.
Thanks, Willow. And Commissioner Cooney, I would just want to add, so the traffic studies did specific level of service and trip analysis at the intersections all around the exits off of the 101. And this was thoroughly reviewed by the county department, and we're happy to have Will Robertson or anybody come speak to that if you would like, at the next hearing. But the traffic study hit all the marks in terms of everything that they were supposed to look at, and whether any of the expected trips triggered any sort of threshold or level of service issue.
Yeah, thank you. I realize that we're talking about a point in time here, and we are obligated to look at the project when it's finished and the highway improvements are finished, and that's one set of circumstances. What I wondered about is whether if the project was ready to be constructed today or further down the line, the improvements were all in place, would the fact that the highway is now torn up and lane restricted and it's treacherous the way it is now, would that have any impact on our approval of the project? It seems to me it's safety and health related, and we would say, let's not open the improvements until it's a safer place to drive. It's related to the traffic impacts, but more so in time.
Commissioner Cooney, I get what you're saying. I think the 101 project is approved and it is under construction, and I think it's an issue on the table here. I think what we have to look at is the Miramar project and what impacts is the Miramar project going to have on the area, assuming that this 101 project is already approved and being built. And so our job is to look at what is the proposed project going to add in terms of impacts, and that's what we analyzed, and we have to assume that the 101 is going to get done and those conditions are going to be addressed at some point. I don't know if, I think I haven't seen evidence that would constitute a health or safety impact at this time, but I understand your question. I don't know if I have an adequate answer for it right now.
I think I more wanted to determine what staff thinks about it at this point, and we'll have lots of opportunity to go through the traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you, and well, I might as well just say my two little pieces. I'm interested in knowing about, I see all these, one point of interest for me is there's a modification of parking spaces, for instance, one from 83 to 44 additional parking spaces and so forth. But ultimately, the way I'm reading this is it ultimately is coming down to peak parking demand is estimated to be 462, and there'll be about 18 spaces surplus. I'm interested to see how one came about in establishing the peak parking demand. That's one thing, if you can answer that, or if that's just something for the applicant. And the other thing I'm interested in is if this project was approved, what is the timeline for the construction from beginning to end, if that's even known or even estimated in regards to this?
Chair Martinez, I would direct the timeline questions to the applicant, and they should be able to give more specifics of the parking study. But the shared parking analysis determined the peak times based off of when the beach club had, the peak members at the beach club were there, as well as restaurants and shops. I did want to point out that the the parking study estimates that the beach club will have 300 members, but there are currently only 200 members allowed, and the Montecito Planning Commission would have to determine that they were allowed to go to 300 members. So it should be a conservative analysis. And we've received a few parking complaints, and our permit compliance staff has handled those all in a timely manner. And they just went to site and verified that the number of spaces is consistent with what is shown on the approved site plan.
Okay. I still have questions, but I know that they'll be developed, but you know where I'm heading. All right. Commissioner Reed.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, I'd like to look at your presentation, slide 3. You're talking about the current development configuration that was approved in 2015, opened in 2019. It says it included 4 affordable employee housing units. It's the third line. First line under the second bullet. Yes. It says the original plan included 4 affordable housing units. Are they occupied by employees?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, yes, we have confirmed with HCD staff and our permit compliance staff that they are occupied and are at the affordable level that they were approved at.
Okay, so then your statement, the statement on page 19 saying this is the first affordable housing project in Montecito, that should probably be the first, modern housing project, since it's clearly not the first.
Commissioner Reed, the 4 units was just part of it. It's like the inclusion of 4 units as part of the overall approval.
Right.
This is truly, in and of itself, an affordable housing project under today's definitions.
So a new and freestanding project, but
Right.
nonetheless, it looks like the people at the Miramar are continuing their former good practice in accommodating the need for affordable housing for their employees.
Yeah, I understand the point.
according
Yeah,
to
they
Pierre.
they
Okay.
have done this before in their previous
Okay.
project. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Have another question here. If we look at page 9, which is.
Is that on the PowerPoint, Commissioner Reed?
Right, page 9 on the PowerPoint, sorry. The view from Eucalyptus Lane. Now, on the second one, if you look at that, it looks like the taller building in the center with the tree and the 3 sets of gray windows, does that approximate what it will look like if you're looking out from the columbarium at the church? Have I got that one correct?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that is the view from Eucalyptus Lane. All Saints by the Sea Church is located, south of the proposed development. So this is the view from the public street.
This is from the street, okay. So actually then the columbarium, is that to the left? Where would that be?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that would be, to the right in this picture and behind the development.
All right, now, and with respect to parking, the parking is more than ample. It's not going to exacerbate the situation with people attempting to park on the street, in your judgment?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, we did analyze the parking study provided by the applicant and determined that it was sufficient for the parking needs of the project.
Commissioner Reed, we did have enforcement go out this week to make sure that all the approved parking spaces are on the site, and they were able to do that. We have had occasional complaints over the years, and when we worked directly with Miramar to address those complaints, when there's been notifications of people parking in the street, Miramar went and addressed those issues over time. So we have not been aware of any serious issues over the years.
Okay, I've got a couple more questions having to do with the findings we're expected to make. Okay, I'd like to look at finding number 4. It's on page 3. You know, it says the development will not significantly obstruct public views from any public road or from a public recreation area to or along the coast. Now, does that mean only views of the ocean, or does that mean views in a 360 degrees? How does that apply?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that is talking about public views of resources, so views from Jameson Lane and views from Eucalyptus Lane. And I'll have to pull up the finding.
And views of what? Because this way it says recreation area 2 and along the coast. I don't understand why the 2 is in there. To me, that makes it fuzzy, and I want to know views of what? What views are protected?
Which finding is this under? Yeah, so. Okay, Commissioner Reed, I think the first thing I want to point out to piggyback off Commissioner Park's questions and the conversation around that, this is not an objective finding, so we have to keep that in mind when we're looking at this. We still need to make this finding, so it's a good question. I think what we're looking at here, obstruct public views from the ocean or other coastal resources is how we generally look at this. So views to the ocean or maybe up into the hills is how we would interpret that.
So it could apply, it's a little nebulous.
It's
kind of like
nebulous, very
any
much
view.
so, yeah.
And there's nothing about a degree of significance of how much of the view is inhibited.
Right.
Just a small slice or 98%.
That is correct. It
100%.
is very
It's-
subjective, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Similarly, I'd like to look at finding 5. It says the project, we have to find that the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and will not be incremental. But again, the will not be detrimental to the comfort and convenience. There's no quantitative standard. So a severe detriment to one person or 2 people would be pretty much the equivalent of a very slight impact on a broad number of people. There's no real definition of that. It's just subjective.
I would say that we concur with you that that is a very subjective.
Okay.
There's no, we don't have a threshold in a manual or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I come from a world of data and real numbers and figures, and some of these things are a bit nebulous, yet we're expected to make findings and enforce things and those sorts of things. So they could almost get to the point of sometimes you would consider them, the potential of them being arbitrary, but I'll rest. That'll be all the questions I'll ask now, although I have plenty for later. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, before you move on to any further testimony, I just wanted to make a very small correction to the record. This proposal is a project under CEQA, and there is a recommended exemption under CEQA for your consideration. The staff report makes a few references to the CEQA guidelines, and I just wanted to clarify that what's being recommended is a statutory exemption directly under CEQA. It's found in the Public Resources Code, not in the CEQA guidelines. So if anyone's checking their citations, it is a statutory exemption that's being recommended.
And remind us, what is that exemption? And I don't mean by citation, but just paraphrase what it is.
It's a statutory exemption for infill mixed use projects, excuse me, that include affordable housing.
Thanks.
All right. So right now is the time we're going to move to the applicant. And then after that, we're going to go into the open it up to speakers. I just want to describe or at least provide at least a little guideline of what's going to happen here and remind people what we're going to do here today. No matter what, ultimately, this is going to be continued to November 1st. So those who feel they haven't had the opportunity to speak or whatever, there is another opportunity, which is the November 1st date, and that's what's going to happen. There's going to be no ultimate decision here today. The next thing is I was going to try and say, okay, well, let's do it to 1 minute people and 2 minutes speeches and so forth. But since we're split up, we're going to have five, like I said, we're going to name 5 people. They're going to get up there. That's going to be kind of impossible. The other thing I was going to try and do is try and accommodate those who were going to be out here before, who needed to be out here by 12 o'clock. And obviously that's going to be impossible because I'm reading from these slips and we're going to those people that are online. Throughout this process, I'm going to ask for people to be patient. No, there's no sharing of time. In other words, another person can't come up and say, oh, well, I have 2 minutes to speak, but I'm going to hand my 2 minutes over to this other person. No. Then that person gets 4 minutes. No, that's not going to happen. No cheering or no, just, I could say the other negative. I'm trying to be positive. But the amazing thing about today is this is our democracy and this is us in action. And we should appreciate the fact that we all want to be heard and we're all going to be heard. And that's the goal here. So we're going to start with the applicant. I was going to ask a short question of the applicant for their presentation. What's your estimated time for today?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Mangan on the applicant team. I think like 22 minutes.
Okay, that should be fine.
Okay.
And so everybody knows too, even if you speak today, that doesn't prohibit you from speaking on the 1st of November. Okay, I want to make sure everybody knows that one. And so the applicant, the floor is yours.
And Mr. Chair, while the applicant's coming up, just when we're talking about public comment, this item will be referred to the Montecito Planning Commission on October 18th, and there'll be additional time for public comment in that hearing as well.
Okay. And I want to, and in line with what I've mentioned already in regards to reading the 5 names, I'm going to read the 5 names right now so that they know that they're going to be coming behind the applicant in case you're upstairs. I know Mark Shatilla will be the first one to speak in regards to the general speakership. And then we'll have Eric Mozzico, or Mozzillo, Terry Mozzillo, Jim Nigro, is this Pat or Pat? Well, the first initial for the first name starts with a P, and then it's Robinson after that. Paige Robinson, and then Anthony Donovan. Okay, so those will be the first 5, and both Mark Shatilla starting it off after the applicant. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and staff. My name is Rick Caruso, and I thank you for your time this morning. I want to open by thanking you for your careful consideration of our project. Montecito is an area where we spend a good amount of time as a company and as a family. It is a place that we cherish. I realize that we are a big presence and a big company, yet we're also a family company, and we do our very best to operate in a personal and thoughtful way. We care deeply about the community we serve and are fortunate to be part of Montecito. Our biggest strength are our core values. We believe in integrity in every action and in every word. We believe in maintaining a relentless focus on our guests, our customers, and our employees. We believe in listening to our neighbors. We believe in a beautiful architecture and design and creating meaningful properties with a focus to create lasting memories. At the heart of every Caruso project is an unwavering commitment to the greater community. The result, a timeless collection of elegant, joyful places that reflect the spirit of the places where they live. They are intended to be comfortable, aspirational, and captivating. Our properties become an area for people to meet and gather, create memories and friendships. With the Miramar, we've been given this beautiful community, a place to meet, a place to gather, entertain friends and out-of-town guests. We have been honored to be a part of that, and I think it's been a win-win for all involved. Now, this new project takes us in a new and exciting direction. The heart of it is affordable housing for our hardworking team, again in line with our core principles of the company. For us, our plan for the Miramar is a logical extension of taking good care of our workers. It is something I hope other companies take up. It can all start today. Obviously, this is an expensive area to live. As you're well aware, the state is working overtime to secure affordable housing in every community in the state. We firmly believe that our site is best suited to build mandated affordable housing in Montecito, and we're honored to be able to do it. By going forward with this project, we take a big step in the right direction. 26 privately funded units, beautifully designed with the same level of quality as the Miramar. I'm very proud of what we're trying to do today, providing an employee a place to call home within walking distance of their work, increasing the quality of their lives, and giving them more time off to enjoy with family and friends. Honestly, what could be better than providing affordable homes for the people that do so much to make the Miramar a quality and important place in the community? So I thank you for working with us on this. We sincerely believe that with your help, we can create an important, well-planned, and timely project, a project with heart and unbridled imagination, a joyful place that reflects the unique fabric of Montecito, with a sense of scale, a sense of light, a sense of beauty, and a sense of comfort. Our plan for the Miramar, I promise you, will be captivating, where all people, residents, guests, visitors, and team members come together to live, shop, dine, and relax. We are driven by our passion for delighting the people we serve. We never stop striving to better our guest experience or our community's pride. As I did in 2015, in this room, when the Miramar was approved, I promised that we would work every day to exceed expectations. I renew that promise today. My team and I will work hard every day to exceed your expectations for our plan for the Miramar and make the Montecito community proud. Now I'd like to turn it over to three of our executives, Katie, Chris, and Justin, who will do the heavy lifting and provide you with more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Katie Mangan with Caruso. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Since opening our doors, we have had hundreds of conversations to understand how we can make the Miramar even better for the future. Those conversations led to things like the return of the rite of passage of the Miramar Beach swim raft, and now to this thoughtful plan that has evolved over nearly 2 years of conversation with our community, our employees, and the county. Providing workforce housing is a proud and long-standing tradition in Montecito. And as Rick mentioned, to help improve our employees' quality of life and continue to attract and retain the best talent, we would like to provide even more. We always start by listening. In early 2023, we began by inviting our neighbors in a 1,500-foot radius to share our interest in adding additional affordable housing, and we hosted large format community workshops and open houses at the Miramar. Neighbors welcomed us into their living rooms and invited friends for us to share our plan and hear their thoughts and ideas. We launched a website where anyone interested could find information about our plan and sign up to stay informed. Many people told us they would be excited to live at the Miramar or would enjoy more shops like those we have today. In what we heard, we were able to identify priorities that would provide a sustainable revenue source to create and maintain affordable housing without any public funds. These will be beautiful, carefully designed apartments ranging from studio to two-bedroom units that will provide a meaningful difference for our team. After introducing our original plan late last summer, we spent 6 months talking with the community, inviting input, and working to incorporate as much as possible into our revised plan. Earlier this year, we introduced that revised plan, which made many changes based on what we heard. We eliminated an entire third floor from the west lot, and we further reduced the building height at the corner of Jameson and Eucalyptus to 1 story. We also reduced the space for resort shops by 30% and eliminated the planned driveway on Eucalyptus Lane. At the same time, we increased the number of apartments for our employees from 14 to 26. We believe this is an exceptional proposal. Aside from our 4 existing affordable apartments, Montecito hasn't had any new affordable housing in nearly 3 decades, and 76% of this plan is affordable. It alone accounts for over a quarter, 26% of the employer-provided workforce housing identified to be provided in all of unincorporated Santa Barbara County in the recent housing element. We are proud of this plan, developed with enormous input and guidance from the community. Hundreds of people support this plan, including over 150 who have shared their letters of support with you. And with that, I would like to introduce my colleague, Chris Robertson, who has worked closely with staff.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. It's great to be here with you this morning. For the record, my name's Chris Robertson. I'm Senior Vice President of Planning and Development with Caruso. I want to start by thanking staff for all the hard work that they've put into getting us where we are today. And in particular, Ms. Brown, I know how much time and energy she's spent in reviewing our project. She's done an excellent job in preparing an overview of our project and its regulatory framework and the staff report and presentation. I'd just like to take a minute to underscore the incredible thought and time that went into preparing the robust technical analyses and supporting documentation that accompanied our application. As shown in those materials and as outlined by staff, our project would not result in any significant impacts that would disqualify us from using the statutory exemption, and it's consistent with all applicable rules and regulations and policies. As you know, this is a Housing Accountability Act project, and we are vested under SB 330. We're also specifically identified in the housing element that the county recently adopted as an ideal site to provide housing for the county. Furthermore, one of the goals outlined in the housing element asks the county to work with employers like the Miramar to bring much needed employee housing online, not only as a way to satisfy housing needs as outlined in the last RHNA, but as a way to attract and retain jobs. We are incredibly excited to move forward with this project. We appreciate the county processing us without delay, and we respectfully request your support. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Justin Caruso.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Justin Caruso. I am part of the Caruso team as well as the Caruso family. For me, I saw my dad go through this process years ago, so to be with him here today is very special to me. We really are a family-run company. We have never sold a property and we never intend to, and we plan to be lifelong neighbors to this community. Speaking of family, we really do see our employees as an extension of our family. They enrich our lives every time we step on the property, and we want to do the same for them. And by adding these units, we can do that. We also just want to make the experience at Miramar better for our employees, the community, and our guests. So thank you very much. And with that, we have more of our presentation to go into detail.
we go to the, yeah.
For generations, the Miramar Hotel has been a place of unparalleled beauty and grace.
I have been coming to the Miramar, I would say pretty much my whole life. My first visit, I remember swimming to the raft. It was one of those sort of unforgettable experiences that you just don't get to have anywhere else.
I would walk over with my classroom children and buy them ice cream cones, and it was a great treat.
I think having the Miramar closed was a void in the community. It was this empty piece of land that everybody had happy memories about.
And then thankfully, Rick Caruso and his team came aboard, and to see the transition from what it was, frankly, a blight on the community to what it is today is just a fantastic transition.
5 years ago, Caruso proudly introduced a reimagined Miramar, combining exceptional hospitality with a joyful spirit fitting for this unique seaside community.
What the community got was a hotel that is reflective of the values of the community, of its sense of style and grace.
The Miramar has been a wonderful neighbor. We live a stone's throw away. We are just right next door, and they've been wonderful.
What they provide to the community has been really spectacular.
Our daughter met Santa Claus for the first time, and that was here, and she met the Easter Bunny for the first time, and that was at the Miramar.
We've learned a great deal over these 5 years, and we're excited to make the Miramar even better for the future. That begins with providing more of our employees with a beautiful, affordable place to live right on the property.
The Miramar has the best employees in the hospitality business. They are the heart and soul of this place.
For me, for my family and the company, we want to add more affordable employee units to the Miramar. I spend a lot of time here. I see how amazing this place is. That doesn't happen by accident.
The Montecito area has some of the most expensive housing and lowest housing availability of any region of the United States.
The Miramar has 4 affordable housing units for our employees today, and we would love to expand that offering.
The Miramar is introducing 26 additional units of affordable housing for our employees, along with new features for the community and our guests. They include new green space, new resort shops, and a limited number of market rate apartments. Community members shared their views with us during an engagement process that lasted nearly 2 years, in gatherings at the Miramar, living room meetings, and one-on-one conversations over a cup of coffee.
Through our outreach, we heard from community members a desire to have additional shops as well as the chance to live at the Miramar.
Our plan has changed significantly based on this feedback. Our original plan included 3 stories near Eucalyptus Lane. After hearing from the community, we removed the entire 3rd floor and made other changes. Most of the Miramar will not be changing, including public beach access and the number of public parking spaces. The original plan included 15 units of market rate housing on the western side above ground level shops. We lowered that number of units. The plan also included a new driveway connecting to Eucalyptus. We eliminated the driveway. Based on community feedback, we lowered the number of market rate units to 8 and reduced the space dedicated to resort shops. Instead of connecting to Eucalyptus, we will repurpose an existing driveway on South Jameson. We will surround the entire plan with mature trees and lush landscaping, creating a natural buffer to our surroundings. And finally, we increased the amount of affordable housing for our employees.
The Caruso team has come to countless meetings of our community, and they have made considerable amount of changes based on the original plan that was proposed. So they're listening to every single suggestion.
The new resort shops will be inward-facing. They will continue to be specialty boutiques from some of the world's most respected names and beloved community favorites.
I understand the shops be beautiful, as everything else in the hotel is beautiful. I'm looking forward to what they're doing. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a positive project.
The way they've done the shops is fabulous. I trust Rick Caruso 100% to do a good job, and I'm excited, and I think that the community would be excited to have more shops.
When the Miramar was first built, they listened to us, they listened to the preschool, they listened to our concerns. I trust Caruso and their people completely.
Anything that Rick Caruso and the team have done, it's A1. I'm excited, very excited about the new plans.
A new neighborhood cafe green space would be incredible. I think it's something that we're missing at the moment.
Employee housing in a community such as ours is both needed and something which very few businesses have actually stepped up to the plate for. I think the fact that they have done that is an extraordinary gift to this community.
The people who work here will actually live here in the community. I look at it as very favorable all the way around.
When you come onto this property, it's not just because of the great architecture and it's not the beauty of the property that really gets to your soul and your heart. It's how you're greeted, how you're serviced, the passion that you see in people.
The people here at the Miramar are really part of our community, and we have to look after each other. It's a great plan. I can't wait to see it.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to echo Chris and Rick's statements and thank staff, thank this commission, and thank everyone here today who has contributed to this plan, spent time with us talking about this idea, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Park.
Yes, can we go back to a slide that shows the aerial schematic? I don't think there was one in this program. I think there was one in the staff report.
Commissioner Park, do you want the overall site plan or the
That's it.
aerials? Okay. Just give us 1 second.
I used aerial because it's the site plan's bird's eye view, which is usually aerial.
Do you know what to do? Oops.
While they're doing that, let me ask you a separate question. It's 17,500 feet of retail development, correct?
That's right.
And that breaks down into approximately how many shops?
It's about a dozen shops and possibly a neighborhood cafe.
And, I see, so the part of the 17.5 is the cafe?
Includes the cafe, that's right.
So the shops is probably, what, about 12.5 or?
Probably more like 15.
And are they generally the same size as the shops that one sees in the hotel right now?
Exactly. All of these shops would be in the same character and style in the shops that exist at the Miramar today, the same scale.
Gotcha. Okay. A concern I have, and it won't surprise you because I mentioned it when I last spoke with you, is the 26 units of affordable housing. I'm presuming that those employees will have families, and some will have children, and some will be small children. You know, I can speak from personal experience being 13, where they'd say, just come back at dinner time and don't drown. But, you know, there's going to be 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and so forth. They're going to need a place to recreate nearby, you know, right out the back door. And I don't see that on Building C, which is over to the northeast. Where will that be? That one would take your toddler and let them recreate?
All of the residences would have access to the public spaces at the Miramar today. That includes all of the grounds and landscaped areas throughout the resort.
Okay, so but nothing right there. But this also relates to some of the ideas that have been tossed around about swapping locations and moving things around. I think about the same thing. Where will those people that live in those 26 units, where will they have immediate recreation? And it's not easily answered as if one kind of randomly relocates the building. That's why I'm asking you. It
Yeah,
has
that's-
bigger consequences
yeah.
than you might think.
Yeah, there's many consequences of the swap that has been suggested that render it infeasible, and we've been clear about those with All Saints. We ask that the plan be reviewed as submitted. The buildings are cited towards the goal of having the most amount of affordable housing for our employees as we can, while also giving them the privacy that they deserve, like balancing the practical reality that you're living very close to work and you want to afford them privacy as well.
Then one last thing I'd like to confirm, and I should have stated this in my earlier biographical information. The Miramar that I represented with the blue roofs, it has nothing to do with the current Miramar other than it occupies the same location.
It's a statement or question.
I'm just establishing that I don't have a conflict
Oh,
of
I
interest
see. Yes,
due to
okay.
representing this Miramar company. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I have a few questions, and I would like to thank you for the tour and everything I had there. I mean, it's truly a beautiful project. I don't think people could have imagined this looking at the remains of the former Miramar. So my task after visiting it was kind of wiping the stars from my eyes so I could be more prepared to take an objective look at what was coming before us. So I'm doing that. I noticed you mentioned, when I look around Montecito, I did quite a bit of driving. I noticed the homes and the nature of Montecito below 101 in the area you are is much more predominantly smaller properties, smaller homes than what most people think of when they think of Montecito. If you move up the hill where you have, it's primarily very larger gated estate type properties. When you did your outreach, you said you visited people, you sat down with them in their homes, you had coffee, etc. How much of that did you do in the neighborhoods immediately surrounding the property?
We started with our closest neighbors. We started by inviting all owners and occupants in a 1,500-foot radius from each of the four corners of our property. That was offhand, I think, over 700 people to those early workshops where we just shared our idea and started to get their feedback, and those were the same groups that we invited back as the process continued.
Okay, so really with the immediate local neighbors rather than
Absolutely.
other people in Montecito living up the hill who are actually geographically somewhat remote.
As time
from the
went on, we
project.
of course spoke with the broader community, but we started with our closest neighbors.
Okay, yeah, the immediate, those are the ones. Now, one of the things we received was, it says a community letter in support of the Miramar. Part of the, are you familiar with that?
I am.
Did you help put that together?
We had community members who wanted to know how they could share their support, and we shared, project specifics and merits of the project, but that letter is, endorsed by, I believe, nearly 170 members of the community and is
Okay,
from
so
the
it was
community.
it's basically assembled by you from people who had attended your various informational events and visits and that sort of thing?
And other things, yes.
Okay, all right. And then also, we had another packet, had around 180 letters from community members in support, but they had an interesting format since most were about 2 or 3 paragraphs with, not a typical signature we see on emails, kind of a large handwritten signatures on all those. Were those collected by you at some sort of an event?
We would often have examples of letters, and people could take project specifics and examples of letters previously written and write their own and sign them at an event.
Okay, that was, because the format seemed markedly different from a lot of the other correspondence we've generally received. Now, I noticed you emphasized in the presentation you had worked with neighbors in terms of modifying the buildings at the northwest section of the property?
Yes.
With the commercial and the market rate. At one time, didn't you consider putting the affordable units in that area as well?
We've studied many iterations of this plan and many ways to get all the components onto the existing Miramar. That was an idea proposed by, I believe, the All Saints architect. We looked at it and it was infeasible.
Okay, well, I'm getting around to something else.
Sure.
So yesterday when I was driving around. I really drove around all the surrounding streets. And if you look at that northeast parking lot, the area where you currently propose the affordable housing, isn't that the area that a lot of parking, kind of like a warehousing area? There was a semi parked in the street and you had forklifts running back and forth loading chairs or furniture relative to large events, things like that. That's the specific area.
So that parking lot is part of our overall parking plan,
Right.
and there was an event that ended yesterday that had some
Yeah,
loading.
the events, not what's significant to me, but that's at the very far end of the properties. Do you think the employees, if their affordable housing units were down in that area, they might feel that they were sequestered from the rest of the property, or I just look at
In
it
the
saying,
location it's in today, I think what it provides is the employees some privacy and respite away from the main guest-facing areas of the property, so that when they're at home, not working, it feels like they're at home.
two ways to look at it. I can appreciate that look at all. They don't want to have guests, when they want to go home, I can appreciate not want to have guests in their face.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, okay, so. All right, and is this this site plan, is this pretty much set in concrete, or if in the interest of accommodating needs of neighbors could still be subject to some modification?
We ask that this be reviewed and considered as submitted. We've spent 2 years working with the community, with our neighbors, including, I think you're referring to All Saints, and last summer they had submitted a letter of support when the plan was still 3 stories tall. When we learned of their concern, and as we were hearing from other neighbors, we voluntarily removed that 3rd floor and made the farthest corner towards Jameson and Eucalyptus 1 story. We've made significant modifications, and this is the plan that makes the affordable housing feasible to move forward.
Okay, so this current iteration, this current layout and design is what you're saying in terms of Caruso's position, this is it, take it or leave it?
This is we ask that it be reviewed as submitted. This is the
Okay.
plan that works to provide the affordable housing.
All right, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll take this opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. Right now, it's the northeast side, which is the one furthest to the right.
Yeah.
Okay. In the development of both the northwest and the northeast ends, where would the commercial deliveries be?
The commercial deliveries would remain in the same place, the loading dock, which is at the far, the label is small, but the building in the center is the manor house, and the commercial deliveries occur on the right-hand side of that.
Okay. And even when I was out there, I saw that that space on the northeast side was used for utility functions such as paintings, or it looked like there was stuff out there that were functional, but for purposes of doing things. Would that still be handled in that area, or would there be a change in that?
No, the area would all be for parking.
Okay, but where would those functions then take place? If it's a painting of a piece that needs to be painted, I don't know how else to paint.
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me confer with the team, and we can
Okay,
get back to you.
and then I'd also like to know if you guys can give an estimate if this project's approved from beginning to end, the construction period of time, how would it phase? Would it be starting on the northeast side, then move over to the northwest side?
Sure.
I'd be
So
interested in hearing about that.
Sure. So just as when the original Miramar was built, we want to be extremely thoughtful and cognizant of our surroundings. And now we have not only our neighbors, but also an operating 5-star hotel that will remain open. So parking will be the priority in the phasing plan. As you implied, the first phase would involve completing all of the new parking on the east lot, and then all of the new parking on the west lot, and then the buildings would come up from there.
Okay. Okay. But still interested in the timeline of construction, and that maybe when your team can answer that question.
Sure. So the CEQA analysis conservatively estimates that the phases would overlap, but the intention is that it would be done in phasing, and we expect it would be about 18 months. We, of course, want to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that good? No comment? No question? Okay. So now we'll move into Oh, you got a question, Commissioner Reed?
I'm sorry, that's my habit.
That's okay.
One more question. You did mention something. You mentioned during your outreach, some people said that they desired to live at the Miramar. Do you have people in residence, permanent residence there?
No, not today. We don't. But we have 60 Miramar, a home that rents long term, and that's always occupied. So we know there's an interest in it. And as we were talking about this possibility of additional affordable housing, we had people say, well, I would love to live at the Miramar too.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions from the commissioners, this is an opportunity for the public comment. Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, I just want to just for the record, just make sure I have the correct amount of time. How much time were you going to give each speaker?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to try and, originally, like I said, I was trying to do, those who wanted to do like a 1 minute, speech and, or at least comment, that would be appreciated. Again, I'm not going to limit it to 1 minute. It's going to have to be 2 minutes, but I'm asking those who, this is not your only opportunity to say what's on your mind, and obviously you have the time to come back November 1st. And, but we'll just take it like that, and we'll move forward with it. So it'll be a 2-minute situation. And then, so at 11:55, I'm going to be sharp on this thing, is that that's when we're going to we're going to halt public speaking, and we as commissioners are going to go over our timeline of what we see the rest of our day going by. We will take a lunch break, and we will take it at 12 o'clock, and it will be for an hour, okay? And I realize usually we take breaks, but we've been taking so many little breaks, I figure we just go through 11:55. And yeah, let's start with that. So we have Mark Chitillo is supposed to be number 1.
And before Mr. Chitillo begins, just for our speakers online, if you could raise your hand if you'd like to speak when we get to our Zoom speakers. Thank you.
And one other comment I need to make is when you come up to the podium or when you are speaking online, please announce your name, and then you can go into what you are here to say. And please turn off your cell phones. It hasn't happened yet, but just in case, put it on silent mode. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Mark Chitillo, and I am an attorney, and I represent the All Saints by the Sea Episcopalian Church. I appreciate your allowing me to go first. I wish this was Reverend Smith who could speak first and give the introduction and describe All Saints and its interests, but I appreciate your accommodating my schedule. All Saints supports the affordable housing components of this project. They are very important. They are welcomed. And All Saints would like to see them in the northwest corner so that there would be a place for the children to play at the All Saints preschool, that there would be community and neighborhood for the employees of Miramar. We think that that's a very important component of this project, and sequestering them into the back of house, which is what the eastern parking lot really is to this facility, is not the best thing for its employees. And we strongly urge your commission to encourage the applicant to reconsider their resistance to reconfiguring the overall project. This is an unusual project. We're facing an extremely short timeline. Reading between the lines of staff's presentation and discussion this morning, it sounds like the Board of Supervisors is preparing to be able to hear this project on December 3rd or in December after your commission resolves its proceedings, presumably upon appeal, and that's unprecedented. Our principal ask to you, the Planning Commission, today is to make sure that we have all the information that's necessary to be able to review this project in an intelligent way. The Coastal Act requires that there be a public understanding as well as involvement in this process. There's missing information with respect to the parking conditions and violations. The noise at Building C is not disclosed, air quality hotspots. We need an evacuation study for this neighborhood. The historical report needs to be reevaluated. We need simulations with the background of the project. So we hope that you'll ask for those things from the applicant and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chitillo.
Thank you very much.
Next will be, is it Mozilla? Mr. Mozilla?
That's it. Did it right.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Eric Mazzillo, and first I want to apologize for my attire.
Rick Caruso went to Montecito, and all he brought me back was this T-shirt. So I apologize. You owe me a suit next time. Anyway, my name's Eric Mazzillo. I'm a current Montecito homeowner, and I've owned 9 homes. My family's owned 9 homes in Montecito over the course of 30 years. In that same span of time, my family has had the absolute honor and pleasure of calling Mr. Caruso a friend. Our adoration for Mr. Caruso and the thoughtful and elegant mark he makes on everywhere he goes cannot be measured. At the same time, I believe Montecito is the most beautiful place on earth, and I respect and admire and appreciate the way the community has been able to fight to keep it that way. I truly do. I don't see this current situation as a conflict. Rather, it is an opportunity for great entities to align with common interest and noble goals. One quality that sets Mr. Caruso apart from his peers is the idea of exclusivity. And sometimes there are places that this word is scary. But we know what's happening in the nation and in California and in Santa Barbara is this changing perspective on equity and access to things and places. The way I see it is that Mr. Caruso is presenting us with an opportunity to live our values of inclusivity, by creating access for people from different walks of life to experience the beauty of Montecito, maybe not in the way that we are able to, but at least in a way that inspires, motivates, and instills hope. He is offering to do this at his own cost, on his own land.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzillo. I got to be tight on the time today, but I appreciate your time in coming here. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so everybody, I'm not trying to be rude, but I am going to be conscious of the time, and I'm the timekeeper. So, thank you. Next, Terry Mazzillo.
She's speaking for her.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So Jim Nigro.
Yes, hi. I'm Jim Nigro, and I've been a resident in Montecito for 30 years. And I'd like to thank the commission. I'd like to thank Rick Caruso and the Caruso team for when I moved out here, what was a deteriorating property, and he transformed it into a premier resort in the world. And he intends to do the same. He's going to continue to do the same. What I see, I've watched this process evolve with this new application and how he's reduced the height, the size, and everything. And I think it's a wonderful project. I want to tell you a quick story if I have time. I'm from New Jersey, a very nice city called Saddle River, very restrictive, much like Montecito. And there was many developers that tried to do what was the Mount Laurel, and they were denied, and sites that would have been remote from the city. Finally, somebody came along that had the time, patience, and money to fight the city, won, took one of the most beautiful properties in town with a beautiful English manor home on it, just took the house down and developed it into Mount Laurel, where it could have been someplace else. So again, I think what Rick Caruso wants to do here, where he wants to do it for affordable housing, is wonderful, and I hope the commission approves his application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paige Robinson.
Hi, I'm Paige, and I support the swap. We live directly across from the new project on Eucalyptus Lane. Those children would be welcome to recreate in our swimming pool. I hope they'll be able to recreate in the Miramar swimming pool. Most supporters do not live south of the 101 in our immediate neighborhood. Please require an independent parking traffic analysis. ATE admits they invented their own self-serving shared parking methodology. The county allowed it in the past. Please come to see our streets in its failure. Yesterday we had people wheeling from the Google whatever with their little wheelies parked all over. Don't worry, we will begin to document this as requested. This project deserves a legitimate analysis. Right here, peak time, Tuesday, 6 p.m., March. Santa Barbara, Tuesday, 6 p.m., March. Okay? They suggest that the hotel guests will leave the facility at 8 a.m. and return at 10 p.m. These people are paying thousands of dollars, and they're going to leave the resort in order to free up parking for the 23 employee spots. You can't have it both ways. These are supposed to be the people that are shopping there. You've got to really please look at these statistics and please get an unbiased, accurate, not just a peer review. It's too important. Transportation analysis. The VMT should include the calculus of an additional half-mile round trip per valet car parked at the lot 1/4 mile to the east. 40% of traffic would be pass-by trips from adjacent roadways. Which roadways? Eucalyptus and Posalibo are dead ends into the ocean. Jameson dead ends into the freeway. These numbers are a simple fabrication. Please, let's get some real data.
Thank you. We have Anthony Donovan.
Anthony Donovan. I live across the street as well on 97 Eucalyptus Avenue. Oh, sorry, Eucalyptus Lane. I totally oppose this project, and the traffic and parking studies need to be reevaluated. They just mentioned that they reserve public parking spaces. All of them always taken up. I almost got ran over yesterday by a guy going to work at the Miramar directly across the street from my house because there was an open space, and he whipped around and almost hit me in the dogs. There's also a problem with public beach access. They are not well marked. They are blocked. There's a neighbor who submitted a letter yesterday, said they were told that they could not leave the beach because there's maintenance going on the coastal access. That's mandated. There's also one that's closest to my house, totally blocked. You cannot get through it, and this has been going on for months. So I implore to take a look at these issues, and it's just going to be a total nightmare with traffic and with all these constructions and moving dirt, and there's got to be a lot more to consider. We also have 2 other big projects going on at the same time. Those need to be incorporated together. Speaking of incorporation, they are putting a building for affordable housing. That's their big call. And then they're putting another house or another huge complex across the street from me that has nothing to do with the affordable housing. So these are 2 separate projects, and I wish they'd be treated that way. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to read the next 5 names that will be after we have 3 virtual speakers. Yeah, that we're going to have 3 virtual speakers and then online speakers. I don't know if we call them virtual. Okay. Val Arroyan. Brendan Arroyan. Christopher Horner, Harry Rabin, and Austin Herlin. Okay, so we'll take 3 from online.
Our first speaker will be Tamara Free, to be followed by Jock Sewell.
Hello. Hi, I'm Tamara Free, and I wanted to highlight the issue around parking, as it's incredibly important. Even currently, Miramar has issues with parking, and its tentacles have reached into the neighborhood. Miramar was required to provide a specific number of public parking spots along Jameson under its current building permits, and this has been usurped by both their valet parking and their hotel guests. We used to carpool for school, and we would meet every morning for 2 minutes in the public spots to quickly switch. And every morning at 7:30 in the morning and 7:30 in the evening, the spots now have been full, and this has been going on for several years, so we actually stopped doing it. And curious enough, we have seen the valet people actually come out to move the cars, and every 2 or 3 days, it's a whole new set of cars, so we know it's the valet and hotel guests, not neighborhood cars. Also, originally, the public parking signs were hidden behind vegetation and on the side, so no one actually knew those spots on Jameson were for the public. I actually mentioned it a couple times to hotel staff. I think it's been changed since then, but again, we stopped even doing our carpool because of kind of the dangerous situation there. Also, it's important to note that Miramar is over capacity with its use of parking to the point it actually rents spots from All Saints next door. So clearly it's an issue, and I can't even imagine what a parking nightmare the currently envisioned project will be if the applicant's waiver on this required waiver exemption from the required parking spots is approved. I also ask you to consider the view of the mountains that will be blocked from the church and its property. I think that was mentioned earlier. And then finally, I find it very surprising to our community that there would be only 3 hearings in a very short period of time, approximately 3 weeks, on such a significant project that affects so many people. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jock Soul, to be followed by Jordan Sasson.
Hello, my name is Jock Sewell. Thank you for calling on me early. I'm in Paris, but I'm on Zoom. This is a miracle. But I believe, I think, Mr. Caruso does a great job everywhere. And my daughter voted for him. She lives in Santa Monica and just thinks he's great, and he is. But I think this is an overreach. I've also worked on, I was the architect, I am an architect, and was the architect for the All Saints rectory, and then the massive sort of reorganization of the campus plan in 2020, the rectory, and then the big remodel, a couple of years ago, excuse me, and then I did 15 years of work for Sea Meadows. So I know that neighborhood really well. And it's a wonderful, charming little street. It gets a little clustered down towards the beach because it's so popular. And I'm afraid, when Mr. Caruso said that and his family are lifelong members here, that's great. And but the Miramar, they also said it's inward facing. Well, that's unfortunate in the sense that behind the Miramar, that street to Fernald Point now is like a service road, really. I hope to clean it up somehow when the highway work is more complete, but it's just really a problem. And to extend that another couple hundred feet along that same axis, I think really, first of all, that new roundabout is quite, gives you a good view down Eucalyptus Lane, and the church is visible. That's an historic structure. It's a wonderful campus. The less it's impacted, the better off it's going to be. I think if they can move, I'm all for the employee housing, no problem. I don't know why they need luxury apartments.
Thank you. We're going to have to, time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you. So our next speaker is
Jordan Sasson.
Jordan Sasson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm a CEQA attorney. I'm here speaking on behalf of Unite Here, Local 11. In short, we submitted a letter earlier today, but we wanted to express our support for on-site housing, but we have a lot of concerns about the commercial component of this project, which honestly has never been accurately analyzed. For example, in 2000, the resort considered only a small 900 square foot tennis shop. In 2015, the applicant agreed to a single, roughly 1,000 square foot sundry boutique. However, through recent staff level approvals, guest rooms have been converted, theater room has been lost, and now you have 8 luxury resort retail, totaling about 8,500 square feet. They're now asking for 12 more shops and a cafe. Collectively, this is like adding a 20+ luxury resort center on the resort, which again has never been analyzed. Ultimately, we urge you to approve the residential density, which we are in support of, but disallow this resort component until there's been an adequate CEQA analysis. In my remaining time, I just want to show you and explain some of the CEQA deficiencies that has been presented. CEQA impacts negate this statutory exemption. Here, the traffic assessment assumed that these luxury shops would be like a standalone apparel shop, which is nothing like the luxury hotel retail that's being suggested. Furthermore, the VMT analysis wasn't done because they assumed this was just local survey, which you cannot necessarily do here. Furthermore, the employee estimates have been misleading and minimized. Take into consideration the parking study assumed that the new cafe would only require 5 employees. That reduces their parking requirements. But in its GHG analysis, it boosted that up to 11 employees because that reduced their impacts. Clearly, there's something amiss here. Furthermore, in my very little time, you have to consider how this project site relates to the resort, which clearly has to be considered collectively and way bigger than the 5-acre limit.
Thank you.
That this
I'm going to
amendment
have to
applies.
cut you
Thank
off right there, unfortunately, due to time. Okay, so our next speaker is the one who's being present would be Val Oroyan. No? Okay. Brendan Oroyan?
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Brandon Arroyan, and I've lived near the Miramar for 20 years. Since the county already has fulfilled its quota for housing, is this project really worth the risks associated with it? Because of SB 330, the county would allow exemptions for this project. If something catastrophic were to happen because of those exemptions, who would be responsible? Is this project really a win-win for the developer and the Montecito community? At the supervisors meeting, they said people haven't been this upset in 20 years. Yes, there's laws, and there's also rules. The project goes against so many fundamental items in the Montecito community plan. Would this approval just completely disintegrate that? Some of the issues I see on a daily basis: Caruso employees and commercial trucks utilizing public spaces. When people drive around and have to lap the neighborhood looking for parking, they become more and more frustrated and erratic and dangerous to people walking to and from the beach. I often see people doing illegal U-turns, causing major delays in front of the Miramar while they're trying to access the southbound freeway. A local sheriff said this neighborhood area is suspect to robbing because of being so close to the freeway. And recently in Beverly Hills, the city had to hire their own special task force to arrest 1,200 people from flash robbing the high-end stores. Is our city prepared to protect us from that? The side pedestrian gate on Eucalyptus Lane, is that going to remain locked with an alarm, or is that going to be a public access for people to enter the stores? We know MBAR is concerned with this. Like, how does that play into all of this? What prevents the apartments and more hotel rooms from becoming more shops? As it is right now, currently, the Miramar is overflowing. They're over capacity, like this room. And it is burdening the neighborhood around it. There's no doubt about that. And they haven't even started yet.
Thank you. Next is Christopher Horner.
Hi, I'm Chris Horner. I'm a 12-year resident of the neighborhood. Thank you, Chair Martinez and members of the County Planning Commission for this hearing. Few argue with the idea of the Miramar's proposed low to medium income worker housing, but there are plenty of serious concerns and impacts about the appropriateness and impacts of the commercial and market rate residential portions for the quiet residential surrounding neighborhood. You have surely heard many of them, not only today, but before today. Of great concern is the Caruso effort under SB 330 to bypass the concerns of the MPC and the hearing of the MPC in order to fast-track approval of the entire project before the Commission takes on new membership in January who might look on the project with greater scrutiny. Attorney Mark Chitillo and representatives of All Saints Church in the letter of October 7th to this body presented a detailed legal accounting of why this should not happen and why it should not be rushed. I hope you have all read it carefully and will do so ASAP. By attempting to rush approval without deeper scrutiny of the many serious potential impacts, traffic, flood control, emergency services and evacuation, adequacy of utility infrastructure, and more, This body and the Caruso Company are potentially not only putting neighborhood residents' health and safety in question, but that of hotel guests and staff as well. We know Montecito is chronically susceptible to disasters and emergencies, both large and small. Additionally, and more immediately, with existing 101 construction and its chaos slated to go on into at least 2027, and other projects such as the proposed music academies, activity expansion, and the Biltmore Coral Casino's restoration and resumption of operations, all without an overall aggregate analysis or plan for the entire area. This body is not protecting, this body meaning you guys, is not protecting the longer.
Thank you. I have to stop you right there due to time constraints. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Harry Rabin, followed by Austin Harlan.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me here today. My name is Harry Rabin. I'm representing the Neighbors of Miramar Association. We have over 270 participants that are opposed to parts of this proposed plan, and we have a petition we can give to you to substantiate that. The proposed expansion of the Rosewood Miramar Hotel demanded more eyes on this matter and not less. You know, this is a 54,000 square foot humongous project here. It's affordable housing we appreciate, but the commercial aspects of this project are really hinging upon that law for affordable housing. We do not need more commercial retail space in this area. We're a neighborhood. I've been living in this neighborhood 40 years. This is a gigantic effort here. To even put in an underground parking, that's going to require 2,600 truckloads, 10-ton truckloads moving through our neighborhood. We've got a battleground of a freeway here. I spend 30, 40 minutes on the freeway just getting to town. And you want to add this type of construction into this scenario? It's impossible. This brings us to the traffic study. The traffic study needs to be done by peer review and not by those proposing this expansion. But I ask you, is that not an impossible task right now? You cannot do a reasonable assessment of traffic here when we have 6 detours that are on the website alone from SB Roads. Not to mention, I take at least 10 detours to get to where I need to go. I have to go north to go south, south to go north. This is going to add a significant danger to our public safety. There is an accident every week. It is documented. There was just an accident today as I was driving here off the 101 freeway in this vicinity. The major amount of this construction is the entire length of the Miramar and beyond to Olive Mill. So you really need to take this all into perspective. We need a peer-reviewed traffic report to give us an accurate assessment of
Thank
what
you.
we're looking
I'm going to
at.
have to stop you right there due to time. Thank you. Austin Harlan, and hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Mr. Harlan.
Dear Planning Commissioners, my name is Austin Herlihy, and I'm speaking today as a Montecito resident to support the plans to improve the Miramar Hotel Affordable Employee Housing Project. I believe these plans are both practical and thoughtful. I'm a housing provider, a local developer, and a commercial real estate broker. The governor of California passed all these progressive new housing laws for this exact reason. Nobody wants affordable housing in their backyards. Hence why we have a housing crisis and new housing ordinances passed by the governor. I understand the housing laws, and I believe that this project has 3 times the affordable housing units than required by the state. In addition, it has only 1/3 shops to support the affordable housing as allowed by state laws. This project is hardly pushing the envelope. Building affordable housing isn't affordable. It costs the same amount of money as market rate housing. There has to be some economic component to make the project work to enable the expense of the affordable units. In addition, I have sat in the Coastal Housing Coalition monthly meetings regarding employee-sponsored housing. This is the wave of the future and must be supported for this community to have a sustainable workforce. Proof is in the recent Newshawk article showing that Cottage Hospital is planning 204 housing units, and I know that Yardi Systems is in the process of exploring employee-sponsored housing as well. This project has to be viewed as a community benefit. Thank you for your time, and I hope you approve the project.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to announce the names of the next five speakers here present would be Reverend Channing Smith, Sherry Berengoven. Bennyhoven, okay. Phil Dracht, Sally Peterson, and Amber Long. So we'll take the next three in regards to the. Did we lose connection or? Your three. Your three.
So for our online speakers, I am not seeing any additional hands up. If you'd like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Okay, we have at least one. Our next speaker will be Channa Jackson.
Thank you. My name is Channa Jackson. The Jackson family has had a century of connection to All Saints. My husband's grandparents were married there in 1926. The slide shown previously of the historic view of All Saints is presented from the street of the front of the church. Parishioners experience the church in a much different fashion and have a different perspective inside the church and grounds. The mountain view is part of our church. And I noticed in the video of the Miramar's plan, there are a lot of beautiful views of mountains. I support the Miramar's affordable housing, but not at the expense of our historic church. The All Saints swap would allow both of those things, and I hope the commissioners will urge the Caruso team to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am not seeing any additional hands up online. I just want to give everyone the opportunity. If you'd like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand now.
Okay, so it's all going to be live here in person then. Okay, so we have, what I'll do is once we get three of the speakers that I've named, then I'll name another five so we can make sure we have a continuous line here. Reverend Smith.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Channing Smith. I'm the rector of All Saints Episcopal Church and School in Montecito, and I want to let you know that we did not anticipate being here this morning. As recently as the end of September, we were in negotiations with Caruso's team. We had proposed to them that they build their affordable housing, a cause which All Saints has supported for decades, in the area north of our sanctuary and their commercial apartments and shops in their larger plot east of the Manor House. That was not an acceptable proposal, even though it was less expensive to build, added parking, preserved our view shed, and connected the employee housing and those who would live in it with our neighborhood. We spent a few months negotiating with Caruso's team and promised their team that we would stay off the public record during those negotiations. When they presented an option that would preserve at least a bit of our view, we were heartened, as was our church board. Then 2 weeks later, it was removed by their team suddenly, and then two other much less attractive proposals were offered without any visuals, leaving no way for us to verify the drawings, only a request by the Caruso's team to trust them. We were frustrated, and we have been promised story polls by Caruso's team and then a large-scale model to understand the impact to our campus. None of these materialized. Since 1900, our church community has been formed and informed by our connection to the mountains. It is a part of our sacred experience as a community of faith. Our church building was designed with the altar facing east and our entrance door facing north to the mountains. Our priority is to preserve the sacred and to make decisions that enhance our neighborhood. This project, as proposed, is a great loss for All Saints, and its impact will be great and one for which our community grieves. We are turning to you for help to create a solution that would allow the beauty of this area to continue.
Thank you. And then we have Sherry Benninghoven.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your chance to speak with you this morning. I wanted to show a little bit of what the project actually means to All Saints. This is the view coming north outside the sanctuary entrance patio, and this is what the project would look like for us as we look north and lose the connection and sacred space that we enjoy and find fundamental to what we believe in. I had three quick things I wanted to ask of you as you look at that view. One is that slowing this process down just a bit would enable us to accomplish many of the things that Mr. Chitillo mentioned. The items requested and anything that you might ask for are all due 3 weeks from today. That's a pretty big rush, and we'd like to slow that down if at all possible. I want you to know that we're serious about the affordable housing next to us, having neighbors with us, part of our day school, part of the Friendship Center, part of the neighborhood, and having a place to play, to recreate, to be actually in their neighborhood. We believe in that. We're supportive of that. It would need to be a one-story next to us, which would, as you can see, allow us to see the mountains, a two-story next to Jameson. And finally, I'd like to have you take the time and effort to truly study the health and safety impacts on our neighborhood. I think all of you know intimately the result of the debris flow. All Saints was surrounded by the freeways closure, the overrun creeks on each side of us. We ended up with hundreds of people and hundreds of cars on our campus. We opened to serve as a sanctuary, both for those who are lost and for those who needed medical attention. There was actually an evacuation by medical lift from our front of our street. And so I ask that that be looked at in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Drocht?
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair. I'm Phil Drocht, a neighbor of the Miramar, and I oppose its expansion. The county can deny this project for 3 reasons without violating SB 330. First, permit violations. The memo and exhibits that I submitted to the Commission demonstrate and show via overhead photos that they are not in compliance with their parking plan, and they do not have the required 436 parking spots. Any enforcement findings should be substantiated by this Commission prior to moving forward. They cannot park their own employees at the spot and have to bus them in from QAD, which draws those parking spots from the outside in the neighborhood, people parking in those spots. This project adds 44 parking spots to accommodate the project, but they need to separate, or they need to repark the entire resort for this project to make it work. The Commission should look at the reparking of the entire resort. They only need 44 for this project, according to ATE. Second, parking spot switch. They want to exchange 4 parking spots on Jameson for 4 parking spots on Miramar. The county does not need to agree to that under 330. 3, the easement. Easement rights were foundational for approval to make this project work in 2024 or 2014. Now, hidden in the staff report, they reveal that the proposal or the project proposes to slightly modify the easement. We have no details about this modification. What is happening to the easement? The county does not have to agree to modify anything. The county can deny modifying any public easement under SB 330, and the project will have to be reconceptualized. Force Caruso to come to the table to propose a project that fits the space and fits the community. No one in the neighborhood opposes Caruso building affordable housing, but the county has an opening. Make this project work for the public, not just for the Miramar. All Saints has proposed a swap where the affordable housing is by the church and residential areas, and retail is by the resort, so it can absorb the negative impacts of those daily visitors. That's a great start. Don't be afraid of SB 330. You have leverage. Use it.
Thank you. Sally Peterson, and which will be followed by Amber Long, and Amber Long will be our last speaker before our lunch break.
Thank you. My name is Sally Peterson. I'm a member of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church. Our church has been and continues to be an advocate for affordable housing in the greater Santa Barbara area. We do want affordable housing in our backyard. We want it right next to the church. We want to give those families a safe environment where they can raise their children with safety in a neighborhood setting. To that point, we continue to urge the Miramar to relocate the affordable housing near the church, two-story building by South Jamison, a one-story building by the church. It preserves our mountain views. What about those mountain views? We are also a church that advocates for the environment. We are actually the first church in Santa Barbara County to be named a green church. We want to preserve what we have had since 1900 when the church went into existence. Why? Because we have a reverence for the beauty that surrounds us. I am very concerned about the haste of this review. It brings many questions to me. This is a scope and size and impact project that is massive. Why is the county forcing this review process so quickly? Why do you, the members of the Planning Commission, have only 3 weeks to decide? Why is there such a rush? I find it very interesting that the Miramar is providing breakfast for its supporters out on the street here this morning. We at All Saints are providing housing and food for places such as Transition House and Dignity Moves. Where are our priorities? I've just heard one of you refer to a long process.
Thank you. I have to stop you right there.
Thank you.
Then we have Amber Long.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Amber Long. I'm the Historic Consultant for All Saints, and as our team has told you, we are very supportive of the affordable housing. So I will leave that there. They've expressed that for us. The church is actually a landmark for the county. It was approved on April 4th by the Historic Landmark Advisory Commission, reapproved in September due to the scheduling challenges for the Board of Supervisors meeting. According to their chair, it currently exists as a landmark, and the Board of Supervisors will then ratify that decision. Under that nomination includes the views of the church. I know that there's been some discussion about how in 2015, when the evaluation was done, that was not considered. Well, that criteria for a landmark didn't exist in 2015. I'd also like to point out that it was the commissioners of that commission who decided it should also be eligible under F for its views, and then again approved it twice in April and in September. The other thing I'd like to just mention that might be a confusion for some is that All Saints Stone Tower does face the street. However, if you go through those steps up into the alcove, the door itself is on the northern elevation and views north, as you saw in part of that display. So I want to clarify that for a lot of folks. I think it's been said that the primary entrance and exit is on the street side. It is not. It has never been. And that's just another way to show you guys that this view, the mountains, has been very important to the church. I do request that their historic consultant do some more research into this part of their history. They based their analysis on a 2015 report, so I respectfully request that. Thank you.
Thank you. So that we'll restart the public comment regarding this item on our agenda when we return from lunch. Commissioners, I wanted to let you know that we have 55 remaining speaker slips. So that would easily, if we return by 1, that would easily take us into 2:30, 2:45. That would mean our last item would probably start about 3 o'clock, if we're lucky. You think that's feasible? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So let's take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're back in our afternoon session for the Planning Commission. And in keeping with the calling the 5 people, I'll call 5 people, so you know at least you're in line here. Hannah Beth Jackson, then we're going Corey Heyman, Wayne Siemens, John Denver, and Ed Birch. Okay. So do I have Hannah Beth Jackson? There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Beth Jackson, and I served as both the Assembly member and the Senator representing the County of Santa Barbara in the California Legislature for 14 years. During my entire tenure in the Senate, I served as the chair or the vice chair of the Joint Legislative Committee on Emergency Management. So the issues of safety and response in case of an emergency or natural disaster is an issue near and dear to my heart. And as a 40-plus year resident of this community, I wasn't quite born here, but 40 years is pretty close, I have a personal interest in protecting the safety of the people who live in this community as well. My daughter also proudly graduated from All Saints by the Sea Nursery School, so I am also very familiar with this particular place. We know Santa Barbara is extraordinary, but we know too, with major fires and the catastrophic debris flow in 2018, Mother Nature is also very much at play here as well. I have, however, grave concerns about the public safety aspects of this project and believe we have a duty and responsibility to ask, evaluate, and resolve how we will evacuate in the event of one of these circumstances. We need to know if this project will have an incremental effect on our ability to safely evacuate the people in this project and the surrounding community in the event of an emergency or natural disaster. Having been actively involved in dealing with the Thomas Fire and the debris flow and its aftermath, I was also very concerned to learn that the latest FEMA flood maps announced just a month ago indicate that Highway 101 will experience even more extreme flooding should another catastrophic flood occur. Eucalyptus Lane would be the only way out. I believe it is the responsibility of the Planning Commission and the county to require an evacuation study which addresses these issues. So my request, my ask, is that you cancel and not notice the final Planning Commission hearing until we have answers to all these important. Have I gone over?
Yeah.
Getting close? All right,
Yeah.
let's slow this
No,
down.
that's
Let's do it
that's
right
the timing.
and protect it. You know, I'm a politician. I'm used to talking
know
longer,
you
but
are.
thank you
I
so
know.
much. I appreciate your time.
All right. So let's move on to, well, there's 2 breaking of the rules, time and clapping. Okay. Corey Heyman.
Well, I'm not sure we should have any building in Montecito after that with this disaster preparedness that we seem to need to continually undertake in order to develop. I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for the Miramar project. I proudly signed one of these 160 letters, as we all did. This project brings to Montecito much needed housing, mostly affordable and low income for the Miramar employees. Moreover, Rick Caruso has been a great partner to our community and county, bringing in millions of dollars in sales, property, and TOT tax. He has brought much joy to the community with the return of the raft, community celebrations on the beach, and support of our schools. So to those here today opposing the project, I say to you, you are complaining to the wrong party. The mandates over housing in our community and statewide were made by our elected officials, one just spoke, in Sacramento to prevent the NIMBYism that is happening here. Mostly, as I see, pertaining to 12 boutique shops. Neither our county nor we are in a position to oppose the affordable housing that is much needed in Montecito. That ship has sailed. We very much want a partner like Mr. Caruso and his team with the history of high-quality construction and meticulous attention to detail, together with its commitment to our community to build this important housing project for our community members. Our community members. We are one community. We are a community with a church. We are a community with a school. We are one community. Thank you.
Thank you. John Denver.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is John Denver. I live about 3 blocks from the Miramar and have, with my family, been there for about 48 years. We know the property well, enjoyed it for many years as a welcoming, warm, comfortable place, which fit in well with the neighborhood. That has greatly changed now, and I think it's a dramatic difference in feel. Quite obviously, in terms of these hearings, it's also a difference in approach where there really hasn't been cooperation and working with the neighbors as specifically stated. Now, I live, I think, within 1,500 feet of the property. I never got any invitation. Maybe I overlooked it. It's possible. But anyway, I want to emphasize that the traffic and parking situation is quite bad. We ride through that intersection in front of the Miramar Hotel every day, twice a day on our bicycles. It's the most dangerous spot on our bike ride, particularly the stop sign leaving the Miramar Hotel, which is regularly whizzed through by people exiting. I want to second a lot of the opinions that have been stated and ask this committee to please consider carefully and thoughtfully and with enough time for taking input from people like myself and professionals who may have opinions about the issues at hand. And I also want to say that I think it's incredible, a very abuse of the law that was made to help people get affordable housing to pair it up with a shopping mall. It just seems common sense-wise it's the wrong thing to do. So I hope you will take the time to look carefully at this, and please look carefully at the filing that was given to you by the Environmental Defense Center. It is excellent. It details a lot of information. 1 second. Thank you.
Thank you.
I made it.
So I'm going to call 5 more names, but again, it's going to, up next is Wayne Siemens, then Ed Birch, but after that, we have Ray Haskell, Julie Teufel, T-E-W-F-E-L is what I'm looking at, Cindy Marcus, Todd
I changed one thing. I said good morning earlier, now I'm saying good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on something I'm passionate about. My family and I moved to Montecito in 1975, and our rental at that time was $390 a month. And my landlord said he was sorry that he had to bump it to $40. So we have a long, long, wonderful history. When we heard in 2007, one of the great real estate years in history, that Mr. Caruso had bought that unentitled piece of real estate, we were dancing around for a long time, hoping that some gold-laden Eskimo prospector wasn't going to beat him to the punch and try his Alaskan, design on this property that we have under the control of Mr. Caruso. So we know that from 2007, 2008, for any of you who remember how terrible real estate was in 2008, it was 2008 was the first year of the greatest real estate downturn since the Great Depression of '29. So if you had something in 07, you sold it by 08, or by the end of 07, you're fine. Otherwise, you had to just suck your wounds down and go for it. Mr. Caruso owned that property, as I count it, for the years 2008, the worst year, worst recession, 2009, 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 with zero income and millions of dollars of carrying costs. I applaud somebody. We didn't have a group.
Thank you. I have to stop you
Okay,
there.
we didn't have a group that collectively could have made the deposit on that, so
Thank you.
I'm delighted that we have somebody that's worldwide expertise and is going to do
Okay.
just as good a job there as he did with the hotel.
Mr. Birch, please. Ed Birch? Okay, he had to leave. Okay, so then let's go to
Good
Ray Haskell.
afternoon.
Is-
My name is Julie Tufel.
Oh.
My husband and I moved to Montecito with our 2 young kids 30 years ago. We are very much opposed to the Crusoe-affiliated proposal of a 17,000 square foot mall, luxury housing, and underground parking lot. It is inappropriate in a residential neighborhood next door to All Saints Church, a Montecito landmark, the adjoining preschool, and the Friendship Center. Disruption, disturbance, and immediate noise is unacceptable. Construction trucks beeping all day long, jackhammers, bulldozers for the demolition of the underground parking. This is noise pollution that cannot be masked. Markboard trucks servicing the porta potties, dust, dirt, and pollution from the underground parking structure. This cannot be healthy for anyone. The completion of the project will create more traffic on the narrow lanes of South Jamison, retail traffic, residential traffic, and the daily delivery trucks, Amazon, FedEx, UPS, etc. Last but not least, the safety of our community that has experienced many disasters in the past 9 years, resulting in many challenging evacuations, should be considered first and foremost. Fires, floods, and most importantly, the debris flow that took 23 lives and damaged and destroyed over 500 homes. The nets went up to provide us a sense of safety and security and then came down. Presently, we have 2 freeway on-ramps closed that serve this location, San Ysidro and South Jamison. Is there a plan in the scenario of another disaster to evacuate residents? Logic and common sense says that this is not an appropriate time to start construction at this site with crews and support that go along with projects of this size. At the minimum, this proposal should be delayed until the freeway construction is completed and the on-ramps are reopened. As residents who have invested a great deal to live in this community, our safety and peace of mind should be considered the most important priority. And as commissioners, we hope you consider this closely. First is the construction of a mall that will serve one purpose and one purpose only, to
Thank you.
generate
I'm
more
gonna have to-
revenue from Miramar
time
Hotel
limitations, we're gonna have to
and
cut you off
Crusoe affiliated.
Thank you. So Cindy Marcus is coming up. Okay, well, let me ask, Ray Haskell, are you here? Okay, so Ray Haskell's behind you, and then we have Todd Putman. And then behind that, Catherine Anderson. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Marcus, and I'm here to support the Miramar project. Thank you for accommodating so many people, but I did want to say that if the Montecito Planning Commission wants to review plans, there should be a time limit by which they have to review them, or it goes to the county. Endless delays should not be allowed, as holding up projects costs money. Rick Caruso and his team met with the neighbors numerous times and accommodated many of their wishes, unlike many developers who don't care what the neighbors want. He should be rewarded for this, not penalized with endless delays. He is building on his own property and putting in his own money, building affordable units for the hardworking people who work there, which is mandated by the state, and he is not trying to destroy existing organic farms like some of the developers in Santa Barbara who want to put up 3-story ugly buildings and lower the values around them. When a developer builds beautiful things and adds value to neighboring properties, he should be rewarded, not put through all this stuff. Contrary to what the neighbors are saying, the shops that he is adding is not a shopping mall. He took away the entrance on Eucalyptus Lane. People have to go through the Miramar in order to get to these shops. So I don't see how that's going to affect any traffic. The view shown by All Saints was cut off at the western side, the picture that they showed. All they have to do is turn to their head to the left and they can see the mountains. So that's a lot easier than moving a building. The city has spent almost $1 million on evaluating what should be done with State Street, and nothing has been done to improve it. Instead, the anchor stores in Paseo Nuevo have closed, and State Street is filled with homeless people. Mr. Caruso has built beautiful shopping centers and vitalized neighborhoods. He should be, I am very happy that he has come to our community.
Thank you. I'm going to have
he
to stop
should
you
be
there.
rewarded for that.
Thank you. Mr. Haskell, Ray Haskell? Okay, I don't see Ray Haskell. Let's move on to Todd Putman.
Mr. Putman had to leave. He texted me what he wanted to say. Would that be okay?
I can't
No?
pass it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, I understand. Catherine Anderson? Okay. We have, bless you. Okay, so let me name some people in the row. We have Patrick Davis, Dee Dee Wilkes. Floyd Wilkes too? Okay. So Patrick Davis is up here? No, she had to leave.
She did ask that we read her comments as well, though.
Yeah.
It's actually not really fair that none of our supporters were allowed to talk in the first half. Everything has to be on the mic.
Jessica Shaman? Okay. Jessica Shaman? Okay, just be in line. I'm sorry, what's your name up front?
Catherine Anderson.
Okay, Catherine Anderson, let me just go through it. Nancy Hamilton?
She was a supporter speaker also.
Yes. And we have Carl Sandin. So behind the speakers is Jessica Shaman, Carl Sandin, MD, Michelle Nevergold, Alexis Abrahams. I'll stop right there. I'll allow you. Thank you. Please announce your name.
Mr. Villalobos is attempting to find a slide for me.
Can we take the next speaker first?
Okay, let me get somebody up while he tries to find that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so this is Jessica Shaman.
Hello, and thank you for listening to us today. And first, I want to give a shout out to the Caruso team who've been so really amazing in answering all our questions and the myriad of questions and emails that I've given you guys. Thank you so much. I first want to say that as a daughter of hotel workers, that the critical housing for the people that service the Miramar is so important. And I don't think these people would ever care to be referred to as sequestered to the back lot. I think they would be very, very happy to have the opportunity for housing on site. And I think that to me, is the single most important issue that we have here. As a local resident who's been here for now almost 23 years, I have to say that the Miramar has been such a blessing to the community, and I also think that it is well used by the community. It is beautiful, it provides so much service and recreation, and the current shops on the property are used by us locals. We enjoy it. I've never seen a line outside the door of Bottega, but what I will tell you is that we enjoy using them, and so do the people that are on this, that use the hotel. My thought is that we could use more retail in the community, especially if it's done in an understated, beautiful way that you have seen these drawings, and also that we don't have access off of eucalyptus. Every accommodation has been made, and I think what we need to really take a look at is the overall picture of development on existing property and how that services both housing and the community members of Montecito who would prefer more retail. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, do you have that slide from Ms. Anderson? Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Chair and Commissioners, thank you. Catherine Anderson for the Law Office of Mark Chatillo. Modern-day historic preservation puts a great deal of emphasis on preserving the setting, context, and cultural landscape of a building as much as its outward appearance. Although the time period of historic significance is between 1900 and 1930, the applicant's historic viewshed analysis focuses largely on the built environment from the 1940s to the 1970s. Detailed maps from 1918 depict 5 small, mostly one-story outbuildings and a water tank within the viewshed of the church's northern windows and dormer. Aerial photos from 1929 and 1938 demonstrate the historic landscape and its viewshed remain unchanged throughout the historically significant period with no new construction. ARG appears to claim that 5 outbuildings and no cottages during this historic period of significance are equivalent in size, bulk, mass, and scale to the solid 2-story mass of the proposed buildings A and B. As can be seen here, the proposed development would virtually block the historic viewshed to the mountains from the church. Though modern in construction, the columbarium of the church maintains this historic viewshed, deepening parishioners' spiritual harmony with the mountains. Cultural and historic resources must be evaluated within the context, mindset, and values of the people that used and built them, assuming that the connection to and value of the views of its natural setting were unimportant to the church's founders because its windows were leaded pieces or colored glass. ARG is projecting modern preferences and tastes on a historic site, a practice frowned upon in learned professional and academic circles. Use or reuse of the leaded glass windows in the 1920s should also have been interpreted in context, i.e. a connection to the founders as well as spiritual windows to the natural world. The project's curtailment of the mountains would sever an important connection of All Saints Historic Church to its historic landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Carl, I'm reading it, Sander? I might.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Carl Sandin. I rise today as a parishioner at All Saints by the Sea to oppose the Rosewood project as currently proposed and to support the church's swap idea. This past Sunday, I was cleaning up at All Saints after an organ recital when 2 well-dressed women walking on Eucalyptus Lane came up to me and asked to use the church's restroom. They said they'd been turned away from the Rosewood. Maybe hoteliers haven't changed much from centuries ago in Bethlehem when there was no room at the inn for another couple. I showed them to the church's facilities for the use of which they expressed substantial appreciation. That's what All Saints does, respectfully show hospitality and neighborliness, just as we did when we took Holy Communion to Bucket Brigade volunteers digging out after the debris flow and led the first procession of remembrance for those who died the 9th of January in 2018. Excellent neighbors endeavor to see things from others' points of view. We should ask, where would the workforce housing best be located on the Miramar property for the new residents of those buildings? It seems to me one consideration would be that current neighbors would want it there. Our bishop has called for churches to act in support of housing, which is not only to see that construction occurs to meet shelter needs, but also to develop community with those neighbors. If the Miramar swap All Saints has proposed is embraced by this planning commission, not only will the parish follow the direction of its leadership, but the church will put out the welcome mat for the new residents. As a physician, I know that living situation is a primary determinant of health. If the housing were to abut the church's north parking lot, there would be an ideal opportunity to develop a positive intergenerational community with those tenants. I support workforce housing, but in a different spot. I'm here to ask you to reject the current proposal and to support a reasonable, neighborly alternative that better meets all needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. And we have Michelle Nevergold.
Hello, my name is Michelle Duché Nevergold. I am a parish member from All Saints by the Sea Church. I would like you to know that we support affordable housing in our community. I would like now to talk about the church's mountain view and our position. We have no grandiose gates. We have no suited valet service. We are, as we have always been, a country church tucked in between the mountains and the Sea of Montecito. When we are at the church, we are walking, enjoying fellowship with one another, or parking our own cars. We all look up to the heavens and witness the glorious creation of the San Ynez Mountains. It is our heritage, it is our home, it is our community. It has memories, some of those living and some of those dead. It can delight us to see the seasons changing and of the pink and purple choir of the mountains. In reading the Old Testament, Book of Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 19 says, quote, "Our persecutors are swifter than the eagles of the heaven. They pursue us now upon the mountains. To this they laid wait for us," unquote. All Saints by the Sea Church has enjoyed this view for more than a century. This view has been enjoyed through generations and generations of weddings, births, and funerals. This view was established long ago by the original Miramar Hotel and the families. I know, I grew up there. It is an agreement that has passed over time from the previous hotel to the current. We now humbly ask you to take this matter to your hearts and grant us to continue our spiritual connection and view of the Santa Ynez Mountains.
Thank you.
A place that is sacred to many
I have
and a
to stop you
treasure to
right
the
there.
people of Santa Barbara. Thank
So
you.
next we have Alexis Abrams, and then that will be followed by Alice Hampton, Susan Jesperson, Marnie, I'm gonna just spell your last name the way I see it, Blau, and then George Eitner. Ms. Abrams?
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name's Alexandra Abrams. As a resident of Montecito, I've been highly impressed by the Miramar. They've gained my respect and support the old-fashioned way. They earned it, one personal experience at a time. And over the years, they've shown themselves to be a positive presence in our community and a favorite gathering spot in my circle of friends and family. My family first bought land in this area in 1848. And we're probably the oldest privately owned land development company in California. So I have a unique historical understanding of how our community has evolved and has changed over the years. And it's a well-informed perspective. So it's important to me we don't let fear of change stop us from recognizing when an outstanding project has been proposed for our community. I reviewed the Miramar team's plans carefully, and I can say with full confidence that plan is a master class. In fact, they've given us all a master class in how to integrate much-needed affordable housing directly alongside market-rate apartments and tastefully designed shops that preserve our neighborhood's character. If anything, the Miramar team thoughtfully solved a real community problem with a forward-thinking solution. And they just set the bar for all of us to expect integrated, tasteful, dignified solutions to affordable housing in our community and for our community. They've earned my full support, and I genuinely hope it will earn yours as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, that was Ms. Abrams. So we have Alice Hampton. Okay. Susan Jesperson. Okay, I'm not seeing that person. Marnie, I'm gonna say Blau. Okay.
It looks like Marnie had to leave also.
Okay. Okay. Then we have George Eitner. Ittner, Ittner.
He had to leave a supporter.
No, he was in opposition. Robert Smith. Mr. Smith? Okay, while you're coming up, I'm gonna read a couple other names. Todd Boer, Boehr. Jordan Otterbein. Wayne Ashcraft. And then Jack Finnegan. Amy Miller. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Robert Smith. I'm on the vestry at All Saints. The vestry is like our board of directors. I also serve as an usher there. And my concern is regarding parking, especially with the shopping center that's proposed on the corner of Jameson and Eucalyptus Lane. About 3 weeks ago, I was observing during one of our church services a number of cars going up and down Eucalyptus Lane looking for parking, and then the people getting out and walking to the Miramar. So they're obviously going to an event at the Miramar and then parking down from our church. And one car in particular had 2 occupants, and they went into our parking lot and went out because they couldn't find a spot. So currently, before this is even built, there apparently is a problem with parking. Now, retail shops on that corner are just going to make the problem more difficult. I understand there's going to be underground parking for the retail shops, but people aren't going to want to go underground if they can find a spot on the street, especially if they're there just to dash in, get a cup of coffee, buy something quick from a shop. So I picture this problem that's already a problem getting worse. Now, I am not opposed to affordable housing being on the corner because people in affordable housing units have assigned parking spaces. So they won't be cruising the neighborhood looking for a parking spot. So once again, I'm in favor of the project as it's proposed with the affordable housing. And I'm not against the shops. I would just prefer them to be on the other end where they're not so close to our church that it could jeopardize parking for our own parishioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Bohr.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for being here today and for hearing all of us over this long period of time. So my family doesn't quite go back to 1848, but my great-grandmother purchased property, a home in 1907, in a little lot that comprises in part what is now the Miramar property. And my family still owns 2 properties that are within 1,500 feet of there. I attended, I think, one of the first meetings that was kind of the inception of all this, where it was very informal, and we were all invited to, it was like some kind of like a charrette, I guess you would call it, with some images up on the wall. And at that point in time, the only discussion was about employee housing on that eastern lot on the property. And from what I gather here today, and everyone I've spoken with, there's no objection to that. That's fantastic. I checked my phone just now, and according to several estimates I looked up, the gentleman sitting here is worth anywhere between $6 and $8 billion. So he can build affordable housing. There's no issue with that. It was just the shoehorning in of this additional development that's a whole nearly quarter of a mile away from the initial, or the other one, that is really causing a lot of concern for the community. I was a parishioner at All Saints, and I grew up as part of that parish, and it's shocking to me, the idea of having basically that entire church being boxed in by walls on 2 sides, the mountain views being eliminated. I wonder if the county granted, I believe, the Caruso Group, Miramar Avenue, a segment there, that separated two segments of the property. I wonder if, had that not happened, if this project could still be regarded as 2 projects.
Thank you.
Or, sorry,
I'm
one project rather than 2
Thank you much.
separate ones. Thank you.
So next is Wayne Ashcraft.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Ashcraft. I was born in Santa Barbara 84 years ago. In 1984, my wife went to LA with a friend of hers, came back, and they stopped for a glass of wine on Miramar Beach. My wife came home after 3 glasses of wine and says, "We got to buy one of those places." So she did, and for the first 30 years of the owning that property, the Miramar property looked like a third world country. It went through Schrager, Ty Warner, and then Caruso came along and bought it. And I think that was a pretty nasty slur mentioning how much money Mr. Caruso has. I think that he's done a job, and he's been super to the neighbors. He's enlisted our input, and if they talk about the neighbors that talk about traffic, they have increased their value of their properties and the vibrancy of Miramar Beach so much since Mr. Caruso came there. And when they talk about traffic, the main traffic problem going off the freeway down to the Miramar Beach property is either surf's up or there's a big funeral at All Saints Church. Other than that, I wholeheartedly support the project.
Thank you. Next is Jack Finnegan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your presentation of the respective criteria for the project. I moved to Santa Barbara in 1977. Prior to that, I was a first responder in the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm a veteran and also an ocean lifeguard for 4 years. We had flare guns in the Coast Guard. We had whistles and can buoys when I was a lifeguard. When I got hired to be the crossing guard at All Saints, I got a stop sign in my hand. And I'm telling you, based on my 4 years spent there, this project has glaring safety issues. So here's my stop sign. To who it may apply, let's pay attention to this, revisit the current iteration, and sit down and find what we would find in the Coast Guard, which was being solution-based. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amy Miller.
She had to leave.
Okay, so Amy Miller's not here. So I'm going to read 5 names right now really quick. Karen, I'm going to D-R-O-I-O-R. Droyer? No. Tom Bollay, B-O-L-L-A-Y. Ryan Siemens, yeah, and then we have Joseph Mulvihill, thank you, and John Davis. Okay. John Davis had to leave? Okay, so I'm going to put that one over here. So we have up here now.
I'm Tom Bollay.
Okay, thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, I'm an architect and a professional engineer, and I've lived in this community for 68 years. I've been a parishioner of All Saints since I was a child. I was christened there. I'm a proponent for affordable housing that conforms to the Montecito Community Plan. That said, I'm concerned about the size, bulk, and scale of the proposed Miramar expansion, specifically on Eucalyptus on that corner, Eucalyptus Lane. Our community plan, LUC-M-1.6, states that improvements to resort serving hotels shall be designed and consistent with the existing historic cottage-type hotel tradition of the early days of Montecito. Cottage type is defined as cottages limited to 6 guest rooms each, which are generally 1 story in height. That's what was there before, when the Miramar had small cottages in that area. The size, bulk, and scale of the proposed 2-story building and market rate residence and general retail shops are not only not compatible with Eucalyptus Lane residential neighborhood, but under Article 2, they're not even allowed as part of allowed under the zoning rules. A solution to cut the density of the development would be to move half of that density from the west lot to the east lot. Doesn't matter what it is, just cut it back in scale. Eliminate the west subterranean parking and planting of trees and landscape. Relocate the combined parking structures to the east lot. That would be more efficient for running valet parking. You don't have to go out onto South Jamison and then back into another valet lot if one is full. It's my hope the Commission will direct the applicant through conditions or through direction to make the project can be found in conformance with the intent of the Montecito Community Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ryan Siemens. Okay. Joseph, I know you're here because you corrected mine. I'm gonna read, Mr. Mulvihill, before you start, I'm gonna read some names out. Kalian Sheehy, Christy Mason, Dante De Loretto, Martha Fling, Cheryl Trotsky. Please.
Joseph Mulvihill. I thank you, gentlemen, for listening to this, having this hearing today. There are 2 points that I want to address. I'm a 15-year resident of Santa Barbara, and I'm a member of the All Saints Church. My original home is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I had many of my friends, their families were in the steel and the coal business. In the 19th century, it was common for coal companies to have homes on the property for their employees. Also, they would have the store. Now, what this enabled them, they would increase the equity in their land and property while the people paid for this without any equity. It appears to me that because you do not allow any housing for elderly or the handicapped in this affordable mix, this is precisely what is going on with this project. Second thing I'd like to point out is that this is like an 8,000 square foot upscale mall, far more appropriate for Worth Avenue or Rodeo Drive than resident facility in Montecito. I would suggest that the swap of putting this at the far end, if you approve this at all, is far more appropriate. And my question also is, why are not citizens who are elderly or disabled included in this fix? And what happens to an employee who is injured on the job? Is their housing protected? I ask you gentlemen these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Kalian Sheehy.
Good afternoon, members of the Commission. My name is Kalian Sheehy, and I'm an intern in the law office of Mark Shatillo. Providing public parking is an important measure to facilitate beach access as required by the Coastal Act. This area has 4 distinct beach and coastal recreation areas and is utilized extensively by locals and visitors. There is evidence that Miramar's operations have infringed upon parking spaces dedicated to and needed for coastal access. You should require the developer to complete a far more detailed actual parking performance analysis that reflects real-world conditions, not just those supposed on paper. There is evidence submitted to the record that indicates ongoing, inappropriate, hotel-associated use of public parking lots. In reviewing a small sample size of aerial photos, we've seen what appear to be Miramar's contractors parking in dedicated public coastal access spaces. On-the-ground investigations and reports from neighbors show cars with Miramar decals parked in public access spaces in neighborhoods, along with employees. The evidence also shows that the public lots tend to be packed during peak beach use periods, which can coincide with peak hotel use, such as this past Labor Day weekend. The current parking analysis fails to acknowledge past hotel impacts to coastal access parking, including but not limited to restaurant and bar patrons that routinely utilize public coastal access spaces while they visit. This must be quantified and resolved. There also needs to be an additional analysis of the propensity of the expanded numbers of Miramar employees, retail customers, cafe patrons, and hotel guests to expand the hotel's utilization of public access parking spaces. For these reasons, a more detailed parking analysis is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Christy Mason.
Chair and Commissioners, Christy Mason. I'm a land use advocate in the law office of Mark Shatillo. I'm here on behalf of All Saints by the Sea. I'd like to address the project's significant environmental justice impacts that carry civil rights implications and are inconsistent with the California Coastal Act's environmental policy. Hospitality roles in California are typically low-wage positions and held by people of color. I think a fact that we saw earlier in the video presented by Miramar. As you're aware, Building C is slated to house Miramar's employees. It will be located directly to Highway 101 and surrounded by a concrete 2-story parking lot, essentially a heat sink, with many, many cars and few trees, thereby subjecting its residents to excessive hazardous air pollution and continuous high levels of noise. It's unclear how the Miramar's family or its employees will feel respite from work when surrounded by constant disturbances from cars, traffic, and what is essentially a nearby loading dock. This is not to mention the health and safety impacts to children housed in Building C who have to cross this said loading dock in order to enjoy an iota of green space. Approving Building C at its current location will perpetuate a significant history, an extensive history of subjecting low-income and communities of color to adverse environmental conditions. The Coastal Act's environmental justice policy requires that the county analyze and mitigate environmental justice issues when reviewing and permitting new projects. This is to ensure that low-income communities and communities of color are not disproportionately burdened by environmental impacts related to pollution. We encourage the Commission to consider the health and welfare of the project's affordable housing residents by approving the swap and relocating the affordable housing units to buildings A and B, which will ensure the project's consistency with the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dante DiLoretto.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dante DiLoretto. I'm a native of Santa Barbara, Montecito. Excuse me for reading my remarks today. I was born at Cottage Hospital. I was baptized at All Saints by the Sea, Commissioner Park. My paper route was the Hedgerow, north of Jameson. I am a Montecito homeowner. I'm the son of local business owners and shopkeepers. I played on Miramar Beach as a child, which is also where my 11-year-old sons play today. I believe in responsible growth and development. I waded through the 1970-1980 building moratorium to build the home I live in now, and I strongly oppose this planned Miramar expansion. For 66 years, I've witnessed a bucolic seaside community where teachers and shopkeepers live next to doctors and lawyers transform into an enclave for the exceedingly rich. Let's be clear, this redevelopment plan is absolutely not about affordable housing, but about increasing profitability and amplifying wealth disparity. Affordable housing is a critical need in all of Santa Barbara County. This development is not about that. It is about creating more places to buy luxury goods. This proposal means one retail store for every 7 guest rooms at the Miramar. A key fact: the square footage income from the proposed retail storefronts is a more secure profit center than rooms rented by the night. This community needs storefronts for healthcare providers and essential service providers, not more places to buy handbags. This luxury retail expansion profoundly damages the delicate fabric of our community. And with the greatest respect to Mr. Caruso, I would argue that affordable housing is Miramar's Trojan horse for turning our tranquil community into a luxury retail shopping destination. But that's not the critical issue, as I understand it, for this commission. The key issue is public safety. And I strongly disagree with the traffic report and question its validity and the work of your staff. There can be no question that this project negatively impacts health and safety.
Thank you. Thank you. Martha Fling.
Well, there's nothing like following your landlord with an opposing position. Thank you, Dante. Thank you. My name is Martha Fling, and I am in favor of the project. I actually told one of Mr. Caruso's representatives at the beginning of this that I was opposed to it. I had grown up in Malibu, moved up here because it's been our family's backyard forever, and I saw what happened to Malibu when there was unchecked development. I also saw what happened when affordable housing disappeared and is still not even on the slate there. And I think that affordable housing here is the #1 issue in Santa Barbara and Montecito. And I think that it may be a Trojan horse. I don't know. The man has every right to develop his property as long as he follows every single law and standard that is available. And I believe that he has done that. I have been convinced. I've gone to meetings. I've talked to his representatives at length. And I believe that this is something that we should do. It is a community resource. During COVID, was so grateful for Miramar keeping its doors open, allowing me with my slobbery basset hounds to trudge along their beautiful floors and have an accessible beach. By the way, the rest of the beach access is not that accessible if you are disabled or if you have small children, as my grandchildren would point out. They're 1 and 4. So that's one other issue. I've also parked there nearly on a daily basis. I have rarely had a problem finding parking. Where I do find a problem parking is down at the end of Eucalyptus Lane and the access there. So I have not experienced that personally. I think that these are really straw dog issues to prevent one church, one small part of the community, from having to look, instead of a full view, that there is no view protection, to a smaller view. And as they said, that one depiction was erroneous. There is still a view there. Thank you. I support this project.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Cheryl Trosky coming up. I'm going to, Ms. Trosky, before you begin, I'm going to read 5 names out. We have Jenny Grube, Caroline Ansel, okay, and Dan Ansel. Okay. So then we have Leslie Moncrief, Jim I know I'm mispronouncing it. Minty, M-I-N-T-I-E.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. And then we have Dr. Jennifer Musselman and Rockenbaugh. Okay. Ms. Trosky.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Trosky. I'm addressing you here today as a resident of Montecito to express my support for the Miramar project. The plan includes affordable housing, a much-needed addition to our community, without extending beyond the hotel's current footprint. The affordable housing project makes up 76% of the total housing being proposed. I've observed the Caruso team since I began looking at this project in 2023. The Caruso team has been gracious with unparalleled community outreach and concern for our neighborhood. To the negative assertions I've heard today, I say, where were you 2 years ago? It is okay to make objections, but it's not okay to make up the facts. This is an exceptional level of affordable housing. Let's take advantage of this wonderful and generous proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jenny Grube. Jenny Grube. Okay. Wesley Moncrief. Wesley Moncrief. Okay. Dr. Jennifer Musselman.
Hi. I wanted to just address the fact that I have a lot of compassion for the people that are going to be impacted by this, and I'm hearing the church speak. There's another development around the corner from my home in Montecito that will also impact me, but I also recognize that it's for the quality and the good of the community, and that it's more than just about me. It's more about bringing the community together in a way that everyone gets to enjoy it. So I am in favor of this development by the Caruso team and what they have proposed. I also wanted to acknowledge that the affordable housing piece is really important. I moved here from Santa Monica, where they have affordable housing and have done a poor job. I moved because I wanted safety and security, and I believe that Caruso's team has provided a wonderful opportunity to provide safe, affordable housing to our community so that I can continue to be a resident of Montecito and feel safe here in a way that allows for inclusivity. And that's especially important to me as the daughter of a mother of a single woman who had resources from social services and the community to help me to be able to class support myself to become a doctor, and so that I could buy a home in Montecito, California, instead of living on food stamps for the rest of my life. So I would encourage the community here to be a little more inclusive and stop trying to fight so desperately to keep things the way that they are. I understand that there's safety issues. Certainly those things are very important, but I also believe that if we can start putting the people first, we can come together, be collaborative, and move forward with this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Rockerbaugh, and then I'm going to read some more names. Stephen Koch, Brent Dill, Douglas Campbell. Please.
Thank you. My name is Rock Rockenbach. Grew up in Santa Barbara, left briefly to go to law school and served my country in the Air Force. I retired and was able to move my family back here. I firmly support this project, dismayed by a lot of what I've heard, but I think it boils down to this. If not this, then what? If not here, then where? Manning Park? Hard to evacuate from Manning Park. East Mountain Drive, really hard to evacuate from there. This is a great location. It's already owned. It is already boundaried. We are not having to expand a footprint. It is right on a major artery. So if something happens, they're in a heck of a lot better situation for evacuating than most of us who live in Santa Barbara. Inaction is not allowed by law. We have to have affordable housing. So, putting it in another location is problematic. This man is going to do it without taxpayer funds, without having to lean on a special assessment or anything like that, and he needs to be able to offset it. So all the people that say we support affordable housing but want to choke the lifeblood of the machine that is going to drive it, you can't support affordable housing because it doesn't get built for free. You don't get to tap a magic wand and the building pops up. It costs the same amount per square foot as to build anywhere else in Montecito. So you have to have that economic engine to offset it. It's not a mall. You guys have walked the area. It's not a mall. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 16 years. I know what a mall is. Those are tasteful shops. And the outreach that's been done, it wasn't necessary. They did it. The adjustments were to no avail. What we should be saying is thank you, especially with the message that we're sending to other developers who are coming next. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Stephen.
If you had difficulty pronouncing my name is Karen Drown.
Okay, hold on.
and-
Stop. Let me find you. Okay, then you're right. I've mispronounced your name, so this is your opportunity.
Not
Yes.
a problem. I sort my mail. It often comes with brown, which is more common than drown. I'm a over 50-year resident of the Montecito area. I'm a parishioner of All Saints Church. I also have serious mobility issues. I love the ocean. I like to be able to see it. I'm glad we have beach access. However, handicapped parking spaces are often occupied by cars that don't have the placards, don't have the license plates, and I truly believe we need more of them, and they need to be available to those of us who really benefit physically and emotionally from being able to have access to our beaches. So thank you very much for listening to what I have to say. If we increase the size of this project, of course, without a whole number of additional special parking spaces, it's going to even further decrease my personal and many other people's opportunity to enjoy the beach access that we've been promised. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Stephen Koch, followed by Brent Dill.
My name is Steve Koch. I'm a resident of Summerlin, and I'm a member of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church. I'm also a member of the vestry, which is like our board of directors. I am here to tell you that All Saints is absolutely in favor of affordable housing. For decades, a core part of our outreach efforts has been to support lower-income members of our community in a variety of different ways. And you can fact-check me on this. Come to our church and hear about the ministries and how we donate our treasure, time, and talent to help the disadvantaged. And we absolutely support the state of California's recent legislation designed to help streamline the approval process for affordable housing. But this project really has nothing to do with affordable housing. It has to do with Rick Caruso's desire to build more luxury retail space and luxury residential space. It is including an element of employee housing for the sole purpose of getting the real project approved using loopholes in the new state legislation. At All Saints, we support any serious effort of the Miramar to build new employee housing. We welcome it to be built in the area just adjacent to our church. This is not NIMBYism. We want the affordable housing. We want it right in our backyard. We made a good faith proposal to the Miramar to swap the locations of the affordable housing and luxury retail to do just that, but they would not even consider it. I heard them twice this morning say that it's not feasible, but they won't say why. More than just destroying our church's view, the project as proposed would greatly increase traffic in our neighborhood and decrease the already scarce public parking availability. Public access to the beach, forget about it, because there will be no parking. This approval process is being ramrodded through the County Planning Commission in an attempt to gain approval by bypassing the Montecito Planning Commission and without the requisite environmental reviews. We urge the commission to allow the time for a proper environmental review of this project before voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brent Dill, followed by Douglas Campbell. Then we have Bob Hazard, David Boyd, and Andrew Henn. And I just saw this for the first time right now, but in making your public comment, direct it to us, not to the audience and not someone in the audience. Thank you. Brent Dill?
A supporter, right? Yeah,
Okay.
supporter.
Okay, so Douglas Campbell?
I'm Douglas Campbell. I've been a member of the community of All Saints by the Sea for over 25 years. In my professional opinion, as a landscape architect and planner, this project, as presently configured, will have significant adverse impacts on All Saints and its surrounding neighborhood. As you have also heard this morning, the Miramar project's bulk and mass will destroy the fundamental sense of place that has for over 125 years been provided by abiding sky and anchoring mountain views. As you have further heard, of equally grave concern, the project's parking and traffic impacts will significantly degrade the functioning of neighborhood streets. Memories of the events of January 9th, 2018 are vivid in this community and raise visceral health and safety concerns of specific adverse impacts associated with the overburdening of the capacity of neighborhood streets to effectively serve as flood evacuation routes. Again, in my professional opinion, these impacts have not been adequately evaluated. Finally, as experience has taught us, a community is in peril when it loses its essential connections to memory and place. Thank you.
Thank you. We have David Boyd. I don't see David Boyd.
He's here.
Oh, I thought he was just getting up to give you a seat.
Captain Boyd.
My name is David Boyd, and my wife and I live on San Isidro Lane, about 1 mile north of All Saints Church. We are both in our 90s, and I respectfully ask for a slight disabled extension of this 2-minute time interval. Members in 4 generations of my family have prayed at All Saints, and we are stakeholders in its future as a sacred space. Beyond its church community, All Saints is recognized in the wider community as a beacon of hope, a model of stability and lasting values in a present-day world largely caught up in materialism and fads of the moment. All of this was brought home to me on the morning of January 9th, as has been talked about before, immediately after the mud and debris flow, which took 23 lives, destroyed hundreds of homes. Early that morning, stranded motorists had seen the All Saints bell tower and struggled up from the nearby flooded freeway, somehow sensing they could find help there. They knocked on doors, roused church clergy and lay members who live in the neighborhood, who responded immediately and opened church buildings. I arrived sometime a little while later to help, and then I saw a neighborhood physician and emergency medical technicians from the Montecito Fire Department had set up a triage and treatment station in the sanctuary and were caring for patients. Neighbors and parishioners in the parish hall kitchen were cooking soup and food on hand. And neighbors had brought dry clothing to the parish house where it was available for those in need. Later, high-clearance National Guard trucks transferred evacuees from flooded homes to a a nearby shopping center where they were reunited with family and friends.
Mr. Boyd?
Counselors were present to help those who desired.
Mr. Boyd,
All-
I have to cut you off. I even gave you an extra 15 seconds there. Thank you.
Okay.
The last speaker slip I have is
I got
for,
it. Rick, thanks.
is for Andrea Hin, or Andre? She had to leave, okay. So that was the last speaker slip that I have in hand, and I'm just gonna ask, is there anyone in the gallery here that gave a speaker slip and I missed it? No, doesn't look like that. All right. So now, we go back to staff, don't we? We go back to staff. Yes, we'll go to staff. Yes, 8 minutes. Yeah. And after staff goes the applicant, and so the applicant knows you have 8 minutes in regards to a responsive applicant. 8 minutes, okay?
Thanks, Commissioners. I'm going to say a few things, and then Will Brown's going to say a few things, too. I think...
I'm sorry, I was looking around.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think there's a couple comments about the county meeting its housing quota, and I just wanted to clarify, and I'm sure you all know that that is not accurate. We have not met our RHNA numbers by any sense of the imagination. We do have an adopted housing element, but we still have to facilitate the building of all those units. I just wanted to clarify that this project was reviewed as proposed. All of the county departments reviewed them as proposed. So, for example, there is a floodway that goes over part of this property. If anything were to be moved, all of the departments would have to take a new look at this for regulations, and I'm not sure what that would come back as. So I just wanted to put that out there. In terms of traffic and parking, we spoke with Public Works over the lunch break. They thoroughly review these studies for parking, including the parking. So from the 2016 permit that allowed the reduced parking, that was an analysis that they reviewed. And then they also reviewed the analysis that we put forward for this project and the reduction in parking. And like he said something really interesting during the break. We don't plan for seas of parking that are going to sit vacant for 99% of the time. So the idea with these parking studies is to look at operations, to look at peak levels of use, and see if they're proposing something that, you know, passes a smell test, meets all the engineering thresholds, and so we do review those parking studies very, very closely. I'm going to turn it over to Willow for a few other comments.
Chair and Commissioners, I'll provide a little bit of more information on some comments that were made about the impacts to historic resources. I wanted to clarify that the resolution from the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission did not list historic views from the church as a reason why the church is historically significant. Additionally, it was mentioned several times that views of the mountains are largely from the Columbarium, sorry if I mispronounced that, but that did not complete construction until 2021. And public views of the church, which fronts Eucalyptus Lane, are from Eucalyptus Lane itself and will not be impacted by the project as it is located north of the church.
Commissioners, any questions for staff right now? Seeing none. Okay, I will hand this over to the applicant. And Mr. Wilson? Oh, Mr. Cooney. Commissioner Cooney, do you have a question for staff?
Well, I just think it's appropriate at this point, as we pivot in direction, to acknowledge that we as commissioners are looking forward to further testimony from the public and from the applicant. And at least I can say I'm not anywhere near making a decision on this project. I'm also keenly interested in the hearing before the Montecito Planning Commission because, as has been pointed out, the commission was created especially to focus on the community of Montecito. So that role needs to be filled, and even if it's less official than apparently the law requires, It's going to be very helpful to me, and I'm sure to my fellow commissioners. So I just wanted to get that on the record. A lot of people had to leave, but they left with the knowledge that there is going to be another hearing before this commission. So we look forward to their testimony at any point.
Yes. Applicant, Rivers Group.
Thank you for the time. I wasn't expecting to come back up here, but I do want to clear up the record on a couple matters, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who's going to clear up some of the technical matters. And if we could just hold that slide for 1 second, please. When I started this project many years ago, the first people that I met with were the people at All Saints, the parishioners, the pastor at the time, Pastor Amy, who we all knew. And we worked very closely with All Saints. And I do compliment All Saints. Many people came up here and talked about all the good they do in the community. And I compliment that, but I also want to say they're not the only ones that give back to the community. So we have housed people during terrible rains. The paramedics and the fire department know to drop people off, and we house them for free. We have had food lines throughout the community when food lines needed to be manned, not only for first responders, but also for residents. We're proud of what we've given back to the community. And I do want to say, just for fun, parenthetically, there was a comment about coal mining towns and what people did. It sort of seemed like it had this bend to it that I'm trying to take advantage of housing workers. My grandfather was a coal miner. He was a dynamiter when he immigrated to this country. He lived in a coal mining town outside of Uniontown, Pennsylvania. My father was born in that coal mining town. And so I have a deep respect, and being raised by my grandfather and my father, it gives me the roots on why we want to take care of people who work hard and give back to their company and give back to their community. And that's the basis for this project. So when we first met with All Saints on this project, we did receive a full letter of support, and it was a much larger project with a third story. Then I heard that down the road, months after, that there was a change of heart and some concerns. I personally met with the pastor and a member of their congregation, and I walked in and spent time with them, and I was told very clearly that what's really important to them are the views out of the columbarium. I was very much told that when they're in there, they want to be able to see the mountains. We also talked about the fact that when you're in that columbarium, and you should probably might want to take a look at it. It's beautifully done. You also look at the transformer, and you look at the parking lot, and we made some suggestions that we could help enhance those views, and we're happy to do it. We have had a long history of supporting All Saints. They didn't want that. They just wanted the view preserved. So we had another meeting with the pastor and representatives, and there was an architect that they brought in with a suggestion. If we could put that slide back up, please. Do you mind, sir? And his suggestion, you can see his hand drawings. His hand drawings were, and this is a view out of the columbarium. Now, this was designed by their architect and proposed to us in a meeting that I attended. They said, split the building and create a view line and lose a unit or two so we maintain the view from the columbarium. I went back to my team and I said, you know what, in the interest of our longstanding relationship with All Saints, let's do the right thing by the community. Although we lost a whole level already, let's take a look at creating this view line. Can we go to the next slide, please? That is, I think, the existing view from the columbarium as it sits there today. This is the view line when we spread out our building and eliminated one more unit. If you can go to the next slide, please. How about that? Still has the view of the mountains. Now, we lose a unit, and there's a cost to that, but we're willing to absorb that cost in the interest of finding a resolution here. When we presented this to them, they said, you know what, now we've decided the columbarium view isn't important to us at all. Literally, we don't care about the columbarium view. We want to preserve the view from the front steps of the church. And would you come back and give us another view with the front steps of the church and realign your building? Our head of development, Mr. Bryce Ross, worked with Dave Williams, our head of design, who is sitting here. We spent an enormous amount of time working over the weekend to create another view line. We don't have it here with us. To create another view line, Mr. Ross reached out to the pastor along with the representative of their church and said, we have it ready. We can be up there in the morning. We can go on a Zoom, whatever you need before you meet with your parishioners, and we'll show that to you. We then receive a text that was not intended for us. It's the terrible thing that can happen with texts. It was intended just for the pastor, but it went to us that said, let him go ahead and present it. We'll go ahead and have our meeting with the church. We're going to go back after our meeting and just tell them that it doesn't work. And then we're going to come and testify against the project. And we're going to say that the Caruso team said it wasn't financially feasible. The minute we got that text, I was literally driving and pulled over. I called Bryce and I said, our discussions and negotiations with All Saints will now stop. I opened this hearing talking about our core values. Our core values are integrity, honesty, operating in good faith. It was clear to us by that text that was sent to us. They have no intention to solve this problem. They have every intention to kill the project. And they did know, because I explained it to them over and over again, that this quote-unquote swap that they're proposing destroys the project. Because the fuel, the economic fuel to make this work into perpetuity is having the limited amount of retail and the limited amount of market rate housing in order to support into perpetuity that housing for our workers. So the minute you move that, which we explained to them, the minute you move the retail away from the hotel, the customer cannot easily walk there. It's located where it is today so that the guests and the residents can walk through the hotel property and go right into the shops and come back out, not disturbing the neighborhood, not going down the street. And by the way, we wouldn't get at least. Honestly, I know, and I don't mean to be arrogant, a thing or two about how to lease retail. It just won't work there. We explained that to them. So what I think is critically important here is we have had a history of trying to come in and do the right thing. We've had a history of negotiating with the community. We're here today after 2 years of negotiating with the community, and this project has been fashioned by the community. We're proud of this project. It has to be looked at as proposed, not because we're stubborn, not because we're arrogant, not because we're not willing to compromise. We have done all of that. And if there was a compromise, frankly, in the works, which solves the problem that they posted to us, we've solved it. And so you know, although we have not talked to All Saints since we received that text, would we go back and provide this opening as we proposed? Of course we would, in the interest of doing what's right by the community. But we're not going to be taking our time negotiating with an organization that doesn't appear to want to negotiate in good faith. With that, I'll turn it over to Chris. Who's
Well,
gonna,
that's your 8 minutes, but.
Oh, well.
But I'm going to ask you a quick question, Mr. Caruso.
Yeah, anything you'd like.
Okay. So basically, Commissioner Reed asked Katie, I think it was, if this was your project and no changes, and I think she responded yes. But you're saying, hey, we do have an alternative if it did come down to it, is what you just said. Correct. This alternative.
In fairness to this commission, I wanted you to know that we did try to solve the problem that they proposed, and we will stand by that, because when we make a commitment, we live with our commitment. But at the same time, if they're trying to create swaps and do things that undercut this whole proposal, of course we're not going to go down that road.
Okay, understood. That's why I wanted to, that there was in that.
Did I miss anything?
Commissioner Park?
Yes,
and also we were asked to provide stained glass for the columbarium because the view is no longer important, which we did offer to pay for the stained glass.
Correct. And my understanding is that in regards to the shops that are proposed, there's valet parking that would be taken for those people who are just coming from off-site on there. It wouldn't be the general parking.
That's
public
correct.
Parking. There'd
Yeah.
be valet
There's
parking.
dedicated valet parking for that.
Okay. Commissioner Park.
I had a couple of questions, and I don't know, they're best asked of Mr. Caruso or Ms. Mangan. They're kind of
If
civil
you want a good,
engineering
smart,
questions.
technical answer, you're going to want to go to Katie.
Well,
trust
let's
me, but
try you,
I'll give
okay?
I'll give it a shot.
I know what it's like to be shown up with our age, you know? So, look, as we walk out the door of the hotel and walk out to the west, to this northwest corner, okay, my recollection, it's a pretty even grade, isn't it? Pretty flat?
Pretty much. Is that
Yeah.
about right, Dave? Yeah. Yeah.
It goes up.
Goes up.
6 feet, roughly 2%.
Okay,
Right.
2%.
You kind of amble to the west, and that's part of what you're trying to achieve there.
Right.
Now, as one walks out the hotel and goes to the east, isn't there quite a drop to the parking lot?
More than a story.
Yeah, so it's probably, what, about 15 feet? Yeah, about 15 feet. There's a steep drop down, which is a bit dangerous to navigate by foot. Correct.
Right. So if you're trying to maintain that kind of walkable ambience with the landscaping, you're able to do it to the west. If you try to swap it to the east, it's a little more difficult, isn't it?
It's a good point, yes. That's why the retail on that side is unleasable, because the retailers know their customer, our guests or residents, cannot easily walk over there and shop or hang out.
Now, what are the number of retail units now?
What do we have?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm going to interrupt for a quick second. Any comments need to be on the mic. So if,
Okay, I'll
if
do
the
my
team
best
wants
to
to
answer
talk,
it.
they need to be on the mic.
So there's 2 inside the hotel, and there's 6 outside the hotel, in terms of on the grounds adjacent to the gym.
And they're off to the west from the hotel.
Correct, they're
are
off
they
to the
not?
west.
Kind of on that walkway.
Right. There's connectivity that has been designed and created so people can browse the stores that are currently there, and then to be able to take that meandering path that would connect them to the new shops.
Now-
And also for the market rate, not to interrupt you, sir, I'm sorry. For the market rate, you know, people want to have also the connection to the resort to be able to use the facilities. And as Katie said, the residents in the affordable homes are going to still be able to have access, but end up getting more privacy where they are, which we believe is important.
And I've gotten a little confused. The underground parking is where and what's it for?
The underground parking is under the retail and market rate. There's 1 floor of underground parking. And then we're creating a deck on the east lot, basically at the same level as Jameson, that would allow the affordable housing to be at the sidewalk grade. And then under that there would be parking remaining.
Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my questions. They're not meant to indicate favoritism one way or the other. It's just to get more information out here for people to consider.
Appreciate
you.
it.
Commissioner Reed?
I have a couple of questions for you. Could you go back to the prior slide, the slide that shows the other architects' kind of blocky renderings superimposed? I'm going to go back, look at that one for a couple of seconds, then come back to this one. You need to keep going. That thing, okay. Okay, so the angle changed a bit. All right, now you can go back to the one with the window. I was wondering where that Oricaria bidwilli went, the bunya tree, but it's kind of obscured, I think, by the mullion. Okay,
Yeah, I think the intent there was to frame it.
right.
Yeah.
Well, and
We've offered a landscape allowance to the church
sure.
to
well,
use as they see fit.
I'm looking at this photo, and that the middle section it's a far better view than what I saw yesterday, because I thought that glass was so distorted. I had a hard time looking at the mountains. If it looked as good as that, that would be a marked improvement. But
Well, we enhanced it, sir, so
Okay,
we
okay.
wanted to be able to demonstrate where
get
the
an
mountain
idea of what
range
you're
was.
seeing. Okay, and with respect to the commercial, in your proposal, are the commercial spaces, are they going to be contiguous? Or are they going to be spread around a little bit?
They are contiguous because of the tightness of the site. So
Okay.
they're on two sides of a walkway and an open space that's open to the public, but they're contiguous.
But at any rate, their size and orientation are each going to be similar to the existing ones on the site?
Correct. In fact, most of them are actually smaller, and they all are inward facing.
Okay. And that, in my experience, that certainly doesn't meet the description of a mall. It's something much nicer, not a mall in any event.
I agree. And in my experience, it's not a mall that could survive financially anywhere else other than being contiguous to a resort.
Yeah, well, and with respect to the comments you've received about, the profit motive, and we've done so many housing projects, we fully realize that an affordable element also requires some sort of income generating element to support that, so. We understand. Oh, okay. With respect to the commercial element of your project and the kind of the assertions that it all revolves around profit, I mean, we've dealt with certainly a sufficient number of affordable housing projects, whereas we realize the necessity of having market rate and other elements of a project in order to finance and support the inclusion of the affordable element. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask, since so many of our supporters saved time today by having to leave, if Chris, just to clean the record, because there's been a lot of statements made by the opposition and frankly by the church that are just not accurate, that we have a clean record. It will only take a couple minutes, I promise.
Why don't we do this? Well, I'll give you 1 minute right there, because I'm trying to be fair to those people in the general public.
Well, there was about 30 people that didn't speak because they had to leave, so
no,
we saved you an hour.
I understand, and it's for our edification of understanding this is what I'm hearing you say.
I think just in fairness, I would ask. Thanks.
And we'll be back on November 1.
Yeah, we'll be back on November 1, but let's put a minute on there, and if you can hit the highlight.
I'll do my best. This is very on the fly.
I know, but she's part of the
First of all,
applicant.
thank you so much to our supporters who are still here. I want to stress that we had dozens and dozens of people that were here at 9 a.m. ready to speak in support, and unfortunately, many of them had to leave. There's been a lot of comments here today that were very subjective in nature, and I just want to stress that they're all conclusory statements. There's absolutely no data on file to support them. We've gone through a rigorous process to analyze all the different impacts required under CEQA, which has been reviewed independently by county staff and found there to be no impacts and found us to be in compliance with every relevant policy. This includes the traffic study that not only looks at VMT, but also looks at level of service, no impacts. It also includes the parking study, which is consistent with the way that the resort has operated from day one, utilizing best practices. And again, there's long established precedent for looking at parking this way, reviewed independently by staff. We're all living through construction of the 101 and the short-term inconveniences that it poses. Our traffic study takes those improvements into account.
In all fairness, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Thank you. And this, now it comes back to us, commissioners. And in light of that, I just want to, I'm going to start it off by just saying this, is that this is not a deliberation, for at least for me it's not, because again, this is going to go to the Montecito Planning Commission. They're going to come back with the recommendations, and the next time around, November 1, that's the big day. I mean, that honestly is the big day with the recommendations that come through. I think it's only fair for me to say, in regards to what I'm interested in, is indeed the parking situation. And I welcome any party to submit anything in writing or however you so wish, that we have this date and between November 1 to submit whatever clarifications you want. And I personally do read them. That's, I believe, is my responsibility. So I do read everything that comes through, and that's a lot of reading, and there was a lot of reading on this one. I am interested in understanding more of a clarification, and this is just for the general, is that how the affordable housing element administration works. I mean, I think that would be edification for myself as well as for the general public in regards to, okay, you have an employee, there was even a statement, okay, what if the employee's hurt? I understand from my meetings is that the county is involved in regards to that. And I just think it needs some more clarification. It helps me, and I think it would help the general public. In regards to a working atmosphere of the of the traffic after the completion, I kind of hinted at that. You know, where would be the commercial drop-off? Where would you do your painting? Those kind of things. I think I would want to see a more clarification in regards to that understanding. And I believe that I wrote a note to myself in relation to this. I can't even read my own writing without my glasses. No, that's where, the peak time for parking. Just a clarification is what I'm looking for, some understanding of that and some explanation of what peak times, because sometimes I imagine this place is going to have, or the Miramar, not this place, the Miramar is going to have weddings, other events like that. How does it handle those things in that situation? I think if I heard the news like that or information and that was fed to me, and even the neighborhood, I'm just not looking at Miramar, the neighbors can all say how it affects them and how it's been handled in the past as well as now. That would be interesting to me in regards to this thing, and that's what my comments are for right now. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Reed?
I guess I beat him to the button. Yeah, a couple of things. We had a lot of public comment, robust public comment. I appreciate all of that. That's what we're here for. It helps us, assists us in making better, more informed decisions. And at least with respect to myself, I think most people, I don't keep a laundry list of number of commenters on any topic. I tend to value quality more than just absolute quantity, having had a history of showing up to a lot of meetings for issues that had environmental significance, that had very heavy public comment. So, like I said, I look at quality rather than quantity. One of the comments concerned me a bit, though I did not appreciate one comment that this project was being ramrodded through the County Planning Commission. There's a short agenda of 5 meetings available for this whole process. If it were being ramrodded, we'd be making some kind of a decision today. So this is part of creating a database we can use to make more informed decisions later on in the process when that becomes possible and necessary. So no ramrodding. Yeah, so that's all I have to say right now.
Commissioner Park. Commissioner Park, your light's on.
Yes. I wanted to join in my colleague's praise for the public comment today. And I agree with him. It's the quality more than the quantity. And that doesn't mean I'm judging the quality of the comment. I'm just saying that there was a lot of information. And if 20 more people got up and said the same thing, it wouldn't have made any difference to me. So I appreciate the fact that more people can come on the first and stay and say whatever they want. Maybe they'll see something different. But we got a lot of really good information that illustrated what people's concerns are and really got me thinking. But I wanted to go over what I personally want to do next, because I think folks are concerned about the time fuse that they see as being a short time fuse for this project for now. And that is, I will attend the meeting on the 18th. I cannot participate, but I'll be there to hear everything that anybody has to say. And I'm a person that believes that when you're actually in a room, you sense things that you don't see on the television and so forth. So that's important. I'll learn a lot. I will be available for further site visits. I want to make a site visit to the church, and I want to make another site visit to the Miramar to poke around and look at some things that I referred to today. And I'm going to take another look at the prevailing law here. I knew this stuff when I first saw it a few years ago was untested law, a little bit ambiguous, and it remains that way. I think those questions I asked at the beginning of this hearing remain unanswered. I want to see if I can answer them a little bit better. What's the relevance for talking about that now? Let me spell it out. If you oppose this project, you've got to realize there's some very important state law that may provide very strong boundaries on what your opposition can be. So you have to get realistic about how to take that into account. And if you're the applicant, you've got some law that's in your favor, but it's ambiguous, it's untested, and you can't rely on it maybe as much as you think you can. What's the moral of that story? I know this from being a lawyer that exploited ambiguous law for 50 years, and that's what brought me a lot of work. And that is that when you have untested law, ambiguities in the law, what does it lead to? It leads to litigation before judges, first a Superior Court judge, then District Court of Appeal, and possibly the California Supreme Court. And that's a process that, just on the legal issues I brought up earlier today, would probably take 4 years. So if you want to resolve this and resolve it soon, put your thinking caps on, go shake hands with everybody in the room, and figure out if there's a way to resolve it with some kind of settlement discussions. Because I think there is some wiggle room under the law, and there's also some wiggle room for good things you can do to make this project work for everybody. And I'd say, let's try and do that together in the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
With that, with the comments of the commissioners, I'm looking for a motion to continue this matter to the November 1st.
Mr. Chair, yes, I will make the motion to continue this matter as pre-planned to the hearing of, let's see, it's still November, isn't it? November 1st, 2025, 24.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the 2024, not the 2025.
You don't want to put it off another year?
No, I would. I just don't know if I'll live that long, so.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any objections? Any abstentions? Hearing none, unanimously continue to the 1st. And let's take a 15-minute break before we start the next matter, okay? Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Planning Commission and our last part of our afternoon session. Mr. Villalobos, if we can read the item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of a group of appellants, Las Conchas Homeowners Association and neighbors, to consider case number 23 APO 14, an appeal of the Planning and Development Department's director's decision to approve a mixed light cannabis cultivation operation under case number 19 CDP 39, and after considering the environmental review documents, determined that as reflected in the CEQA findings, no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration shall be prepared for this project.
Thank you. And Commissioners, any ex parte communications to be disclosed? Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been some time, maybe it'll come out in the hearing, since I visited the site prior to our initial hearing on this matter. But I did visit the site and was informed at the time of the issues that were being faced by the applicants. But it was such a long time ago. I really am going to have to hear most everything again.
Okay. So let's move to staff then.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and members of the Commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the continuation of the appeal of the Island Breeze Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation and Processing Project. On June 26, 2024, the Planning Commission reviewed the project and requested that the applicant update the odor abatement plan to utilize carbon systems. Here's a floor plan showing the locations of the 44 new Kootenai and Camphil brand air filtration units. The air filtration systems will handle the odors from the mature plant cultivation bays and processing room shown in green. Here, did it work? There we go.
Oh, okay.
The vapor phase system will emit odor neutralizer along the greenhouse ridge vents and greenhouse perimeter as shown in the blue lines. In summary, the project will be 1.92 acres of mixed light commercial cannabis cultivation within existing greenhouses. The applicant will demolish all unpermitted development and validate the existing as-built greenhouse. The project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and coastal zoning ordinance, including the Carpinteria Valley agricultural overlay standards and the cannabis cultivation regulations. As a reminder, all the findings for approval of a CDP can be made with regard to availability of adequate services and consistency with applicable policies and ordinance regulations. The project is located on a legal lot. There are no outstanding zoning violations or unpaid fees. The project will not obstruct public views of the coast, and the project is compatible with the physical scale of the area. And I realize that you may have wanted more details, but we assumed that we were just moving forward with a continuance item. So this is our final slide here as a reminder. I'm sorry. In summary, staff recommends that you deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval included in Attachment A, determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant team, including the industrial hygienist, are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney? Or no?
Yes, I have a question. Mr. Connor, thank you for that brevity. You know, we weren't looking for ways to use our time today. But I am curious, it's in the months that have intervened, have you had an opportunity to revisit the site to actually see where the proposed project will be situated?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, I have not.
Okay, well, I'll assume nobody has from staff under this.
Commissioner, through the chair, my understanding is compliance staff has been out there because the operation is currently operating, and so compliance has performed regular inspections at the site in the meantime.
Okay, that's helpful because we're talking about an operation that has continued since the original hearing, and there've been some reports of odors from the cannabis operation. And I think the key issue here, for me at least, is whether the odor abatement plan as revised is going to be sufficient to prevent the odors from violating what are now the county's rules, and which we've reviewed at some length. So I'll be asking the engineer about that.
And Commissioner Cooney, we just wanted to add too, so, you know, you gave direction to the applicant to go back, update their odor sorry, it's been a long day, odor abatement plan. When they did update it, we do run that by our consultant to make sure that it's adequate too. So you can have that assurance too that they looked at this.
Is the consultant available to testify today? No, okay.
This is the county consultant, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, Geosyntec.
I understand.
Okay.
Consulting, yeah. But, you know, the more witnesses you have saying the same thing, the more confident you can be. Okay, I'm ready to hear.
Commissioner Reed?
I have some questions that really come from the odor abatement plan. Okay, first, page 5, if you look at that, it says the previous version of the standard had no actual requirements for laboratory air changes per hour, ACHs, though in a non-binding appendix of that standard, there were some recommendations relative to laboratory air changes per hour. And they go on to say a minimum rate for unoccupied laboratories, in other words, night and weekends, is 4 room air changes per hour. Occupied laboratories typically operate at rates of greater than 8 room air changes per hour. The carbon scrubber layout for this project was based on 4 air changes per hour. What was the basis for making that decision on the minimal amount of air changes per hour when apparently, you know, there's all sorts of activities going to be conducted in these greenhouses?
Commissioner, through the chair, that level of detail is something that the county consultant, Geosyntec, reviewed and had no concerning comments on that. I also want to say that the applicant's hygienist is present today on Zoom, so they can answer those specific questions as well.
Okay, that's one I'd like to hear the hygienist answer. I have an additional one. Okay, page 3, and we talked about this yesterday, talking about the efficacy of carbon filtration used as an emissions control technology. If we look at the second paragraph, last sentence, due to higher volumetric flow rates, there is no efficient and cost-effective way to direct odorous air into an activated carbon filter for greenhouse cultivation. As such, it is impractical for activated carbon to be used to control fugitive emissions from greenhouses. And then it goes on to say odor neutralizers or odor maskants are vapor phase systems used to reduce off-site impact of odorous nuisances by either masking the type of smell or reducing the intensity and strength of an odor. Well, given the fact that it first says activated carbon may not be adequate to control fugitive emissions from a greenhouse, how does that belong in this, and what is the effect on the expected integrity of the system if it is in fact supposed to reduce fugitive emissions to a level that's acceptable to neighboring properties? Maybe that's one for the hygienist? Okay. I'd like to revisit that, certainly.
I think that's a good idea, and I just want to reiterate that this OAP describes the technology that's to be used, and it has a floor plan of the components. It has the contact information in the event of complaints, and it does meet the ordinance requirements.
Yeah, well, I've looked at all of that stuff. I just want to hear from a real-world person whose job and profession it is doing that. A hygienist, I worked with industrial hygienists in a former life because we worked with a lot of compounds, had a lot of VOCs in the lab, and for different reasons than just aesthetics and odor for keeping people alive. So I'd like to hear this hygienist's explanation on these elements. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park.
I'd like to comment on that just a moment, just to the benefit of hearing so many of these projects over the years. And in fact, starting with the first one that used the carbon scrubbers, the, is it David and Cindy Van Wingerden? And they used scrubbers they actually got with, from Bayer Scientific. And I think the key thing in the paragraph that was just referred to by Commissioner Reed is the reference to systems that are installed on active ventilation systems where there's forced air to exhaust it. And that's not the way I understand most of these greenhouses are intended to work, to use the carbon filtration. They're intended to be a closed system for most of the day, and one gets out as much of the scent-causing compounds as possible with the carbon filtration. And then typically they'll burp out that hot air in the evening or the early hours of the morning. Okay? And that's, by the way, when you have the Bayer system working on that burp out, it actually kind of recaptures anything that missed it. And then they'll start over again as the hours of the day change. So I think that middle paragraph isn't really saying that activated carbon filters don't work. It's just that they don't work in the context of an active forced air ventilation system.
No response from staff, or?
Commissioner Parker, I think we agree with you. That's all.
I remember some things, just not where my car keys are.
And I think, I'm not sure. I think the hygienist has to talk, but I think they're trying to explain activated carbon systems, and then they're proposing carbon scrubbers, and so I think they're trying to differentiate between what they're proposing to do versus other types of carbon, but I'm going to let the hygienist,
I do have a question if we're there.
Sure.
I'm kind of lost. Are you done, Mr. Reed?
Well, just my understanding of it is they all use activated charcoal as an absorbent for odor molecules, and the word scrubber is just kind of like a common everyday term to describe some of the technology, but I don't know that the word scrubber actually has any real relevance. It's not like the Mr. Clean magic scrubber for air. It's just, it all relies on carbon as an absorptive medium for the odor, the elements of odor.
Yes, Commissioner Park.
Okay, I have to confess, I get confused by all these similar sounding names. And is Geosyntec, was that the company under whose auspices Nathan Eady was operating under when they did that study a year or two ago, or 2 or 3? It's not.
No, so the study that you're thinking of was performed by SCS engineers.
Right. And that's,
whereas they have prepared a number of OAPs for cannabis operators, whereas
Right.
Geosyntec is the county's consultant.
and that's the one that first gave us a reported study on the effectiveness on carbon scrubbers. Okay, but I still want to refer to that one. One thing I've noted in our various projects in front of us is cannabis projects, the greenhouse ones. There's been some variation in the density of scrubbers. I mean, how many per square foot and so on and so forth, or how many square feet per scrubber. And nobody really knows what works or doesn't work yet, so I can understand there would be that variation. The proposal for this project, is it similar to the density of scrubbers that were studied by Mr. Eady?
So I want to clarify that the SCS study was conducted for the PCO technology, the photocatalytic oxidation. That's a different specific technology than what is being proposed here. There is a handful of commonly used carbon systems. We'll just refer to them as that. So that was a different type. That was the Invinity system.
Right.
But I will
the
say,
so-called regenerative
right,
scrubbers and all
right.
that. Yeah,
But this, when Geosyntec reviewed this revised OAP, they had no comments on the density of the scrubbers, and they indicated that the density was sufficient. They actually indicated it was more than
that's what I
sufficient.
was getting at. So that's an important thing to establish. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. This is pretty robust. I mean, we have had some people like propose like one in a greenhouse, and we would say, no, that's not going to cut it. Yeah.
Commissioner Bradley.
I should just state for the record that I was absent on June 26 when this was last before the commission, but I did review the tape, and I prepared to, was understood the staff report at that time. I tried to go back and refresh my memory on that, but in looking at what's before us, this is the sum total of the revised odor abatement plan, right? So I guess I have a question, because I remember when we had odor abatement plans that had graduated performance standards and, monitoring, and if something didn't work, then you had a secondary action. So they were much more robust than what I'm seeing here today, and I guess I'm confused. What happened into our standard? Is it just because Geosyntec is looking at it and they're saying this is fine, or what exactly?
Commissioner, through the chair. So I think what you're referring to is a component that was in a lot of these OAPs that were the model OAP. And that's a voluntary proposal that the applicant would provide, not required by the code. So this OAP does not include adaptive management. This is what's proposed by the operator in compliance with the code.
So, Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I think Ms. Baylor, I think it would be helpful to articulate what the code does require and not what isn't being proposed, because the code does have some requirements that would be helpful for the commission to hear about. And as a spoiler, we will be bringing something on November 6th to further articulate this.
I need to pull up the code.
While you're doing that, could I make another comment in that regard? Okay. Again, this is just like going to Bible school over and over again. You begin to remember some things, and that's these projects. What we're talking about is tiered response system, okay, which has to do with how one responds to complaints, so that they don't go into a big bucket at P&D and nothing ever happens. That's what people are complaining, okay? So this is a system of graduated responses by the growers themselves. And we had two levels of tiered response systems. One is already in the code, and that's what Ms. Byler is going to find. The other was a document, a model agreement that was drawn up as part of the settlement between the coalition of whatever they're coalitioning, but the coalition with various growers. And what we found in literally every project after that was we encouraged those who had entered into that agreement, fine, but we could not take those provisions of the agreement with the coalition and make them conditions of approval to the project. We could really only take the code. And so that's kind of what occurred there. And I think that explains part of what you're thinking about. It's only in the absence of any tiered response whatsoever that I've pushed to see it, and that's mostly been in the outdoor grows that are up in the North County. I hope that clarifies things, but maybe
Thank you.
nothing
And Commissioner
clarifies
Bradley,
things.
I
at
think
three.
a lot of the tiered responses often ended with the carbon scrubber as like an end after, the tiers. And this, in essence, this OAP is going straight toward the carbon scrubber option, as kind of has been directed by your commission on a lot of projects. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
So Steve has found the code section, and we can pull it up on the screen. These are the development standards for odor abatement plans presently. And they include a floor plan designating where the odor emitting activities will occur and the different technology components, a description of the equipment and methods to be used for reducing odors, documentation that it's been reviewed and certified by a professional engineer or certified industrial hygienist.
Personally, I'm trying to. There we go. Personally, I'm trying to read and go up and down and trying to listen to what you're saying, and I'm lost.
Are you getting seasick?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Look away for a moment, yeah?
Okay, thanks, Steve. That's good.
Okay.
Um,
Now we're
so-
there.
All right, so bullets. I think we have the giggles. A through F. A through H show the components of the odor abatement plan. And maybe, Steve, we could look at H. That may get to what Commissioner Bradley was discussing. This is the code requirement that states if 3 verified complaints are received within a 365-day period, then corrective actions shall be implemented. So again, this is different than the model OAP that Commissioner Park was discussing with the adaptive management procedures.
I'm sorry, through the chair. So that means, in staff's opinion, then Geosyntec's concurrence, you don't need to repeat this in an OAP? Is that your position?
So all of these components, A through H, are in the OAP. And H specifically, this is a procedure that the department would take if 3 verified complaints were received. So this is a code requirement.
Okay, I guess I missed that. Okay.
Okay, I have a quick question. Well, actually, it's tied into 2 things. I'm still struggling in my mind in regards to neighborhood compatibility when you have 2 operations, and then this is the 3rd operation, of whether or not in neighborhood compatibility, if there's ever such thing as oversaturation of having 3 operations around you rather than 1 or 2, or is it just, well, one's around you and that opens the door for many others? And my other question is what is a verified complaint? Because if somebody's complaining, and this is my mind, the way my mind thinks is, if somebody's complaining, you're going to have 3 people just pointing at each other if they're so in such close vicinity. So how could there be a verified complaint?
Chair Martinez, so I want to clarify that there are different permit types, and this is a different permit types that are required for these cannabis operations. So this permit before you today is a coastal development permit, and Steve in his presentation walked through the findings that are required for a CDP, and we explained that we can make these findings. A conditional use permit, which is required for certain cannabis operations, has a finding required that we can find that it is compatible with the neighborhood. So that's the neighborhood compatibility finding. That's not applicable to this project because this is a coastal development permit. Okay. Regarding the complaints and the issue of which operation is actually emitting the odor and causing that odor nuisance, that is something that we're really looking to address with this new odor ordinance that's going to be before you on November 6th. So we acknowledge that that's a challenge that we have currently with this ordinance.
Okay. So really, we don't, verified complaint is really just kind of an anomaly right now. It's okay. And we're going to try and strengthen it up, is what we're saying. Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just bring out that reading carefully a couple of times this odor abatement plan, there are significant questions that arise as to whether the plan proposed to us is going to be sufficient. It may be sufficient under our current ordinance because it may be impossible to prove exactly which location the odor is coming from. So we can spend time today. I'm not objecting to that. Very closely question the odor abatement plan, certified. We can question the certifier and say, what about this? I mean, you're saying that normally the carbon does this, but it can't do it in this case because of the setup. And what they do instead is pump the air back in after it's been treated at the ridge, and it's literally full of holes. So we can spend the time to do that today, or we can further continue this matter until we are given the answer as to the question, how are we going to determine later on, how are the 350 members of the nearby condominiums who have appealed this, how are they going to be able to determine whether it's working or not just because they smell the odor of marijuana? And I'm very concerned that we not just process this and say, okay, we have a certified odor abatement plan that reasonable minds can differ is effective. So anyhow, I'll go any way the rest of the commission wants to go or staff advises. But for me at least, reading the odor abatement plan leaves lots of questions. And I heard Commissioner Reed ask a couple of them that I had written down also. Maybe there'll be satisfactory answers, but I'm afraid by approving this now with the state of information that we have, we may be making the matter worse rather than better. So anyhow, however the commission wants to proceed, I'll go along with.
Commissioner Briley?
Okay, not to beat a dead horse here, but you've got item H in the code, and then when I read this, it says if the operator receives an odor complaint, Island Breeze Farms will notify the county within 24 hours of receiving the complaint, and then they'll keep records and do something about it. I still find this deficient, and maybe it's just I need more words to explain how they're going to do it. Are they going to there's a contact person, and are they going to, have the neighbor come out? Are they going to consult with the county? Where's the beef in this? I mean, it's the shortest thing I've ever seen, and yet it's the most controversial one. We've gotten so many comment letters, and I play tennis at the Polo and Racket Club. It's not a conflict of interest, but I hear about it a lot. And the Island Breeze case is on everyone's mind out there. So I guess I was looking for something more robust. I appreciate what you're saying in terms of, well, the goal of the repetitive increasing in treatment is to end up at a charcoal system. But here, that's not 100%. It's charcoal and vapor phase. So I still feel like there's a lot of questions out there about what's really going to do it. And I feel like the neighbors are still going to be wondering, who do they go to for relief? Because the idea was that the operator would take responsibility and work with the neighbors. So I don't know, how did that get lost?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, maybe it's just getting late in the day. And
Oh, that's true.
four of us have a wonderful drive home, which we're all looking forward to. The comment I'm just going to make to the reset, we are doing ordinance amendments. The way it's currently written is that it would be applicable to this site when it's adopted by the Coastal Commission, whenever that would occur, which we won't go into that today because we're not agendized to talk about that. But just one thing for the commission to consider is if the commission can't make the findings, is it already an existing operation? They're already out there. So continuing it just continues to prolong the issue. So if the commission can't make the findings, then maybe we come back with findings for denial. This is like this second round we've had on this, and if we can't make the findings, then maybe we just can't make it, we can come back for denial. I have a concern about continuing to continue this. There's a lot of continuing, because they're already in operation, so it's not getting a resolution to either side, unless there's some specific concrete information that we're asking them to come back and provide to help us make the findings.
Commissioner Reed? Commissioner Cooney.
I'm not disputing the idea that they've done what we asked them to do. The question I'm raising is, what we asked them to do has now been produced. They've got a system that involves scrubbers. They apply it in a different way maybe than we've seen. But if we go ahead and approve it, we're going to leave them with a possibility of closing down what they're doing now. And, I think that depends on adequate enforcement. So if it can't be enforced the way it is now, is it going to be any better with this system applied? We're doing a little bit of chasing our tail. I would love to get it off the agenda, but at the same time, with that in mind, I read it hoping that I could vote in favor of it, and right now, I would vote to have staff return with denial findings.
Commissioner Reed, you've been waiting there.
Yeah, my reason for concern on this, I recall the last hearing we had on this, and at the conclusion of the hearing, I heard during deliberations voices saying that they could not approve this unless it came back with the best available technology, in other words, carbon scrubbers, which applicant has complied with. But I feel, we have obligation both to applicant, but especially, or as similarly, to appellant. Applicant, if they've satisfied all the requirements of our rigorous cannabis ordinance, et cetera, to afford them the ability to operate. But also, we certainly need to take into account as much as possible and ensure that the comfort and safety of the neighbors is guarded. Since applicant has returned using the best technology, carbon scrubbers, which the commission asked for, I think right now it's our task to examine their plan to ensure that it has been deployed and will be operated in a manner sufficient to reduce the objectionable odors to their neighbors. Looks to me like this system, using the carbon filtration to remove the bulk of the odors, and the vapor phase systems to help go along with that to reduce the fugitive emissions, kind of a belt and suspenders system that may in fact be adequate and meet our needs, but it remains that we need some sort of more definitive confirmation from the industrial hygienist with respect to waiting until such time as the cannabis ordinance is dealt with. I don't think that ordinance is going to be a slam dunk or briefly because at least one of us, me, has some pretty significant reservations with the foundational element of that cannabis odor management plan using organoleptic testing. Nasal Ranger as kind of a foundational advice to evaluate. I have some real questions in terms of validity and reproducibility of results. So I wouldn't anticipate that's going to be a slam dunk. So I would like to establish that this system, at least at the present time, will be adequate and allow the applicant to move ahead. That would be my feeling. If everybody else wants to extend it until such time as the cannabis ordinance is resolved, which is unknown, I could go with that if that's necessary.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we are starting to vary into more of a deliberative type thing, so we probably should hear from the applicant and the appellants and then public comment, because we haven't heard from any of those parties yet.
Yeah, Commissioner Park, you had your light.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder if maybe I fell asleep and missed the applicant presentation and the public comment and woke up during deliberations, because that's all I've heard for the last several minutes. And if we're in deliberations, I've got plenty to say, because I think that this idea of delaying this until after the new ordinance is considered may be a case of be careful what you wish for, because right now they're willing to put in carbon scrubbers. I think the reason that some of the members of the industry really love this proposed new ordinance is that some folks will use the Nasal Ranger and say, the Rosewater misting system here is working just fine, and we haven't detected anything above a threshold of 4 or whatever the hell it is. And we don't need carbon scrubbers after all. And now we can save a heck of a lot of money. And maybe even some of us who have committed to put in carbon scrubbers can claim it won't do any good, so it's a way to get rid of that requirement that we have to put them in. So I think there's something to be considered about. Maybe you got a bird in the hand here, and they're willing to put in these scrubbers. Maybe you ought to do it. But that's something for further discussion. And I don't think we're in deliberations.
Well, I don't see any more lights on, so it is for the applicant.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe the applicant's virtual, so we can go to cyberspace and hear from them.
Okay. So let's start with 10 minutes for the applicant.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stacy Wooten. I'm the agent for the project. We have our project attorney, Josh Lynn, on here as well. Both Josh and I are available to answer any non-technical odor questions you may have, but I'd like to introduce Sean and Greg from York Engineering. They're our environmental consultants who prepared the odor abatement plan, as well as the most recent amendments that are being discussed today. So I will let Sean from York Engineering begin with a review of the amended plan.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you guys. My name is Sean Gilday. I'm a mechanical professional engineer, senior air quality engineer at York Engineering. Our firm is a consulting firm that specializes in air quality engineering services. And we have substantial experience with assessing odors and evaluating odors, different abatement technologies for a wide range of applications. We look at a lot of different industry odor types, and that includes cannabis operations. We were contracted to assist Island Breeze with their odor abatement plan for their operations. And I'll explain a little bit of the process we went through for the odor abatement plan. We worked with the site to get an understanding of their location, their site, their processes. We reviewed their odor emitting activities and looked at the various stages of cannabis that have the highest potential for odors. We reviewed several technologies that are available for odor control in the market and looked at their feasibility. We worked with Island Breeze to understand their proposed odor control systems and looked at the system's feasibility and effectiveness. And we put some good general engineering practices for minimizing odors in the plan. The odor abatement plan represents our engineering review of the proposed odor control strategies, and we confirm that they meet the county's regulations. What the odor abatement plan asks for is specifically the odor neutralizer system to be installed at the ridge vents, carbon scrubbers to be installed inside the greenhouses, several engineering practices, including, give me 1 second, including avoiding cross ventilation inside the greenhouses. I think that's mainly the important stuff on the odor abatement plan. I do want to address some comments from the board. So first, I know there was a comment on the air exchanges per hour of 4 that we used in the plan. We used the recommendation of 4. As the plan stated, there's no specific documented studies for cannabis applications and air exchanges per hour. The recommendation of 4 is similar to what we have seen for other cannabis applications. And I do want to point out that for the lab applications, the air exchanges per hour is more intended to be for the interior worker exposure. So the difference between 4 and 8 for unoccupied versus occupied is specifically intended to reduce the interior exposure, whereas this application is trying to make sure the exterior concentration, odor concentration is reduced. Another comment there was on page 3 about the section on fugitive emissions from the greenhouse cultivation. I just wanted to clarify in the plan that the plan refers to fugitive emissions as non-directional releases to the atmosphere. So for that, we're talking about any wafting that might occur from opening vents or windows. Releases from ridge vents is the most common way we see fugitive emissions, or any releases from the greenhouse to the open air. And for fugitive releases, this does not include air directed through a stack or forced through an air ventilation system. Carbon filters specifically require a fan to direct the airflow through the system and pretty much make sure that the air contacts the carbon surface in the airstream. And this makes carbon filters more effective for contained spaces such as the interior of the greenhouse, which is what we proposed in the odor abatement plan. And this is where carbon can most effectively reduce the odorous compounds by directing the inlet air through the control device by use of a fan. And this maximizes the potential reduction of odors. If we instead look at the odor neutralizing system, they're typically installed at the air vents or ridge vents, and they're effective for fugitive releases because the neutralizer material interacts with the airflow at the contact point of the vent, and it continues to intermix with the odors as it disperses from the building, and it creates an effective odor mitigation strategies there. So what that section is essentially saying is that carbon filters or carbon scrubbers are effective in a different way than odor neutralizing systems. If there's any other questions about the plan, we're happy to help answer them and available to talk. Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dilgray, I read the report. I found it interesting because unlike others we've read, it appears you've got two different solutions working together to try and successfully keep the odors within the greenhouse. Is that generally correct?
Yeah, that's generally correct. And the idea is that the carbon scrubbers filtration system would reduce the odor strength inside the buildings. And then the odor neutralizers would capture the remaining odors coming out of the ridge vents. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach there.
So let's just look at those prongs. You suggested that what ought to be done is that instead of the masking surface going into the air, that it be reintroduced into the interior of the greenhouse. And for what purpose is that?
That's not correct. The odor neutralizer would be released on the outside of the building, pretty much on the exterior of the ridge vents, as the air is escaping the greenhouses.
Okay, so there's no intersection between the odors that are being released and the addition of carbon to those still inside the greenhouse.
That's correct. It would help to control the odors coming out specifically.
Okay, and you've tested that in this greenhouse? That is this set of greenhouses that I saw many months ago?
Yes, that's how they're proposing to operate. Yes.
Okay. Are there, in your opinion, ways in which the odors can escape from the greenhouses and reach surrounding areas outside?
I think the different methods would be most commonly through the ridge vents. The other common way we would see some fugitive releases of air is if there's like a cross ventilation, like if you have one door open on either side of the building, you can have a cross flow of air coming through. And we did put some good practices in the plan to help avoid those situations.
Okay, well, I'll stand down for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
So the carbon filtration systems inside the greenhouses reduce the concentration of terpenes and other odor-generating elements to a very low level. And then for any of those that happen to escape to the exterior, the odor-neutralizing systems should reduce those to an acceptable level, or at best perhaps an undetectable level for the neighboring properties. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How many of these sorts of installations have you worked on?
I
don't have an exact number. Just
yeah, it depends on the equipment. We've worked with a lot of the odor neutralizing systems, a few of the carbon scrubber systems, and yeah, I'd say it would be mostly the odor neutralizing systems.
okay. So, but based on your experience with hybrid sorts of systems and all systems, how does this one compare to your average system? Is this one about average, better than average? Where would you rank that? Is this a Volkswagen, a Chevy, or a Cadillac?
Yeah, this combination of approaches would be more intensive than what we would usually recommend. Usually what we see is a one or the other approach, and this combines both approaches. So it is more stringent than what we normally would include in a plan.
Okay, so the applicant has actually gone above and beyond what would normally be the minimal requirement. They've exceeded that. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney, your light's still on.
Sorry.
Okay. I see no further questions from the commissioners. So then we would go to the appellant. Okay, so you have the same time limitation of 10 minutes. Whatever you don't use, you can use for rebuttal. Okay?
Commissioners, we weren't prepared to speak for that length.
Can you state your name, though?
My name is Jeremy Norris. I live next door to the Island Breeze area, 3376. We weren't prepared to speak for some 10 minutes. We thought this was going to be open for comment. As we had done the first appeal. So I was just going to read what I had to say regards to everything here. One of which was that documents showing the evidence of the illegality of this operation, as we see it has always been, were submitted to the county on Monday, and just wanted to make sure that you all had received a packet of that. Island Breeze is and has always been an illegal cannabis grow. It never qualified for legal nonconforming status. Cannabis was not being grown there prior to January 19th, 2016. The first recorded order nuisance from Island Breeze was in 2017. The footprint that it was growing in at that time, as confirmed by eyewitness, was a quarter of one greenhouse, greenhouse number 4. After the sale of this property in 2019, the footprint was then expanded to encompass 3 full greenhouses, an approximately 1,000% increase. This is over its original footprint. All of this is a violation of California state law. It has been a nuisance to our community, with surrounding residents complaining of odor for years. I urge you to uphold the appeal and deny Island Breeze a permit to further grow in our community. Their planned expansion is over 3 times the current operation, will only increase the nuisance problem we as their neighbors have already endured. If for any reason you're unsure about the facts surrounding this operation, I would request the commissions to enlist the service of an independent fact checker, not related to the applicant or the appellants or the planning department, an unbiased person or company who could bring you the information necessary to further the decision. And my other question with regards to the odor abatement is, what if you're allergic to the neutralizing agent being sprayed around your house? Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that you actually submitted a general speaker slip, correct? Okay. And you could always just reserve your 7 minutes and 51 seconds for a later time, and then we can just open it up to the general speakers, because I have these speaker slips, and it sounds
Okay.
like, from my look at them, they're probably in the sense of your position, is what
Okay.
I'm thinking. Okay?
Thank you.
You can do it that way.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, are the members that are here all part of the appellant's team, or are they part of the general public comment?
Well, that's why I was going to look right now, and who is the appellant specifically?
It's the condo association. And that would be, I believe, represented through Mark and Robin. Robin was originally part of our appeal last time.
Okay, so with that being said, what would happen is if they submitted speaker slips, then they should really speak as part of the appellant situation.
Okay.
Because that would be the representative, Las Conchas.
Sure.
Plus you, so that's the three people. Anyone outside of that, they would be then speaking in the general comment section.
Gotcha.
So if they're welcome to
continue?
to address their comments right now as part of the appeal, and that will just be deducted from the 7 minutes and 51 seconds.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You don't both have to speak. If you're both going to say the same thing, you can work it out between yourselves in relation to that. But the logistics of it is what I'm getting at.
Good afternoon. Appreciate this opportunity. I'm Mark Brickley, a homeowner, full-time resident at Las Conchas. The Polo Condo is another name for them. For over 25 years. At the Planning Commission's last hearing on this appeal 4 months ago, the First District Commissioner, I think very wisely and appropriately stated, I want to publicly signal that I would be very unlikely to support any project, no matter what the effects were, to mask, bind, or defeat the odors within this grow. And I agree with that position for the following reasons. The new First District Supervisor has stated that he does not favor expanding cannabis operations in the Carpinteria Valley. At the last appeal hearing in June, the applicant initially stated that there would be no expansion of Island Breeze's cannabis growing operations. He said there would be zero expansion, only to later admit that if granted a CDP, Island Breeze cannabis growing operation would increase to full capacity by 2/3 or 66%, and include drying and packaging on site. This was confirmed by planning staff. Currently utilizing just 1/3 of their growing capacity may be the reason that odor complaints have decreased. But it's more likely that complaint fatigue by local residents is the reason for this lower number. Why complain over and over when nothing can or has been done? Island Breeze hasn't removed thousands of illegally installed feet of illegally installed concrete pad. Doing so would have been an indication that Island Breeze wanted to address their quote-unquote bad actor tag the current First District Supervisor declared them to be. Island Breeze's deficiencies were the foundation for the first and only civil lawsuit that was initiated against a Carpinteria Valley cannabis grower. My question is, why won't County Council release the details of the case's settlement agreement? At the last hearing, they stated that that would be public information. Current planning policy only requires one unannounced site visit to this cannabis grower and several announced visits each year. At the last appeal hearing, the Planning Commission questioned whether this would lead to effective inspections. I was on site last month at Island View Nursery adjacent to Island Breeze Farms. I found that Island Breeze Farms' main gate to their cannabis facility was wide open when I was on site, and I have a photo to document the security lapse. There are many reasons to deny this applicant's CDP. We respectfully request the Planning Commission uphold the Las Conchas Polo Condo's appeal and deny a CDP for this cannabis operation. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were Mr. Bricky?
I am Mark Brickley.
Brickley, okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Geddes, and I'm on the board of the Polo Condos HOA. And I want to thank the commission for really asking tough questions. And it's really, it's great that you ask those questions and be thorough. So I'm very appreciative. There's not much else I can say, but I thank Commissioner Park in bringing up the last time I was here that he had spoken to Mark Byers, and Mark Byers said the only way that you can deal with such a volume of air is with the combination of scrubbers during the day and then the vapor phase system at night when you open up the vents to air out the place. As far as complaints, I know I and no one else in here would get out of bed at 3 in the morning with a map of the lots on Foothill Road to try to figure out where the odor is coming from. And I'm certainly not going to jump a fence at that hour and get arrested for trespassing when I'm trying to explain what I'm looking for. I don't mean to make light of the situation, but it's the, the idea that you can't pinpoint a specific greenhouse, to me, doesn't make sense when it just takes a human being with a nose to walk into a place and take a look around and see what kind of odor controls there are. This has been going on for a long time. The last time I was up here, I showed you what the neighborhood meant to me, what it meant to a lot of people, and what it meant to the community. And it's worth holding up. It's that tradition we have there since the late 20s for all those years is a wonderful draw for this town. And I don't mean to demean anybody that works in the situation, but there are a lot of workers, and as long as we put in both the scrubbers and the vapor phase, I'm all for it. If you're down on South, sometimes the vapor phase, it can be a little tricky. It's not that anything in there is probably going to knock you out or kill you, but like skunk odor, everybody can agree it's not great. It's an irritant. It won't kill you, but it will certainly give you a headache and cause you not to be too happy a person. And that's what the cannabis odor is like for the people that live next to it. You wake up in the middle of the night, it's like, ugh. And then, thank God we haven't, really smelled too much of it during the day because that's, when the vents aren't open. So I really appreciate the commission and their thorough questioning of all of this. And I hope, we can, make it all work instead of, constantly fighting. And so, even if it goes through and it doesn't work, that we can come to some specific answers and solutions instead of, this idea, this concept, that concept. That's all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Geddes. Could you just return to the mic? We tend to believe that odors are getting to you in your house from time to time. Is that true?
Yeah, no, it seeps. It seeps right through everything. I mean, it hasn't been bad for a while, but you throw in a processing plant and more acreage there, plus what you've got down the road on Foothill, which is already bad, then how could it not be present?
All right, so I'm just trying to establish what you said at first, that it's not as bad, but it's still there from time to time.
From time to time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Am I allowed to use the remaining amount of time?
Yeah, but you won't have a rebuttal time if there's any rebuttal.
Just a quick point to the fact that, as you mentioned too, the concentration of multiple growing facilities in our neighborhood has made it very difficult for all of us. And the potency that we do deal with is something that does graduate. And with the applicant right now going forward, they've been on their best behavior. So I can't imagine that goes forth when they expand their operation 3 times of its current size. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we heard from the appellant, the applicant and the appellant. It's the opportunity for general comments, and I have 3 requests to speak. And again, this is limited to, this should be limited to 3 minutes. I mean, that's what we've done in these things. We only have 3 speaker slips.
I do have some online too,
How many?
up to 4. I see. Go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item, just so we have a good idea who would like to speak. And keep. Who was that? 4. So 4.
4 of them. Okay. Well, let's start this. We have Jessica Norris, followed by Paco Buxton, followed by Vicky Norris. Okay, so Jessica Norris.
Hi. So I'm Jessica Norris, and I oppose the cannabis cultivation project and expansion. It's too close to the neighboring residents, which include families, children, elderly, and people like myself who are living with chronic health conditions. I spoke originally at the first appeal. I'm dealing with, I'm still in my cancer recovery, and I have a lot of sensitivities to smells, which trigger migraines, dizziness, nausea, and I'm really concerned about my health and my quality of life. Very close to this operation. I'm also concerned not just about the odor of the cannabis, but also the neutralizing agent. I don't know how I'll be affected by that. And so, I'm just one person that lives nearby. Can't even imagine the other hundreds of people and what their own conditions are and how it will also affect them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we have Paco Buxton.
Hi, I'm Paco Buxton. First, I just am opposed to this marijuana grow here. I don't know why Carpinteria wants to be so well known as a marijuana growing place over in Europe. They're talking about Carpinteria. Oh, wow, it stinks over there so bad. And it's just such a, terrible thing. I grew up in Carpinteria. I played tennis at Carp High and lived at the condos off and on growing up, and couldn't imagine having that smell. I currently live next door at 3352 and smell it there often, doing landscaping down near these greenhouses. It's terrible smell. I've had to take breaks and go drink water and leave the area because of it. I've had tenants there that complain and have health problems as well, some of them, and had to go get hotel rooms because of it. When I lost a tenant, the first question people had was, oh, how close are you to grow areas, and do you smell it here? And they were not interested in renting a place that was that close to it. I couldn't imagine the kids that play at Carp High now, the smells, they complain about headaches. It's harmful, debilitating to them. They're talking about these scrubbers and things like that. I mean, they put a smell to propane, which is a deadly gas, and this marijuana is a smell that obviously gives headaches and problems to people. Is covering up that smell a great thing? I mean, you're still, the odors, the stuff that's bad is still coming out of there. They're talking about burping it at night. If they burp it at night, then, so they're just helping the people that are working there during the day, I guess. The people at night that live nearby in the condos and the residences, they're still going to be smelling this or not smelling this. They're probably going to get this terrible non-odor gas, whatever it is that's coming in, and they're not even going to know that they're smelling it because they're covering up this smell. Is that really helping? I don't know what the studies are on that. I know they have openings or top ridge lines, whatever there. It's not good. I've know other people that had rented a place and their child had asthma, and they ended up having to move from their place, and the person lost lots of rents because of the asthma that was induced from the smell from a local marijuana grow place. I can't imagine allowing an operation like this so close to so many residences. The Polo condos is a dense population of people. They have kids out there playing. People are out exercising on horses. What about the horses as well that play polo right next door to there? They're breathing heavily. The players are breathing heavily. They're going through 6, 8, 10 horses in a game. And these players are sitting out there sweating their butts off too. I just really think it's a terrible thing to allow it to be so close to so many residences and so many people. So, you know, could probably go on, and looks like I'm probably using up my 3 minutes here. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we're going to go to those who are online, and Mr. Villalobos.
Our first speaker will be Brianna Cook, to be followed by Paul Roberts and then Jill Stasinos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could state your name before you start speaking.
Yes, my name is Brianna Cook, and I oppose the cannabis cultivation. I am a resident at the condos here for 30 years, and I'm an engineer, and I like numbers, and so I'd like to talk about numbers. So I've heard that a couple of the board members also are a fan of numbers and having that to back up data, and so am I. I'm a big fan of that. So let's do the math. So my understanding is that there's been 3,700 complaints, odor complaints currently, based off of the cultivation plants that are already nearby. And quick census report of the 93013 zip code shows 16,000 in population. If we assume half of that population is within the area of these farms, that the 3,700 complaints is equal to 46% of the local population is impacted and has complained about the current smell issues. So this is a conservative estimate and is probably a higher percentage of this. This is a 50% failure rate of the current conditions and current methods being applied. We are not guinea pigs. This is not an excuse to allow further plants be put into the local area and allow us to be the guinea pigs for this. This needs to be addressed prior to impacting our community. These different codes and studies need to be conducted. There needs to be data to back up these results and not just be subjective to like Sean, the engineer who was speaking earlier on behalf of the cultivation, was saying that these are assumed to be adequate for interior, those found to work inside the greenhouse areas, not for exterior use, and studies have not been conducted for cannabis. This is just unacceptable, to be honest. A 50% failure rate, that in my line of work, you would be fired for that. That is not okay and not acceptable. And I respectfully do not have confidence in our current odor mitigation processes. So I think instead of approving this, we need to look at our codes. We need to do studies and make sure that we are all being protected by our government in that regard before allowing us to be those subjected to any of that further. I have severe asthma and I get triggered by this on a weekly basis. And, the town of Gilroy in Northern California is famous for smelling of garlic. Do we really want Santa Barbara County to be infamous for smelling of pot? Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Roberts will be our next speaker, to be followed by Jill Stasinos.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Roberts, and I live in the neighborhood. I drive by Nidever and Foothill. I drove by there last night. I rolled my windows down because I knew I was going to be speaking to you today. I smelled the smell of cannabis came in my car. I had to keep driving. I couldn't get it out of my car for at least a half a mile. It's pervasive. I don't know where it was coming from. It's almost every day. In our household, we've made more than 300 complaints. It comes in our house, sometimes at night, sometimes the garage, sometimes the driveway. I can almost see the operator from the front of our home. So in thinking about what I wanted to direct your attention to today, I looked at the Everbloom story because I think that's Ed Van Weerden, and he put in an entirely carbon scrubber system as a result of the issues that he had with some of the neighbors, including Paul Ekstrom, who submitted a letter in support of the appeal to you for this proceeding today. So I would invite you to consider that, because Mr. Ekstrom says that after installing a 100% carbon scrubber system, he doesn't have any trouble with the smell, and he's something like 50 feet away from their grow. And so that was impactful for me in thinking about looking at a template for your guidance and going into the future, because I think he bought those same Dutch scrubbers that remain unsold, but a lot of people bought them. And so I think that would be the ideal method forward. I'm concerned about the use of a neutralizer because I think that's a misnomer. I think that's a masking perfume smell. That's the same thing that you would smell if you walked by a commercial laundromat. It's the same as an inexpensive soap. We've smelled it here in the past, meaning my family and I would discourage that as a supplement or belt and suspenders approach, because I don't think it's a belt. I think you've got the suspenders with the carbon scrubber, but there is no belt with this masking agent. And I haven't seen any complete studies that show what it does. So if you had the scrubbers in place, and if it was effective as it is in Everbloom, that at least for your purposes would eliminate one enforcement problem, because I think the consensus would be they've met their responsibility to the neighbors, to whatever your regulations might be going into the future, and could also give guidance to future applicants about what to do. So I would just encourage you to look at the history and consider us, because it's not acceptable as presently in place. And if you have to continue this to another day so that everything is consistent, I'm not fearful of the next proceeding.
Thank you. So our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Jill Stasinos, to be followed by our last speaker, Marilee Peebles.
Can I start? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jill Stasinos. Please vote in favor of the appeal by the Las Conchas Homeowners Association and neighbors by not allowing Island Breeze Farms to grow more cannabis. Island Breeze Farms is located less than 100 feet away from the 139 condos in the Las Conchas Homeowners Association. Island Breeze Farms has 2 greenhouses, number 4 and number 5, that have no odor controls in them. They should have carbon scrubbers, and the 2 cannabis processing rooms are located in rooms very close to residents. Cannabis processing is known to be extremely odorous. If Island Breeze is allowed to grow even more cannabis, it would in effect be rewarding a, quote, bad neighbor who has violated the rules and regulations. Due to these violations, the County of Santa Barbara sued Island Breeze Farms and ended up settling out of court without informing the public as to why they settled. Additionally, Island Breeze is located in close proximity to 2 other large cannabis grows that are consistently receiving numerous malodor complaints from residents. Therefore, if Island Breeze Farms were allowed to grow more cannabis, the increase in density of grows would exacerbate the odor problem. Island Breeze Farms' proximity to the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club's tennis courts and outdoors gym will create a public nuisance, as the malodors from the cannabis being grown will negatively affect the club members who enjoy recreating at the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club. I myself am a member of the Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club, and I will most definitely consider canceling my membership if I have to breathe in foul-smelling air while playing tennis or working out in the outdoor gym or swimming in the pool or relaxing in the jacuzzi. My quality of life will be negatively impacted if more cannabis is grown, and I'm not going to be bringing my family or friends to any polo matches if they might be exposed to malodors coming from the cannabis grown at Island Breeze Farms. The Santa Barbara Polo and Racquet Club also stands to lose business if members start to cancel their membership, and there'll be fewer people attending the matches, the polo matches, due to the smell from the cannabis grow at Island Breeze. So Island Breeze Farm's new odor abatement plan does propose to install 4 carbon filter scrubbers in each greenhouse and continue to use the vapor phase misting system that does a poor job of masking the malodors and is harmful to the environment. Their OAP should propose using only carbon filter scrubbers, which have been proven to be effective against the bad odors emanating from cannabis cultivation. How can we, the neighbors, local residents, and public, believe that Island Breeze Farms will actually install carbon filter scrubbers without strict timelines and enforcement? Thus, if Island Breeze Farms is allowed to grow more cannabis, which I am not advocating for, then they must be held accountable with strict enforcement of timelines.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off right there due to the time limitation, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that was the last speaker online. One more?
Our last online speaker, Marilee Peebles.
Hi. Thank you, commissioners. I am in favor of...
Please state your name, though, first.
Hi, I'm Marilee Peebles. I'm speaking today because I am in favor of upholding this appeal, or at the very least, continuing this discussion until after the new odor ordinance is approved. Carpinteria is finally hopeful an odor solution is possible after 7 years of complaints being absolutely ignored. Obviously, the standing code is not adequate. This project is in a poor air quality hot zone where 2 other grows already use misters as odor control combined with scrubbers. It always smells past their perimeter and drifts more than 2,000 feet away to my house. Last month, we asked for scrubbers at Island Breeze, and they said they would do anything necessary to get approval. Yes, they would put in scrubbers, yet their new OAP uses both scrubbers and misters, not willing to add enough scrubbers to do the job alone. Carp growers have had 7 years to do the right thing, and very few have eliminated the odor system. This system was developed for garbage dumps and industrial zones. 7 years ago, for 7 years, we have had miles and miles and miles of pipes around greenhouses and over ridge vents, pumping out chemicals next to ag land, homes, and schools. It doesn't work, and cannabis and vapor misting continues to drift into neighborhoods over Carpinteria. There are, as has been mentioned, greenhouses in Carp that use only carbon, and it works. We need 100% carbon scrubbers for the health of the cannabis workers, residents, school children, and ag crops in Carpinteria. Please uphold this appeal. Their revised OAP does not go far enough as it still uses vapor as part of the odor control. Just as Montecito and Santa Barbara residents require pure air, so do Carpinterians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have no more speakers online, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and we have one speaker here. Nelson?
Vicki Norris.
Norris, okay.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm nervous, so sorry for that. I live next door to
Okay,
33.
just start with your name. Start with your name and then
Oh,
go straight
I'm
into
so
it.
sorry.
That's no
Vicki,
problem.
Vicki Norris, and I live next door to 3376 Foothill Road. And I've written something out, but I just wanted to say that beyond the nuisance of the smell of this, the noise wakes me up in the evening, the burping, it sounds like the beginning of a rocket launching. And so for me, it's not only just the smell, which has been bothering for years. I want to voice my concern about the operation being approved for a permit to continue to grow. They have been a nuisance for years. The smell at times has been so strong, it gives me migraine headaches. To my knowledge, the county has never fined them or stopped them from growing, even after residents have complained. And I heard that there was some lawsuit, but I was unaware of that. But I know personally I have complained, and I've heard from you guys that that you don't hear those complaints. So that's confusing to me. The idea that they will be allowed to grow even more at this location is just wrong. I'm asking you to please uphold this appeal and deny their permit, regardless of the odor abatement, the noise pollution, and the quality of life, not only for myself and my animals that I have, but for all of the residents at the polo field, this is such a beautiful community, and this is it's a detriment to it being so close. And if you drive just on Foothill, like I do often, the smell from the other grows is so pungent, and it's pungent at my house, and to have this be expanded like this is just, it's unfathomable to me how this could be allowed. So I'm asking you to deny this, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. So we have, yes.
We have a new hand online.
No, that's a no. I said it from the beginning. If you're in this thing, it's you raise your hand before we even start the process. Okay, back to staff. Anything to add? No?
Not at this time.
No. And to the applicant, anything to add?
Yeah, Josh and I have a couple of items to add. I just want to make a couple of clarifications. One is that there is no new development or square footage being proposed. This is all an existing greenhouse structure that has been in existence since the late 70s, I believe, or early 70s. This permit is actually going to be a reduction in processing square footage, reducing it about 2/3 from what it currently is to 602 feet. So we're significantly reducing the processing square footage. And there was a comment about Island Breeze being a bad actor for not removing some unpermitted concrete work. And unfortunately, we've been at a standstill pending this appeal for any of the unpermitted work that had been done as part of our permit approval and permit issuance, but we cannot move forward to remove any of those items while we're going through this phase. I will pass it along to Josh for the remainder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you very much. I will be quite brief, and thank you, Mr. Part, for forgiving me for interrupting you last time. The only thing I really wanted to address was there seems to be some public confusion. The lawsuit was filed 2.5 years later. I became a lawyer for it. It was dismissed by the county. It was flatly dismissed. There was no settlement whatsoever. No money changed hands. There was no agreement to do anything. It was just flatly dismissed. I won't comment on whether it should have been brought or not, but to then use that lawsuit to call them a bad actor is improper. And I wanted to just simply correct that. And I know that there was a bit of confusion on what that settlement said, but it's quite frankly the simplest settlement I think I've ever seen, because there was absolutely nothing going back and forth. The consideration on each side was simply that the matter would be dismissed. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that on a neighborhood compatibility basis, I think it's incredibly important for us to get along with our neighbors and to adjust as this goes along after what I hope is approval. That is our goal. It's always been our goal. And to say that the scrubbers haven't been used, that's what we're doing right now. That's exactly what we're doing. We tried to fashion a plan that was honestly sort of overkill, best we could. And other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I wanted to just clarify primarily the result of that lawsuit, that it didn't go anywhere. Thank you very much for listening.
Commissioner Park.
This is a question for Mr. Lynn or Ms. Kim or both of you. Was it a dismissal with prejudice or without prejudice? Recall?
With prejudice, Mr. Park, Commissioner Park, excuse me.
And is that correct, Ms. Kim?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I believe that's correct. I wasn't the attorney on it, but my understanding is the lawsuit is over. It's not coming back.
Neither of these fine attorneys has discussed the consequences of that, but you know, I was party to 50 years of settlement agreements with dismissals with prejudice. And dismissals with prejudice means you cannot again bring any action based on the causes of action that were encompassed in that case. Okay, it doesn't mean it just goes away and it comes back again. It means it's gone. And there you go. So I think it's hard for us to be discussing illegality and all those things when there was an action and then it was dismissed with prejudice.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I have a question probably for the industrial hygienist. This is with respect to the neutralizing agent used in the vapor phase system. This is relative to a couple of comments we received. Do you have an MSDS or a tech bulletin or a toxicology analysis, something establishing the biocompatibility and relative incidence, if any, of hypersensitivities, allergic reactions, or asthma, maybe even a Prop 65 warning relative to use of that agent?
I will have to check exactly which chemical is being used, but I do know that Bayer Scientific has safety data sheets for their chemicals.
Yeah, because just with respect to a couple of the comments, there seems to be some concerns about possible respiratory effects due to those. So I think that's a reasonable question. And also, second to that, does that agent have any odorant perfume element in its own composition?
So I'll start off by saying we've reviewed safety data sheets for a couple of the Bayer Scientific chemicals, and they do not have any toxic air contaminants in them. On the odor neutralizing agents, I do want to clarify that the Bayer Scientific system is an odor neutralizing agent instead of an odor masking agent. The odor neutralizer completely gets rid of the odor, whereas the odor maskant kind of hides the odor instead. Odor maskants are not allowed by the county ordinance, and we make sure that the Bayer Scientific is an odor neutralizing agent. Does that address your question?
Yes. In terms of the MSDS sheet or the tech bulletin, is that something that you would make available to the public, to anyone who wanted to peruse it, just assure the safety of that material?
Yes, I'll work with Stacy to get that document.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, I also want to clarify that the odor neutralizing solution, which is EcoSorb CNB 107, that's a solution that we've seen frequently in these Bayer systems. And as with any of these odor control technologies, including the solutions, P&D coordinates with APCD to ensure that there's no health effects, no ill health effects that would result from use of these solutions. And APCD has reviewed and vetted the EcoSorb CNB 107 and determined that there's no health effects associated with it.
I'd still like to see an MSDS sheet for it. just for the record. One last question. At one time, pursuant to one of the questions that Commissioner Bridley asked, we were looking at the odor abatement regulations. Can you bring that slide, that particular portion back up so we can look at it? I'm concerned with ultimate actions by the county in the event any of these systems fail to produce the desired result. They do all the activities, yet the odor remains. I'd like to know what are additional steps county might take or be able to take to assure the safety and tolerability of the neighbors in the event that despite the best efforts, these systems might fail?
Is that a question for me or for the?
I'm just
the
looking
county?
at item F. Last sentence, the department may require corrective act. No, you roll it back up a little bit. You're doing that thing again. Roll it up, please. There you go. We're all set. The department may require the corrective action to be recertified by a PE or certified industrial hygienist, notwithstanding requirements. The department may take additional enforcement actions pursuant to Chapter 35108, and which may include but not limited to initiating proceedings to revoke the applicable land use entitlement. So apparently it really has teeth in the event that the systems would fail and still aggravate neighbors.
That's the intent of the ordinance, and that's the role of our compliance team to
Okay.
enforce that.
So this has some real teeth in the event, despite everyone's best efforts, the oppressive odors still manage to escape.
Right, that corrective actions will
Okay.
be required.
Okay, thank you.
Can we take a short break before deliberations?
Like 5 minutes? I mean, literally
About
5
2
minutes.
minutes.
Okay, 2
I'm
minutes.
about to get
You got
sick,
two-
and I just like
two-
to-
Oh, no problem. 2 minutes. Okay, we're back now on our final session of today's meeting, and one administrative point is that there was a document that was submitted on or about October 7th, which is past the deadline of us, so we have to make a decision of whether we are going to consider that or not. Commissioners? I'm in favor of not considering it. I'll just say that up front. So,
Were a motion to be made, I would not vote for it.
As a reminder, it requires a fourth this vote. So it doesn't sound like you have the votes for it.
okay. Well, my motion is, well, I have to ask, since I'm chairman, I have to look to other people to make a motion first.
I'll make a motion not to admit it.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And any comments?
Yeah, the motion's unnecessary. Either you move to admit it or you don't.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a vote. All for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Anybody against? Anyone abstain? Okay, unanimous. Okay, there we go. So now we're into the deliberations. And who would like to take the first? Okay, Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I've said thank you to you so many times today. I hope it's
Yeah.
not gone to your head. but-
Well, it has, but
I have had a problem with the specific request today, which is to approve an addition to an existing greenhouse operation. I don't believe that we have sufficient indication that, in two ways, that this this solution that is presented to us and about which we have heard from the certified hygienist is adequate. So if that were the only item, I would say, we don't have a basis. We should continue this. But there are a couple of other things that are realities. One is this is not the only potential odor producer in the area about which the public has made specific complaints for a long time. And it'd be very difficult at this point for us to determine whether or not this particular operation is the cause. So my motion would be to deny the current application, to grant the appeal on the grounds stated that we need to find, it is a required finding, that this motion, if we were to grant the application, would be in the interests of the surrounding neighborhood. And I believe today's hearing amply indicates that that is not the case. We can't make that finding. We don't have the evidence for the finding. So that's the motion to grant the appeal.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to apologize to Commissioner Cooney. Thank you. I think just to revise that motion is to direct staff to come back with findings for denial based on what you articulated earlier. Because as of right now, we don't have findings for denial. But I think what I heard is that you want to make a motion to deny the project and uphold the appeal. So we don't have those findings today. So if I could recommend that we continue this item and direct staff to come back with those findings as you articulated. And we can come back we can give you a date if that would help.
I think we should have a date, yes, and get the word out to the public and the applicant.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we're looking at November 13th. So to continue the item to November 13th and direct staff to come back with findings for denial.
That would need a motion then for a continuance with that. with those
Mr.
words.
Chair and Commissioners, that is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Cooney, I guess what Mr. Wilson's asking you is to amend your motion to be, as it matches verbiage.
No, that's fine. We'll look at the findings for denial.
Commissioners, if I could, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cooney, could you clarify again under which finding you were wanting to use as your basis?
I'd like to see it on the screen, to tell you the truth.
Okay, 1 second. What? I didn't hear which finding he said that he wanted to
Neighborhood
use.
convenience welfare.
Neighborhood
1.5,
convenience?
well, I don't have the original staff report, but
Okay, let's
that's-
pull
oh,
up the
that's it.
findings 1 second. Yeah.
it's not, okay.
Is it neighborhood compatibility?
Yes.
So, yeah, Mr.
There
Chair and
isn't one.
Commissioners, this is a coastal development permit.
Oh.
So our findings are going to be
Pull up the findings themselves.
different than if it's a CUP.
Yeah.
So we can pull those findings up so that you can,
Because it's coastal commission.
so under a coastal development
Because
permit,
it's only a CUP.
our discretion is limited to very narrow to what those findings are.
I think he can access his.
But the motion is to continue it for whatever those findings are at the November 13th meeting. We can
Mr.
make
Chair and
that.
Commissioners, I think what staff was asking is, which of the findings can the commission not make? That's
Yeah.
what,
That's correct, yes.
Hmm.
so, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, based on the discussion today, just to help move this along, it appears that the discussion was that the odor abatement plan that was presented was not adequate and didn't meet the coastal zoning ordinance requirements. And so if the direction is to prepare findings for denial, then staff could say the information presented didn't meet the ordinance requirements. That may be the direction to staff to do. Because these are the findings that we would articulate that we couldn't make. We just only need to make or not make one finding, so that could be it.
Well, I have no objection to that being the basis of the motion. This required finding list includes compatible with established physical scale of the area, which is, to me, ambiguous. We can leave it out if staff recommends that we cite it at the meeting on the 13th. That's fine with me, too.
Okay. Do we have a
I'll second.
second? Okay, Commissioner Briley seconds.
Oh, did we deliberate on this? I guess, okay, so.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for comments regarding the motion. Commissioner Reed?
I realize it's Commissioner Cooney's district. The project lies in that. I'm a bit disappointed that we're going to be voting on a motion to continue this on the basis that the odor abatement plan is inadequate. This odor abatement plan reflects pretty much exactly, perhaps even a little more so, the instruction, the wishes of the commission, which we expressed at our prior meeting. I'm satisfied. I asked some, I thought, fairly rigorous questions of applicant relative to the details of the plan, and in my opinion, they answered them satisfactorily. We've even had comments from a couple of members of the public. They live in very close proximity to a GROW that's implemented a very similar plan with the absence of the abatement, the odor neutralizing system, and they find the results to be completely acceptable. I see that there are ample abilities for the appellants to challenge the plan if it proves to be inadequate, up to pulling the operating permit. So I was prepared more to resolve the issue on the appeal rather than to continue it. So I would not be able to support that motion.
Commissioner Park.
I very much want to defer to Commissioner Cooney because it's his district, and I want him to be able to exhaust all opportunities to examine this matter. But I've got to join with Commissioner Reed because I don't see any finding here that we can't make. This is not a CUP case. We have CUP cases. I've fought forever to get CUPs for these things, and we finally have CUPs, and I know what we can do with them. But this is not a CUP case. It's in fact a case where the OAP does not have the most ideal verbiage, but it goes right to the point. It goes to where that ideal verbiage ultimately results if you're successful, and that is the installation of the best available control technology, which clearly is carbon scrubbers. And what's unique about this one, the only other one I can even think of that has this is that first one that David and Cindy Van Wingerden did, where you have scrubbers plus the vapor phase. Almost every other project, in fact, every other project we had, they either fought the scrubbers in the first place, and some were successful in fighting it, and that may be one reason you have a new district supervisor coming in, I don't know. But, or they said, okay, we'll do the scrubbers, but we'll take out our vapor phase. This will have the scrubbers and the vapor phase. If you just look at this as a practical matter, this is about as good as the neighbors are ever going to get. Perhaps cannabis should never have been allowed in the Carpinteria Valley. I'm not going to argue about that. But given that it's there and given the ordinances we have, I think this is about the best you can get, is to get the carbon scrubbers and the vapor phase at the same time. I wouldn't be so vociferous about this, except that I feel that, you know, if we go down the road of denial, it's going to go to the board. I know what county council will advise. They won't tell us right now. They'll say it's under discretion, but I know what they'll advise in their board letter. And this thing will not be a successful venture for the appellants based this way. I think you're better off taking the bird in hand, and that is the carbon scrubbers plus the vapor phase. And I made the reference before to this ordinance that we'll be reconsidering again. I think one way of viewing that ordinance is it's going to be a way out of doing carbon scrubbers for the industry. So I'm not sure that waiting gets you any better off. I think it gets you worse off. So excuse my late afternoon bleatings, but I'm not going to vote for this motion.
Okay, well then it comes, I'll vote for the motion. I think Commissioner Cooney, this is your district, and allow you to pursue any of these considerations that you still have questions about. I do hear Commissioner Park about saying having a bird in hand, but I don't have any commitments that when that new ordinance comes around that they won't release that bird in hand and say, I want the new ordinance. So that is something that is in my mind that I'm going to look for some answers to for the next time.
Can
So let's just call for vote?
No,
Oh,
I didn't say
Commissioner,
anything. Yeah,
Commissioner
sorry.
Bradley.
Sorry. Maybe I'm fresher because I missed the middle of the day. But to Commissioner Reed's point, I definitely appreciate that. However, we have listed to so many appeals in this particular area, and the confluence of so many in this area is concerning to me. And I don't want to call it a bad actor, but I think this particular site, got caught doing something and didn't follow good rules like some of our other applicants in Carpinteria. So I have no sympathy for this particular applicant. To Commissioner Park's point about knowing what the board is going to do, I certainly hope this isn't rushed through before the end of the year so that the current elected in the first district gets to vote on it. I think they have plenty on their docket, and then this should just go over to the next year. If it means that they have to redo things for the new ordinance, so be it. But I'm going to stand with Commissioner Cooney, and also out of an immense amount of respect for Commissioner Cooney, so I'm going to vote with the motion.
Okay, so then we'll just, for a roll call.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
No.
Commissioner Reed,
No.
and Chair Martinez. Motion passes 3-2.
Okie dokie.
So that will conclude today's meeting, correct? All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day.
Can I give you this?
You drive 101 home.